Wuhai scolded. Leave. Wu Lan's mouth moved as if to say something, but she could only retreat. In the study, only Wuhai remained. Suddenly, Wuhai pushed all the writing materials off the table, his old eyes filled with bloodshot veins, no longer the calm demeanor he usually had. The situation had become a matter of life and death, and no one could remain calm. As soon as Ye Fang made a move, the situation would be irreversible. It was a matter of life and death between the Wu family and Ye Fang. If I want to get rid of the Ye family, it seems I have to ask for his help. A cold killing intent flashed in Wuhai's eyes. Early the next morning, at the Guangxi People's Hospital, under a drizzle sky, Zhou Guofeng walked hurriedly into the hospital, accompanied by Ziliu and a group of police officers. The presence of so many police officers immediately caught the attention of passers-by, sparking discussions. Why are there so many police? Are they handling a big case? Who knows? Is there going to be a crackdown? It might be related to today's headline news. Didn't you see today's Guangxi Morning Post? What news? I heard that a businessman was attacked openly on the street, making a big fuss. My goodness, such a thing happened in broad daylight. Is someone using underhanded tactics? These past few years, one thing after another. Who said society is safe now? People are too naive. It's nothing to be surprised about. Ziliu found the discussions quite jarring and muttered. What's the fuss? Isn't public safety much better now? Quiet, Ziliu. Listen more and talk less, Zhou Guofeng reprimanded as they walked. Ziliu shrugged and said, Boss, did Ye Fang offend someone to be attacked like this? It's obvious. Attack like that doesn't happen without a reason. Zhou Guofeng furrowed his brows. Upon receiving a report from Wang Tai, he quickly initiated an investigation, and today he personally came to the hospital to inquire about the details and take statements. Based on the preliminary understanding, it was a premeditated, organized crime with a strong focus, likely targeting Ye Fang's life. Before he could gather any concrete results from the initial investigation, there was already pressure from the city bureau to establish a special task force and solve the case as quickly as possible. Not only was there pressure from the city bureau, but various major media outlets had started reporting, creating immense public pressure. He couldn't afford to be complacent, but he sensed something unusual. The city bureau was quick to apply pressure, and media reports started fermenting overnight, as if the journalists had agreed on a specific time to start reporting. It all seemed too coincidental, as if an invisible hand was controlling everything in Guangxi. But he believed that one day, he would uncover the identity behind that hand. Soon, the group of police officers arrived at the third floor of the inpatient unit. Zhou Guofeng pushed open the door and the first person he saw was Ye Fang. Ye Fang had bandages on his right hand, and two other injured individuals lay in the beds beside him, covered in bandages, resembling mummies. Officer Zhou, hello. Ye Fang greeted Zhou Guofeng with a slight smile as he stood up. Zhou Guofeng examined Ye Fang and noticed that he seemed unruffled. You're injured, and yet you can still smile. Zhou Guofeng chuckled. Ye Fang's smile remained unchanged as he replied, seeing an upright law enforcer like Officer Zhou makes me happy. I believe Officer Zhou will surely catch the culprits and bring me justice. Zhou Guofeng was amused by this bit of flattery and jokingly said, Mr. Yi, please spare me, I can't handle such praise. At that moment, Zhou Guofeng turned and unexpectedly saw two other people in the ward. Who are they? One of them stood up and smiled. Hello, comrades. I am Hui Ken, the team leader of the City Record Investigation Division. We came today to understand the situation from Mr. Yi, and our work is almost done. Comrades from the City Record. Hello, hello. Zhou Guofeng immediately stepped forward to shake hands, showing a rare smile on his face. People from the City Record were not to be underestimated. Hui Ke smiled and said, We received a report that Guo Wu from the investigation team had violated several rules. We have opened an investigation, and Mr. Yi has been a great help to us. Perhaps it has some connection to your case. Oh, I see. Comrades from the City Record, rest assured that we will get to the bottom of this and solve the case. Zhou Guofeng promised solemnly. All right, you're busy, so we won't disturb you further. Hui Ke nodded and then turned to Yan Hui. All right, Lo Yang, let's go back and invite Captain Guo from the team for tea. Yan Hui chuckled. Ha, sure. Before leaving, Hui Ke nodded in thanks to Ye Fang. Once Zhou Guofeng and his team left the room, he turned to Ye Fang, shook his head, and asked, Tell me, Mr. Yi, Who have you made an enemy of? Ye Fang pondered for a moment and said, I don't have concrete evidence yet, but there is one person you might know, the ship king of Guanxi, Wuhai. What? Wuhai? Zhou Gofeng's expression darkened upon hearing the name. He was quite familiar with Wuhai's reputation, a big figure in the shipping industry in Guan province. What's wrong, Officer Zhou? Do you think you can't investigate him? Ye Fang pretended to be surprised. Zhou Gofeng snorted and replied, Don't try to provoke me. Whoever it is, as long as they have committed a crime, they will face consequences, and no one will be exempted, even if it's the emperor. I will still uphold justice. Ye Fang saluted and said, That's what I thought. Officer Zhou, you are always a beacon of justice. Zhou Gofeng took out his notebook and said, Let's go through the process. Tell me in detail what happened yesterday. Ye Fang then recounted the events, omitting some details like the kidnapping of Kanggu. Zhou Gofeng noted down the key information and suddenly asked, You mentioned someone named Kanggu. Are you sure he is connected to Wuhai? Yes, I've seen him once. Ye Fang nodded with a smile. So, Kanggu led the attackers against you. What happened to him and his men afterwards? Did you see where they went? Zhou Gofeng continued his questioning. Ye Fang shrugged and said, At that critical moment, I didn't know where they went. Finding them may require your help. Officer Zhou, is that true? Zhou Gofeng stared intently at Ye Fang, his gaze sharp. It is true, Ye Fang confirmed. Zhou Gofeng put down his pen and said, in a serious tone, To solve this case, finding those attackers, as well as this Kanggu person, is crucial. We will do our best to locate them. However, Mr. Yi, until the case is solved, I suggest you be cautious. If you need protection, you can request it from me. Ye Fang shook his head and declined. No need. Thank you for your kind offer. With so many matters in the company, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay put. I will take care of myself. Zhou Gofeng acknowledged with an I see, and then proceeded to inquire with the Long brothers, who were still in bed. Their statements were more or less consistent with Ye Fang's account. After about an hour of investigation and questioning, Zhou Gofeng led his team out of the war. In the hallway, Ziliu suggested, Chief, should we split the investigation into two lines, one for the attackers and one for Wuhai? Zhou Gofeng replied coldly, Either those attackers will be caught, or they will voluntarily come forward. Ziliu was taken aback. What? Someone might voluntarily surrender? Zhou Gofeng snorted, If there's no such possibility, would Ye Fang be so at ease? Ziliu was astonished, looking bewildered. Chief, do you suspect? Zhou Gofeng waved his hand to cut him off. Regardless, as long as the case is solved. Even if we are used as tools, it's better than chaos and bloodshed in Guanxi. It's just, this situation makes me feel awful. In the hospital room, Ye Fang took out his phone and made a call. Soon, the phone connected, and a voice of a camel was heard on the other end. Fang Jie, what's your order? Have you taken care of Kanggu? Hehe, it's taken care of. That kid seemed tough at first, but he's a coward. He confessed everything, and I've already recorded a video of him. Even if we let him go, Wulogui won't let him off. Collaborating with us is his only way to survive. A glint flashed in Ye Fang's eyes as he smiled. Very good, Camel, you truly are professional. Pleased with Ye Fang's approval, the camel on the other end of the phone chuckled. Oh, Fang Jie, you're too kind. Nothing special, just third in the world. Ye Fang chuckled, following the plan next. As long as he cooperates, everything will be fine. Yes, Fang Jie, it's arranged. Camel replied. At noon, in the private club of Guanxi Banshan. The club is located on the mountainside of Luoxio Ridge in the southern outskirts of Guanxi. A wide asphalt road winds up from the foot of the mountain to the quiet club entrance. The club gate is made of wood, with a bamboo forest in front, where fresh flowers cluster beneath the bamboo, vibrant and colorful. A Volkswagen Passat drove up to the intersection and stopped at the gate, where the gatekeeper quickly opened the car door. Lord Wu, please. The gatekeeper recognized the old man in the car and respectfully said. Wuhai's face showed signs of weariness as he was assisted out of the car by the gatekeeper. Take me to see Mr. Chen. Wuhai raised his hand. Lord, this way, please. The gatekeeper gestured. Following the gatekeeper's lead, Wuhai entered the club, passing through the courtyard, corridors, and arrived at a door labeled NET House. The gatekeeper knocked on the door and said softly, Mr. Chen, Lord Wu is here. Come in. A deep voice came from inside the door. The gatekeeper pushed open the door, inviting Wuhai inside. Wuhai courteously nodded, stepped inside, and was greeted by a refreshing scent of sandalwood. The room was bright, with a handsome man around 30 years old, dressed in casual attire, seated in front of a tea table. "Hello, Mr. Chen," Wuhai greeted, bowing first. "Ha ha. Lord has arrived. Please have a seat." The man spoke in a somewhat unfamiliar Mandarin and gestured for Wuhai to sit in front. Wuhai returned the gesture, walking over and taking a seat beside the tea table, displaying a polite attitude. "I heard Mr. Chen came to Guanxi for a few days of rest. Initially, I didn't want to disturb your peace, but things have become quite complicated now, and I'm afraid I have to come to seek your help with a thick face," Wuhai sighed. Chen Qianyang smiled then switched to Cantonese. "Mr. Wen, I have been old friends and business partners at NE for many years. Whenever there are difficulties, we should help each other." Switching to Cantonese indicated the close relationship between the two. "Come, let's have tea first and talk slowly." Chen Qianyang poured tea for him. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Wuhai received the tea with both hands. After he finished a cup of tea, he slowly recounted the grievances between him and Ye Fang. Chen Qianyang listened quietly, neither interrupting nor asking questions. At the end, gritting his teeth, Wuhai said, "This Ye person is too much. If we don't deal with him, how will my Wu family maintain its reputation in the Pearl River Delta in the future? It's just that I have a subordinate who acts recklessly, and now he's probably fallen into Ye's hands, which is very dangerous for me. Given the situation, I have no choice but to come to ask for your help." Wuhai finished speaking, covertly glancing at Chen Qianyang's expression, but the latter remained impassive, showing no emotions. Chen Qianyang handed him a cigarette, smiling, "We are all in business. As you said, that young man called Ye Fang has indeed gone too far, not knocking before entering another industry. Harmonious cooperation is the key to prosperity." Wuhai was stunned by his words, feeling that Chen Qianyang seemed indifferent to the matter, being ambiguous about his stance. "Mr. Chen, I have been cooperating with NE for many years. If Ye interferes with shipping, how will I continue my business in the Pearl River Delta?" Wuhai sighed. It was a statement about his own difficulties, but it also hinted at the shared interests between them. If the Wu family couldn't establish itself in shipping in the Pearl River Delta, any group's interests on the mainland would also be affected, especially since most of the group's goods transported to the mainland relied on Wu's fleet. Any group was a giant enterprise in the city, involved in real estate, import and export, entertainment, and had intricate relationships in both the city and the mainland. The Chen family of Annie was a famous family in the city, with one alias known to the public, Dongeni. Dongeni was a society in the city that commanded reverence, alongside Nangsing and Kao Tonghui, marking the top 3 societies in the city. Both the Annie Chen family and Wuhai knew that in terms of influence in the Pearl River Delta, Wu had some power, but in comparison to Chen of Annie, it was like the difference between a giant and an ant. If Annie Chen could help resolve the issue with Ye Fang, it would surely be effortless. However, Wu also understood that seeking Chen's help would place him deeply in Chen's debt, creating obligations that may be challenging to repay. Chen Qianyang took a sip of tea, smiled, and said, "Lord Wu, we must continue our business. Ye cannot harm you, so you can rest assured." Wuhai's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy, and he said, "Mr. Chen is right, but Ye's ambitions are too great. Even if he doesn't harm me temporarily, he poses a great threat to us in the future." Chen Qianyang raised his hand, indicating for him to stop his words. "Hear me out. Everything in the world revolves around profit, with thousands of ways to benefit. Let's not resort to excessive actions for minor issues and disputes. I don't want to stir up trouble. You're all making a living here in Guan province, earning money. There's no need to push things too far." With that, Chen Qianyang handed Wuhai a cigarette and said, "I have a suggestion for you. How about a peace offering with a Chinese liquor feast?" Wuhai's expression changed. Chen Qianyang was suggesting reconciliation between the two parties. "It's impossible. In Guan province, I have my place." Wuhai tapped his cane, gritting his teeth. Chen Qianyang remained unruffled, lit his cigarette, and said, "I know the Ye person. I know the Ye Fang group, the dark horse in Guanxi. While dealing with him might not be difficult, it could benefit any. Lord Wu, seeing you come to me today to resolve the issue, I can help you with the problem, but not by dealing with him. I can ensure your safety and let him go. Wuhai clenched his cane and said firmly, Mr. Chen, it's impossible. Chen Chuanyang raised an eyebrow, flicked the cigarette ash, and calmly said, Lord Wu, you must understand I'm not here to negotiate with you. I understand your feelings, but business is business. What I want is stability. Chen Chuanyang continued. Wuhai's face looked somewhat embarrassed, but facing such a dominant Chen Chuanyang, he felt mostly helpless. And Ye Chen is a true elite, not comparable to someone like him who runs a shipping business. Although Wu's family did not fully depend on the Chen family to survive, the Chen family's influence in the province could crush him. Wuhai squinted, remaining silent. After a while, he opened his eyes and asked, Mr. Chen, are you asking my old man to swallow this humiliation? Chen Chuanyang smiled. Let Young give some compensation, in real money, as a gesture of your concession. Real money. After all, money can solve most things in the world. Money? Wuhai sneered. Mr. Chen makes sense, but there are some things that, in my view, are more important than money. Chen Chuanyang disdainfully chuckled. Face. Human life. They're worthless. Master Wu, I know you used to be in the underworld, talking about loyalty and righteousness, but times have changed. Your ways are outdated. Wuhai looked up, staring at Chen Chuanyang firmly. Mr. Chen, are you insisting on peace? Chen Chuanyang nodded, not giving him any room for negotiation. Fine. I'll agree to peace, Wuhai said in a deep voice, with a hint of reluctance in his words. Chen Chuanyang chuckled, poured him some tea, and said, Ha, that's right. If we fight, both will suffer losses. It's better to compromise and be happy together, right? Rest assured, once you agree to peace, you can leave it to me. The Yis won't dare to harm you, Chen Chuanyang assured. Wuhai stood up, bowed, and said, All right, I'll agree to peace. Wuhai walked away, his posture becoming more dejected, showing a hint of loneliness. Chen Chuanyang watched him leave, shaking his head. As people age, their minds deteriorate. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked in, puzzled and asked, Aren't you helping the Wu family? Chen Chuanyang lit a cigarette, and said, If it were anyone else, helping would be fine. But behind the Yis, there's the second-in-command in Guang City. It's not wise to confront him. To deal with him, we would have to first take down the old man Ji Boan, which is troublesome, the middle-aged man added. It's not worth it for the Wu family, Chen Chuanyang commented. Letting them both step back and make peace is the most appropriate solution. The middle-aged man nodded in admiration. Mr. Chen is thoughtful. From what Wuhai said, this Ye Fang doesn't seem like an agreeable person. Can he be obedient? Chen Chuanyang exhaled some smoke and grinned. I command, he obeys. At night, in the steel factory complex, Ye Fang had been on sick leave from school for a week and was resting in bed. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the window. Stinky Fang, why aren't you at school and hiding at home? Came a crisp voice. Ye Fang quickly got out of bed, opened the curtains, and saw Gumuxi standing outside, holding a clothes rack. She pouted and teased him. Hey, little Shi, why are you back? Ye Fang smiled. Gumuxi rolled her eyes and said, Of course, I'm back to see you. Seeing if you're alive. Ye Fang chuckled. These days, he had been busy dealing with company matters, and also because Wuhai had started to take action, so he had to avoid trouble as much as possible. Most of all, he was worried that Gumuxi might get involved. These days have been too busy, and I just wanted to come home to rest. Gumuxi asked in concern, Are you okay? By the way, you still haven't told me who's targeting you. I asked Tishi and the others, but they don't tell me anything. Ye Fang consoled her. It's nothing, just a minor dispute. Don't worry. Gumuxi stared at him and said, Do you think I'm a fool? A minor dispute will land you in trouble. You don't want to tell me. Ye Fang smiled and replied, It's just, I don't want you to worry. Disappointed, Gumuxi said, All right, since you don't want to tell me, I won't ask any more. She knew Ye Fang never wanted her to get involved in business matters, and he wouldn't tell her about any dangers involved. But her intuition was usually spot on, and after the incident with Yan Zubing, she knew that some things were indeed dangerous. Ye Fang always chose to keep the danger away from her and protect her. Anyway, be careful on your own. If anything happens, I'll hold you accountable. Gumuxi warned playfully. Her threatening words amused Ye Fang. This girl, even her concern is different. Ye Fang laughed and teased her. Hey, if you want to hold me, I'm okay with that, as long as it's not more than 7 times a night. Note: this text is partially garbled. Kuky equals, I was serious, and you're joking with me. Next time, don't expect to get out of bed. Kuky blushed and made the most threatening statement. What's with getting out of bed? Suddenly, Li Wen's curious voice came from behind. Kuky, startled, turned around, and saw her mother, Li Wen, entering with a fruit plate. This, Mom. It's nothing. I was just talking to Master Yi about exercising. Yes, about exercising. Kuky's face turned as red as an apple as she tried to explain. Li Wen scolded her. Even with exercise, you shouldn't be unable to get out of bed. Really? Come, have some fruit and take some to fun later, Li Wen instructed. Kuky dryly responded, all right, got it, my dear mother. This fruit isn't even enough for me. I have to share it with that guy. You really love me. Li Wen rolled her eyes and said, you don't even share with your boyfriend. You're really affectionate. Stop being cheeky. Remember to take it to him. With that, Li Wen put down the fruit plate and left the room. She, what delicious things do you have in here? Let me see. Ye Fang called out. Kuky picked up the fruit plate to show him and said, you want to eat? I won't give it to you. Kuky teased. You greedy thing. Kuky closed the curtains, prepared to enjoy the fruits alone. Previously, Ye Fang had eaten alone many times, so sharing a portion was his little punishment. She placed the fruit plate on the table, picked up her plush pig, and sat it on a chair. Come on, little piggy, open up. Kuky waved the apple in front of the plush pig, pretending it was Ye Fang. Oh, you won't open your mouth, then you won't get to eat. Then I'll eat it myself. Kuky took a bite, savoring the taste. You never tell me anything, so now, I have food, and won't share with you. That'll make you crave it. Naya. Kuky made a funny face at the plush pig, feeling quite pleased. If you spill the beans, I'll reward you with a dash of it, alright? Wanna talk? No, still not willing to spill the beans. Kuky caught the plush pig by the neck, shook it, trying to intimidate it, but the plush pig remained silent. Kuky had some fun, let out her frustration, and kicked the plush pig back onto the bed. HMPH, if you won't talk, I won't listen. I'll eat my melon. That stinky fawn is just as stubborn as the plush pig. Kuky murmured as she ate. Q. Ye Fang sneezed inexplicably. Who's bad-mouthing me behind my back again? Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the phone started ringing. Ye Fang answered the call from an unknown number in Guan City. Hello. Who's calling? Hey. Is this Yi, the CEO of Ye Fang Group? I'm Yu Qian, the general manager of NE Group. You have money? I don't know you. What's up? It's Yu Qian. Mr. Chen of our company wants to talk to you about the Wu family's matter. You're from NE Group. In Guan City, Ye Fang squinted, confirming. NE Group's reputation was well known to him, but this was concerning his dealings with the Wu family. Why wasn't NE Group suddenly getting involved? Laughter could be heard from the other end of the phone. Yes, it's the NE Chen in Guan City. Can Mr. Yi spare some time tomorrow at noon? Ye Fang pondered for a moment. Isn't Ye Chen intervening in this matter because he wants to mediate? But can old Wu really talk things out? From Ye Fang's interactions with old Wu, that old guy doesn't seem like someone who easily gives up or retreats. If it's really that easy to let go of grudges, where does the Wu family's reputation stand? Could this be a trap? Ye Fang secretly contemplated, but decided to first see what Ye Chen's intentions were. And Ye Chen personally sent an invitation, giving Ye Fang some face. Alright, where and when? Ye Fang replied. Tomorrow at noon, let's have lunch at the White Swan Hotel. Ye Zong can rest assured. Yu Qian on the other end of the phone said. No problem, Ye Fang responded. After hanging up the phone, a gleam of light flashed in Ye Fang's eyes. Regardless, if Wuhai happens to be there, this is a rare opportunity. If an Ye Chen appears to make peace, Ye Fang won't accept it. Once Wuhai starts to trap him to death, the enmity between the two sides can no longer be resolved. There's only a fight to the death with no other possibility. Those who achieve big things must have a ruthless heart. The next day at noon, at the White Swan Hotel, the sky was drizzling lightly, with pedestrians hurrying on the roads. A black Chevrolet sedan pulled over on the side of the road. Inside the car, Ye Fang made a call. Camel, you can hand over the person to Officer Zhou now. Okay. EJ, that kid now only wants to cooperate with us. Even if we sent him back, he wouldn't dare. Haha. Camel laughed. Then make sure he cooperates well. At least he can keep his life, Ye Fang replied coldly. After hanging up, Ye Fang made another call to Wan Tai. Tai-zi, you immediately let Cao Yan go to the city news office and confess voluntarily, or we'll report it ourselves, and by then there will be no room to maneuver. Got it, Yizhe. Also, gather all the information on Guo Wu neatly and hand it over. It's time to close the net. Heh. Okay, I'm already prepared. Wan Tai chuckled in response. After hanging up the phone, Ye Fang turned to Han Ping'an beside him and said with a smile, Ping'an, inform Siwan and the others to prepare. I don't want any members of the Wu family around the hotel. If there are, then we'll act immediately. Han Ping'an nodded and responded, yes, Yizhe. I'll send a message to Siwan. They have already gathered early in the morning. Yizhe, do we need to use Anlu Group's people? Should we bring Big Head too? Ye Fang lightly laughed, no need. Big Head and his group still lacked the efficiency of Siwan. Letting them take action might cause chaos, and by then, Officer Zhou might have to come find us for a chat. Han Ping'an chuckled and said, that's true. All right, let's go. With just the two of us attending today, they wouldn't dare touch us. Ye Fang waved his hand. The car started and pulled into the White Swan Hotel, stopping in front of the entrance. There were more than 10 men in black suits stationed at the entrance of the hotel, preventing other guests from entering. Hello, sir. The hotel is closed today. A man in a suit stepped forward. Ye Fang lowered the car window and calmly said, I am Ye Fang. Oh, Mr. Yi, please come in. The man opened the car door. Ye Fang got out of the car, glanced around, and smiled. Any group is quite generous. Did they actually book the entire White Swan Hotel? The White Swan Hotel is an important venue for hosting foreign guests, usually not available for private bookings. Booking the entire hotel isn't expensive, but more importantly, it requires connections to do so. Truly worthy of an Yi Chen. Choosing this location demonstrates his power. Let's go. Lead the way. Ye Fang adjusted his suit and smiled. Mr. Yi, this way, please. The man gestured. Ye Fang and Han Ping'an entered, passing through the lobby, and arrived at a large private room. The man opened the door and said, Mr. Chen, Mr. Yi is here. Ye Feng's gaze fell on the man sitting in the main seat in the private room. This man appeared to be around 30 years old, handsome, with combed back hair, giving off a scholarly air. Ha ha. Welcome, Mr. Yi. Seeing you in person, you are indeed promising. The man stood up to greet Ye Fang. Mr. Chen, you are too kind. Ye Fang smiled, confident and composed. Chen Chuanyan looked Ye Fang over, noting his lack of awe towards him, which made him smirk. Young and arrogant, not knowing the depth of the world. Mr. Yi, please have a seat. Chen Chuanyang didn't offer a handshake, just sat down directly and gestured for Ye Fang to sit opposite him. This was entirely an authoritative stance towards a subordinate, not treating Ye Fang as a guest. Ye Fang didn't mind and sat across from him with Han Ping'an. Glancing sideways, he also noticed Wuhai sitting on Chen Chuanyang's left. Wuhai was leaning on a cane, staring coldly at him without saying a word. Ye Fang didn't show any weakness either, sitting relaxed with his legs crossed, indicating that he didn't consider Wuhai a threat. Waiters began serving food and drinks one after another. Chen Chuanyang chuckled. Mr. Yi, though it's our first meeting, no need for formalities, be at ease. Ye Fang remained calm. Mr. Chen, I'm not hungry, so I won't eat. If you invited me, just say what you have to say. Both of us are smart people, no need to beat around the bush to speak plainly. Ye Fang could already guess Chen Chuanyang's intentions from his attitude since entering the room. Chen Chuanyang indeed came to mediate, not asking for peace, but using his power to pressure Ye Fang to shake hands with Wuhai. Chen Chuanyang took a sip of red wine and said, since Mr. Yi put it that way, I won't beat around the bush. I invited you both here today for one thing. It's said that old grudges should be resolved, not intensify. There are no eternal feuds in this world, only eternal interests. Mr. Yi is a rising star in the Guanxi market. West Feng Group is expanding rapidly, and your entry into the shipping industry is understandable. However, sometimes, when you expand, you may tread on others' interests. You must consider this carefully. I have known Mr. Wu for some time now. I've also heard about what happened between you. I don't think it's necessary. We can all make money together, no need for intense rivalry, right? Chen Chuanyang's words were well-structured, speaking with the tone of an elder advising a younger one, seemingly understanding Ye Fang's expansion plans. However, in reality, it was a show of authority. He also indirectly pointed out his relationship with Wuhai, applying pressure on Ye Fang not to go too far in their conflict. Ye Fang couldn't help but chuckle, daring to speak like this based solely on the reputation of an Ye Chen, more arrogant than me even. Mr. Chen, your words, though logical, are a little out of place. If you know the details, you should know that I was nearly killed by Wuhai's people before, right? Hey. And you now tell me to let it go. Chen Chuanyang frowned. I know, but that's all in the past. We must look forward. Ye Fang, I know you have Rubo went behind you, but that won't change my decision. Chen Chuanyang, only look at interests. In simple terms, if your fighting affects the interests of my Ye group, you're my enemy. Chen Chuanyang's address to Ye Fang had changed from Mr. Yi to Ye Fang, calling him by his name directly, completely disregarding Ye Fang's status. Furthermore, his words were a warning. If Ye Fang refuses Chen Chuanyang's request for reconciliation, then he becomes an enemy of Ye group. This was a blatant threat. Facing Chen Chuanyang's strong attitude, Ye Fang instead sneered. Mr. Chen, I don't want to be enemies with the Ye group, nor do I have the intention, but that doesn't mean I have to listen to your advice. Don't forget, this is in the mainland, in Guangxi, not Hong Kong. Ye Fang spoke calmly and confidently. Chen Chuanyang found this amusing. Ha ha, so what if it's in Guangxi? Young man, I know you have backing in Guangxi, but let me advise you, there are always higher mountains beyond the mountains. I just don't want to handle this matter in a more troublesome way. Ye Fang took out a cigarette and smiled. Mr. Chen, sitting here, it seems like I'm not the only one not interested in making peace. With that, Ye Fang glanced at Wuhai. Chen Chuanyang turned to look at Wuhai. Old Wu, tell me your attitude. Wuhai raised his hand to look at his watch, and said coldly, there's nothing to talk about between me and Mr. Yi. Chen Chuanyang furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Wuhai had agreed to negotiate yesterday. Why did he suddenly change his mind today? Wuhai, are you getting old? Think carefully before speaking. Chen Chuanyang's tone held a hint of anger. Wuhai first made a gesture of respect towards Chen Chuanyang, then continued, Mr. Chen, my Wu family has cooperated with you for many years, and though I may not have achieved much, I have put in hard work. When the Ye group expanded its trade line from Hong Kong to the mainland, I played my part. We have been working seamlessly all these years, sharing both the benefits and burdens, making money together. Previously I followed the arrangements of the Ye group, but this time, there is no room for negotiation. I have sailed ships all my life and have seen all kinds of storms. The Pearl River Delta is a place where I have poured half of my life's effort into. I cannot allow others to intervene. Moreover, my daughter has become a widow now, my grandson has lost his father, all thanks to Mr. Yi. My good friend Zheng Dao Shen also died because of him. This enmity is irreconcilable. Either he dies, or I perish. Wuhai's eyes were starting to redden as he stared fixedly at Ye Fang. In the face of Wuhai's anger, Ye Fang remained calm. He blew out a smoke ring and said, Old Wu, you have lived to a ripe old age, so old that you've reached the point of no return. Everything follows the law of cause and effect. If my fate hadn't been lucky, it might have been me dead. With that, Ye Fang slammed on the table and questioned, You damn bastard, is my fate not fate? And, in the world of business, anyone can do business. If others can do it, so can I. If the bandits can come, so can I. When did the shipping in the Pearl River Delta become a garden for your Wu family? What a joke. The two men confronted each other, unwilling to give in. The atmosphere was filled with the strong scent of gunpowder, as if a spark could ignite a powder keg at any moment. Chen Chuanyang glanced at both of them, and felt that today's situation would probably not end well. Wuhai had agreed to negotiate yesterday, but today he changed his mind, perhaps to settle the scores using this opportunity. Realizing this, Chen Chuanyang looked around. Besides Annie's people in the compartment, there were also bodyguards brought by Wuhai, but there were no people accompanying Ye Fang. Chen Chuanyang snorted, leaned back in his chair, and said, It seems like I won't be able to mediate this today. Wuhai tapped his walking stick on the ground and said, Mr. Chen, thank you for everything today. If the Ye group suffers any loss, my Wu family will take full responsibility. Chen Chuanyang shrugged, indifferent. Wuhai, since you say so, then there's nothing more for me to say. I will no longer interfere in the matters between you two. Initially, Chen Qianyang had thought to help Wuhai, but he didn't expect to be played by Wuhai today. This was what he disliked the most. The Wu family was no longer trustworthy. However, Wuhai dared to use him, indicating he might have already prepared for the worst. Wuhai looked at Ye Fang, tapped the table, and said, "Mr. Ye, it's quite courageous of you to come here knowing that I won't negotiate." Ye Fang flicked the ash off his cigarette and smiled. "Why wouldn't I dare? Wherever I go, who can stop me? You. Old Wu can't either." Wuhai snorted. "Arrogant young man, today will be the last lesson you learn in your life." With that, Wuhai picked up a cup on the table and smashed it on the ground. Crash! The door was pushed open, and a group of police officers rushed in, arresting all of Wuhai's men. "Everyone, stay where you are and don't move," shouted Zhou Guofeng loudly. Wuhai, upon seeing Zhou Guofeng, was even more shocked and despaired as his eyes held only a hint of hopelessness. Zhou Guofeng walked up to him and coldly said, "Wuhai, you are suspected of multiple illegal activities. Come with us." Zhou Guofeng took out the arrest warrant and presented it to Wuhai. "We have decided to file a case against you for investigation and take compulsory measures. Please cooperate." Wuhai was dumbfounded, especially at the sight of the document. "No, I want to see your chief. I want to see your chief." Wuhai angrily slammed his dragon-headed cane on the ground, his eyes red with anger. Zhou Guofeng coldly said, "You have no chance. Based on your old age, will you walk by yourself, or will we escort you out?" Wuhai stared at him intently and asked, "What evidence do you have? Kanggu has already confessed to all your criminal activities. Don't struggle fruitlessly." Zhou Guofeng sternly shouted, "Kanggu." Wuhai shuddered and sat down heavily on a chair. Kanggu wouldn't betray him for no reason, and its people wouldn't betray him like this. An idea flashed through his mind instantly. He suddenly turned to Ye Fang and exclaimed, "It's you. It's you." Ye Fang raised his hands innocently and smiled. "It's not related to me. Maybe Kanggu, maybe had a change of heart? Who knows for sure, right? You've made your own bed. Now lie in it. For doing so many heartless things, you will face consequences." Wuhai slammed the table in anger and stood up. "Ye Fang, you traitor." Ye Fang sneered and said, "You can't even save yourself. Take care of your own well-being. Exercise more in prison. Stay healthy. But you might not live to see the day of release." Wuhai, enraged by Ye Fang's taunts, shook with anger, his face flushed. Theft. The overwhelming emotions caused Wuhai to spit blood on the spot, collapsing in despair on the chair. Suddenly, another group of people rushed in, wearing administrative jackets with badges on their chests. "Wuhai, we have received reports implicating you, Guo Wu, Cao Yang, and others in bribery, illegal project contracts, and other illegal activities. Please come with us for questioning." Kuwei Ke stepped forward, speaking seriously. Cao Yan. Wuhai was even more confused upon hearing this name. He never expected Cao Yan to be investigated as well. "Could it be?" Kuwei Ke said gravely. "You don't need to deny it. Cao Yang has voluntarily confessed and provided evidence of your bribery. The evidence is irrefutable." Zhou Guofeng chuckled. "Wuhai, it seems you have quite a list of charges against you. Shall you take him away?" "Yes, boss." "Shall you?" With two policemen, handcuffed Wuhai and then carried him away directly. Kuwei Ke approached Ye Fang, extending his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Ye, for doing a good deed for Guanxi City." Ye Fang shook his hand firmly, speaking earnestly. "It's every citizen's duty." Kuwei Ke smiled, nodded in acknowledgement. "The old leader didn't misjudge you. I have more matters to attend to, Mr. Ye. I will definitely invite you for a meal another day to show my gratitude." "No problem. Looking forward to it any time." Ye Fang agreed with a smile. After Kuwei Ke left, Zhou Guofeng glanced at Chen Qianyang, who remained calm in his seat, and then at Ye Fang. "Mr. Ye, are you satisfied now?" However, Ye Fang surprisingly congratulated back. "Of course, I can already congratulate Officer Zhou on his promotion." Zhou Guofeng snorted and walked away, ordering Wuhai's subordinates to be taken away. However, there was no joy on his face about his upcoming promotion. He felt manipulated by Ye Fang in this matter, but had no evidence. The mastermind behind the entire event was likely Ye Fang, but he was helpless. This feeling of suffocation resulted in him not feeling the excitement one would expect after cracking a major case. After Zhou Guofeng and the police left, only Ye Fang, Han Ping'an, Chen Qianyang, and his men remained in the compartment. Chen Qianyang sat clapping his hands, saying, "That really opened my eyes." He felt no sadness about Wuhai being taken away, only awe at Ye Fang's ruthless and clean methods. It seemed he had underestimated this young man before his eyes. "Mr. Chen, everything is resolved now, right?" Ye Fang shrugged casually. Chen Qianyang nodded and asked, "Yes, it's resolved. Wuhai is in big trouble now. But what about my and Ye Group's business on the mainland? How do you think we should handle it, Mr. Ye?" Towards the end of their conversation, Chen Qianyang's tone turned cold. Wuhai could lose, but he shouldn't be completely ruined. If something happened to the Wu family, it would affect the interests of the Ye Group. Ye Fang propped his hands on the table, staring at Chen Qianyang and smiling. "Many people can do business. Why does it have to be Wuhai?" Chen Qianyang narrowed his eyes. It's possible. It depends on whether you have the ability to take over the Wu family's share." With those words, Chen Qianyang stood up, adjusted his suit jacket, and said with a smile, "Mr. Ye, we will meet again. You are an interesting young man. I like you very much, ha ha." Chen Qianyang laughed heartily a few times and then left with his people. After everyone left the compartment, Han Ping'an asked quietly, "Brother Fan, should we do business with these folks from Hong Kong? I feel that this person lacks any sense of human compassion." Wuhai just said they've been long-time partners or old friends, yet now that Wuhai's been arrested, he doesn't care at all. Ye Fang took out a cigarette, offered one to Han Ping'an, and said, "Chen of Yi is just like that. He only considers profits, not relationships. I do intend to do business with them. Establishing a connection with Hong Kong would be beneficial for us." Ye Fang lit his cigarette, sat down, and reflected. Hong Kong serves as a bridge for mainland and foreign capital flow, as the essential financial hub in East Asia. Our West Maple Group is planning to establish a finance division next to create our financing platform, which cannot be achieved without Hong Kong. Han Ping'an was moved by this idea, unable to contain his excitement. Establishing a private bank was something he hadn't dared to think about before. "Brother Fan, that would require a lot of money, right?" Ye Fang nodded, smiling. "Registered capital of no less than $100 million, passing HKMAS certification, and obtaining a CPB permit. With a financial platform, we can borrow strength from others, using foreign capital to nurture our semiconductor industry. If the entire semiconductor industry chain isn't functional, we will be at the mercy of the West in the future." Han Ping'an's expression turned serious as he nodded, grasping the significance of this endeavor. "Brother Fan, how do we handle Wuhai's industry?" A gleam passed through Ye Fang's eyes as he said, "Eat up everything that can be useful. Without the Wu family in the Pearl River Delta, the West Maple Group will have the final say." Nightfall. Inside the police interrogation room. The room was dimly lit, with a lamp casting a light on the weathered face of Wuhai Kang, making him appear even more haggard. His eyes were lifeless as he stared blankly at the light on the table. Across the glass, Zhou Guofeng watched him, his brow furrowed. "Has he been like this the whole time?" Ziliu shook his head helplessly. "Since he came back, I've interrogated him several times, but no reaction." "Boss, it's up to you now." Zhou Guofeng snorted. "Come with me to see." He turned and walked out, opening the door to the interrogation room. Zhou Guofeng sat opposite Wuhai Kang, tapped the table, and said, "Wuhai Kang, don't think that your silence gives you an advantage. The evidence against you is solid as a rock. If you continue to be uncooperative, the conviction will be harsher. If you cooperate and confess voluntarily, the judge might consider your attitude. Given your age, they might be more lenient. It's your choice." Wuhai Kang slowly came back to his senses, raised his head to look at Zhou Guofeng, and self-mockingly asked, "Officer, considering my charge, how many years am I looking at?" Zhou Guofeng remained silent for a moment before replying, "Death penalty, with a stay of execution." Wuhai Kang self-mockingly smiled again and said, "Well, do you think my old bones can last for how many more years?" Zhou Guofeng frowned, scolding, "Don't change the subject. Confess voluntarily." Wuhai Kang sighed, lamenting, "Thinking about my years on the ship, facing countless storms and waves, I never expected to end up falling into the hands of a young man. I can't accept it. I can't accept it." Zhou Guofeng coldly remarked, "Wuhai Kang, you picked the wrong opponent in Ye Fang. However, this is your own doing. Wuhai Kang's eyes were bloodshot, questioning, "Officer, in life, one always fights for various interests, struggles to the bitter end. I, Wuhai Kang, won most of my life, just didn't expect to lose this time. One day, even Ye Fang will lose." Zhou Guofeng tapped the table. "It doesn't matter who wins or loses, I don't care, but if anyone breaks the law, then I have to intervene. You, Wuhai Kang, have organized for murder, led an evil gang, and been involved in multiple cases of deliberate harm, illegal project bidding, and so on. A series of crimes." Wuhai Kang looked bleakly, slumping in the chair. Suddenly, he clutched his chest in extreme pain, fell to the ground, as if suffering a heart attack. Zhou Guofeng rushed forward to check on him and then shouted, "Quick, take him to the hospital." Late at night, at the Guangxi Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, in the ward, Wulan tightly held her father's hand, her face full of worrying. Wuhai Kang suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at Wulan. "Are the police outside?" Wulan saw her father waking up and asked anxiously, "Dad, are you okay?" "Answer me," Wuhai Kang said sternly. Yes, the police are outside watching," Wulan replied, a bit puzzled as to why her father suddenly asked. Wuhai Kang sighed, his voice hoarse. "Where's Xiaobao?" "At S house. Wulan replied, but seeing her father lying on the hospital bed pale, she couldn't help but shed tears. Wuhai Kang touched her daughter's head, wiped away her tears, and weakly smiled. "Good. Don't cry." Overwhelmed with sadness, Wulan tightly held her father's hand and wept bitterly. "Dad." Thinking about her father being locked up at his age, her heart ached even more. "All right, no more tears. What's going on?" Wuhai Kang reprimanded sternly. Wulan, scolded, forced herself to stop crying, but tears kept streaming down her face. Wuhai Kang looked at her and asked, "Has Mr. Chen called you?" Wulan shook her head. Heh. Wuhai Kang laughed bitterly. He was deeply trapped in such a situation, and Ye Chen not only did not try to rescue him, but also showed no concern. Business partners, old friends. And Ye Chen was indeed heartless. "Dad, don't worry, I will find a way to get you out soon," Wulan said hurriedly, afraid her father might lose hope. Wuhai Kang chuckled, waved his hand, and said, "No need to look anymore. As long as I'm fine, they might show me some face. Now that I'm in trouble, they will only want to disassociate themselves from me immediately." Heh. "Do you think calling each other brothers can make you true brothers? Especially those in the system. Don't bother looking for them. If you go, they will treat you as a troublemaker." Wulan, eyes widened in anger, said, "But when they took our money, received our gifts, each one patted their chest saying we could rely on them when needed." Wuhai Kang patted her head and said, smiling, "Silly child, you take Xiaobao to Ji province in the future, not staying in Guan province. When I'm not there, no one can take care of you too." Wulan was puzzled. "Dad, what about our business?" Wuhai Kang sighed. "The company should be frozen by now. Deal with what's under your name. Guan province. There will be no more Wu family from now on." With a sense of loss and regret on his face, Wuhai Kang said, "Dad, I will find a way to get you out." Wulan wiped her tears, resolute. Wuhai Kang glared at her, instructing, "Do as I say. Now, go back. Take Xiaobao away from Guan province. Sell all the assets that can be sold." Wulan was about to argue, but under her father's stern gaze, she swallowed her words. "Go. Back you go." Wuhai Kang softened his tone and waved his hand. Wulan, holding back her tears, obeyed, leaving, looking back several times before stepping out of the room. Wuhai lay alone in the ward, with white hair and a weary expression. "Go." Wuhai Kang's hoarse voice echoed. Wulan couldn't help but cry out, covering her mouth with one hand and closing the door with the other, tears flowing. "The visit is over. Please leave." A young policeman walked up to her and gestured for her to go. Wulan felt like a helpless child, wiped her tears, and left step by step. Inside the ward, Wuhai Kang shakily rose from the bed. Without a cane, he pushed himself up from the firstand and slowly walked to the window. He opened the window and watched Wulan leave the hospital and get into a sedan. He watched as the sedan drove away, tears of regret in his eyes. At that moment, he was no longer the tycoon ruling the Pearl River Delta, the boat king Wuhai, but just an elderly man on the verge of the abyss. "May both of you be safe and sound in the future," Wuhai Kang murmured. Heh. Wuhai can die on the ship, in the sea, in the river, but never in prison. The one surnamed Ji, I curse you to meet the same fate as me one day. Ha ha ha. Wuhai laughed crazily. He removed the needle from his wrist, stood on a windowsill, and jumped off. Dang. A loud thud reverberated. Blood splattered on the ground. The sound caught the attention of the guards outside, who opened the room door and hurried to the window. Looking down, they saw Wuhai Kang's body already soaked in a pool of blood. It's a mess. Quickly, inform the boss. Late night at Ye Fang Group. Ye Fang sat on his office chair, turning his head to look at the neon lights outside the window, exhaling a smoke ring. As the smoke curled around, his gaze deepened. The matter with Wuhai had finally come to an end, and next was to completely replace Wuhai. And then, just as Ye Fang was lost in thought, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Ye Fang picked it up and his expression softened. Shi, why aren't you asleep yet? Miss me again? Sleep my foot. Stinky Fun. Where are you? Don't tell me you're still at the office. As soon as the call connected, Bu Muji's loud lion-like roar echoed through. Ye Fang quickly moved the phone away from his ear, feeling a bit guilty. Impossible. I was just asleep. You woke me up. Ah, Stinky Fun. How dare you lie to me again? Open the door and see. Ye Fang's heart jumped. His face paled. No way. No way. Could Gumushi really be outside the door? He quickly got up to open it, but to his surprise, the first thing he saw upon opening the door was not Gumushi's pretty face, but a small white fist. Doom. That fist struck his stomach like lightning. Ouch. Gumushi, you're trying to murder your husband. Aren't you afraid of being a widow? Gumushi walked in with a thermal lunchbox. Humph, you lied to me. You deserve a beating. Beat you to death and find another one. The next one will be better, more obedient. Ye Fang laughed mischievously and approached. Will the next one be as amazing as me? Can they satisfy you? Gumushi blushed. Another fist coming at him. Stinky Fun. I'll really knock you out. Hehe. Don't be angry. Let me hug you. Tired. Ye Fang held her small fist, pulling her into his arms tightly. Smelling the familiar scent on Gumushi, Ye Fang relaxed completely. Shi, why are you here so late? Did you know I missed you? He buried his head in Gumushi's shoulder, murmuring. Gumushi hugged Ye Fang's waist, full of tenderness. Stinky Fun, if I didn't come, how would I know you were still working late in the middle of the night? Look at the time now. Don't you care about yourself? If TC didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known you hadn't eaten anything late at night. When I came over just now, I bought pork, kaful kanji, a late-night stall. Quickly have some. Ye Fang glanced and saw the thermal lunch box that Gumushi placed on the table, feeling warm inside. Shi, so thoughtful. Let's eat together. Ye Fang pulled Gumushi to sit on his lap, holding her waist with one hand and opening the lunch box with the other. When the box was opened, the unique fragrance of the pork, kaful kanji floated out, making Ye Fang's mouth water. He didn't feel that hungry before, but seeing this bowl of pork, kaful kanji, he suddenly felt his stomach grumbling. He took a piece of pork liver with a spoon and fed it to Gumushi. Open your mouth. Gumushi ate without hesitation. Soon, they finished a bowl of kanji together. All right, now that we're full, let's get back to business. Ye Fang wiped his mouth with a tissue, grinning. Gumushi blushed, staring at him in annoyance. You're never serious after eating. I should have let you starve. Ye Fang chuckled. Don't worry. It's the weekend tomorrow. We have plenty of time tonight. Rest assured, I'll make sure you're well fed tonight. Gumushi glanced at a certain place on Ye Fang's body, blushing like an apple. You're such an unserious person. I'm not talking to you. After saying that, Gumushi quickly left the office. Ye Fang couldn't let Gumushi go so easily, his eyes gleaming dangerously as he hurried to catch up. Just as the two arrived at the hotel to delve into a serious discussion, Ye Fang's phone rang. Ye Fang's face darkened instantly. Someone dared to call him while he was in the middle of something important. Unbelievable. Ye Xiao. Answer the phone. Gumushi, blushing, pushed Ye Fang's chest. Reluctantly, Ye Fang answered the call. Ting'an, give me one reason not to beat you up. Ye Fang said through gritted teeth. On the other end of the line, Han Ping'an looked embarrassed. Oops. It seems Funjie is busy. Ahem. Funjie, please don't be angry. I just received news that Wuhai jumped off a building. I also got other news that someone from the Wu family is selling off assets and preparing to leave the city. Funjie, are we just going to let them leave like this? Han Ping'an coughed lightly, trying to appear serious. Leaning against the headboard, Ye Fang sneered. He died just like that. He got off easy. For now, we don't need to pay attention to Wulan's matter. A woman like her can't cause much trouble. Don't do anything unnecessary at this critical moment. Quickly bring the Wu family business into our fold. Ye Fang wasn't surprised by Wuhai's death. Someone as arrogant and self-confident as him would never bow his head and become a prisoner. Moreover, Wuhai had more than one crime to his name. If other senior executives were implicated, it would spell trouble not only for his daughter and grandson, but also for their future. Got it. I understand. Funjie. Han Ping'an nodded, a hint of teasing on his face. Ow. Funjie, I'll let you get back to your business. Knowing Ye Fang's character, Han Ping'an couldn't possibly wait for him to return and deal with him, so he promptly hung up and fled. The night passed without further incident. The next morning at 9 a.m., Ye Fang, asleep, suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. It was as if a huge weight was pressing down on him, making it hard to catch his breath. Opening his eyes, he saw a furry little head on his chest. Looking further down, he saw Gumushi clinging to him like an octopus, not only pressing onto him but wrapping all her limbs around him tightly, sleeping soundly. Ye Fang couldn't help but laugh and cry. What weight? It was clearly a mountain, but he couldn't bear to wake Gumushi up, so he let her stay there, until his bladder was about to explode. Gumushi, if you don't let go, I'll pee in bed. Ye Fang held his head in his hands, looking helpless. Gumushi drowsily opened her eyes, seeing Ye Fang's pain and constipated expression. What? Holding your pee? Why didn't you tell me earlier? She quickly rolled off Ye Fang and wrapped herself in the blanket. Ye Fang could only suffer in silence, thinking it's all because I care about you. Didn't want to wake you up. It's truly good-hearted but taken advantage of. At this moment, he had no energy for banter and rushed to the bathroom. After a moment, Ye Fang came out feeling refreshed, ready to seek revenge for earlier. But he saw Gumushi's phone ringing. It was a call from Li Wan. Gumushi promptly answered. Hello? Mom? Is cousin staying at our place these days? Not feeling well? What happened? Oh, okay then. It's the weekend today, so it's perfect. I'll go back with Ye Xiao in a while. Sumika hung up the phone and turned to look at Ye Fang. Ye Xiao, my mom asked us to come back because we have guests at home. My cousin is here, and she seems to be in a bad mood. I don't know what happened. Ye Fang nodded. All right, after breakfast, we'll go back. It's been busy lately, and it's been a while since we went back. The two of them got up, washed up, had a quick breakfast at the hotel downstairs, and then took a taxi back to the workers' community. When they returned, it was close to noon, and Li Wan had already prepared lunch, waiting for them. Mom and Dad, Ye Xiao and I are back, excitedly shouted Sumika as soon as she entered, especially when she saw the delicious spread on the table, her mouth watering. Welcome back. Perfect timing for lunch. I'm hungry. Realizing the situation, Gu Xingzhan put down the newspaper, smiled, got up from the sofa, and sat down at the dining table. Little Fun is back. Go wash up. We can eat soon. Li Wan brought out the bone soup she had been stewing all morning, and said to Ye Fang with a smile. Got it. I'll go now. Ye Fang responded with a smile. Sumiko immediately became unhappy, pouting her lips. Mom, you are so biased. I'm right here, your beautiful daughter, but you can't see me and only focus on Ye Xiao alone. Li Wan scolded with a smile. I see. Look at you with your complaints. Go wash up and call your cousin to come out and eat. Hehe, you don't understand. This is called a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looks, the more she likes. Ye Fang chuckled, putting his arm around Sumika's shoulder and pulling her to the bathroom to wash up. Sumika twisted Ye Fang's waist. You're making fun of me. Ah, Sumika, you're trying to kill your husband. HMPH. The beginning hasn't even started. Where did the husband come from? Don't be silly. Humph. Say that again. And I'll have my parents come over tonight for the betrothal. And I'll marry you tomorrow. Li Wan and Gu Xingzhan listened to the commotion coming from the bathroom and couldn't help but smile at each other. Auntie, Uncle, is Hishi back? Who is she talking to? Li Lingling came out of the room and, hearing the commotion, was curious. Hi, it's Xia Feng. You've met her when you were little. Li Wan waved her hand nonchalantly, but her eyes were full of smiles. Li Lingling was stunned. Ye Fang, Hishi and Ye Fang are together. When did this happen? Li Lingling was shocked. She had met Ye Fang a few times when she came to Auntie's house to play with Hishi when they were young. but Li Lingling couldn't believe that Hishi would end up with Ye Fang. From their conversation, their relationship seemed quite intimate. When they were having their meal, Li Lingling kept observing Ye Fang discreetly. This made Ye Fang a bit puzzled. Hishi, I'll go home and check on things. I'll come find you later. After the meal, Ye Fang bid his farewell and left. As Ye Fang left, Sumika returned to her room and collapsed on the bed. Seeing this, Li Lingling also lay down beside her. The two sisters hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they chatted for a while. Cousin, my mom said you've been in a bad mood these days. What happened? Sumika turned to look at Li Lingling, looking puzzled. Li Lingling's eyes flickered slightly as she shook her head. It's nothing really, just some family troubles. You know our family situation. Sumika felt a pang of heartache. Li Lingling was her cousin, and they had a younger brother in junior high school. Since they were young, their aunt and uncle had favored boys over girls, and Li Lingling had been mistreated since childhood. When Li Lingling was still in junior high, her aunt didn't care whether she continued her education, and instead made her work in the factory to earn money for her brother's education. This time, Li Lingling probably received some blame at home, which was why she was feeling down. Cousin, why don't you stay with us for a few more days? Tomorrow is my day off, and I can take you around. Sumika flipped onto her stomach on the bed, propping her chin on her hand, her fair legs swaying, very eye-catching. Li Lingling felt touched by Sumika's kindness. However, she declined. No. I came back this time to take a break. I'll have to go back to work tomorrow, otherwise, they'll deduct my salary. Enough about me. What's going on with you and Ye Fang? Auntie mentioned that you two are together now. Is he good to you? Li Lingling couldn't help but ask when she remembered Sumika and Ye Fang's flirtatious behavior at the dining table. Sumika smiled sweetly, nodding, yes. Ye Fang is very good to me. So, how far have you two progressed? That far. Li Lingling suddenly became curious and leaned in with not so good intentions. What do you mean by that? Sumiko was a bit puzzled at first, then her face instantly turned red as she shyly nodded. Ah, cousin, why do you ask that? I'm so embarrassed. Li Lingling burst out laughing, unable to contain her joy. Heh. Tell me quietly, how many times in a night? Sumika's face exploded in embarrassment, turning as red as a monkey's butt. Oh, cousin, please don't ask anymore. It's so embarrassing. Li Lingling couldn't stop laughing, finding it all amusing. Sumika was such a sweet girl, and Ye Fang was quite lucky. But seriously, Sumika, you must be careful. You're still in college. You mustn't get pregnant. Do you remember the story I told you about a big sister from our village? She got involved with a guy from the neighboring village while she was still in school, got pregnant, and eventually had to drop out and go back to have the baby. I heard recently that the man met another woman and didn't want her anymore. Now, she has to work odd jobs while taking care of her child, living a very difficult life. When you graduate and work for a few years, then you can think about these things. By then, you'll have savings, and you can bring up the topic of marriage without being so passive about it. Sumika didn't expect Li Lingling to think that far ahead and consider so much for her. She felt touched by her cousin's concern. Don't worry, cousin, Ye Fang wouldn't treat me like that. He knows his boundaries, and nothing like that will happen before I graduate. Li Lingling finally felt reassured. The two sisters spent the afternoon in the room, having heart-to-heart conversations. But as they talked, Li Lingling suddenly felt some cramps in her stomach. Sumika, I think my period is here. Do you have any pads? Sumika rummaged through the room and realized she had used them up last month. Cousin, should I go buy some for you? Li Lingling declined. It's fine, I'll go myself. You don't know what brand I use. Sumika understood and didn't insist. The next morning, Li Lingling left before Sumika woke up. She needed to go back to work early. Li Wen didn't force her to stay longer either. She made a simple breakfast and planned to clean up the house. While changing the garbage bag in the bathroom, Li Wen suddenly saw something strange in the trash can and was stunned when she took a closer look. It was. Li Wen's eyes widened in shock, and she shouted, Lao Gu, something is wrong. Old Gu, something bad happened. Li Wen shouted, quickly walking back to the room to wake up Gu Xingzhan, who was still asleep. Old Gu, wake up, something big happened. Gu Xingzhan jolted awake, all traces of sleepiness gone in the early morning. What's wrong? What happened? Did the Japanese invaders attack? Li Wen scolded Gu Xingzhan with a glare, Stop joking, I'm talking about something serious. Old Gu. I found something in the bathroom just now, can you guess what it is? Gu Xingzhan leaned against the headboard and couldn't help but chuckle. What good thing could be in the bathroom? Did you find some money? This thing is even more precious than finding money. But before I reveal the answer, you better have your heart medication ready. I'm afraid your heart won't be able to handle the excitement. Li Wan's smile grew deeper, her face full of excitement. Gu Xingzhan also became interested. What is it that's making you so happy? Just tell me, I can handle it. After some thought, Li Wan decided to first take out the emergency medication. Then she revealed the item in her hand like it was a treasure. Old Gu, you have to look carefully. Don't be shocked. Gu Xingzhan took a closer look and saw a thing that looked like a piece of paper in Li Wan's hand. Upon a closer look, he was stunned. This is 2 lines. Pregnant? Whose is this? Yours. You're almost 50. How can you be pregnant? Am I that potent? Li Wan angrily twisted Gu Xingzhan's thigh. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll hit you. I'm already old, and she is almost graduating from university. If I were pregnant, it would be such a joke. Gu Xingzhan looked bewildered. Then suddenly his gaze shifted to Shi's tightly closed room, his eyes widening in disbelief. She is pregnant? I'm going to be a grandfather. Gu Xingzhan was frozen in shock, not moving for a while. Old Gu, don't scare me. Quick, take the medicine. Li Wan realized something was wrong and hurriedly tried to get Gu Xingzhan to take his medication. But Gu Xingzhan brushed off the medicine near his mouth, laughing heartily instead. Oh, I'm fine. I'm just too happy. Ha ha. I'm going to be a grandfather. Ha ha ha. I have a grandchild. Ha ha. Ye Fang is really something. Li Wan looked at Gu Xingzhan as if he were crazy. This old Gu seemed to be overwhelmed with joy. Gu Xingzhan didn't pay attention to Li Wan's expression. He threw off the blanket, got out of bed, and walked around the room in excitement before finally calming down. Wife, Shi and Ye Fang didn't tell us about this. They probably think they're young and still in school, with concerns. I'm afraid they might not want this child, Gu Xingzhan said seriously, but this is Shi's first child, and the first grandchild of our Gu family. We've seen the love between Shi and Ye Fang. We have watched Ye Fang grow up since he was little. I trust Shi to hand over Ye Fang to him. And most importantly, in my old Gu's family, I only acknowledge Ye Fang as my son-in-law. Li Wan nodded. I feel the same way. Ye Fang is the only son-in-law I recognize. I found it while taking out the trash. It was wrapped in paper. If the trash hadn't shaken and revealed a bit, I wouldn't have noticed it. Shi and Ye Fang must have wanted to keep this from us. We need to figure out a way to handle this. Gu Xingzhan thought for a moment. Wife, you go buy more groceries at the market. I'll invite Lao Yi and his wife over for dinner. This is a great event. We should celebrate. Besides, I think Shi is of age now. Getting married is appropriate. And if they are busy with work, they still have us, the grandparents, to help out. Anyway, they shouldn't think they can keep this from us. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Gumuxi was still dreaming when she was awakened by the knocking on the door. Li Wan knocked several times before entering. Seeing Muxi still in bed, her gaze instinctively landed on Muxi's stomach, filled with affection. Muxi, wake up and come eat. I made your favorite food. Your uncle and aunt are here too. Hurry up. And Ye Fang, call him over. Let's have a good meal together. Uncle and aunt are here. I'll get up right now. Muxi was still sleepy and a little confused, but as she heard that Ye Fang's parents were also here, she quickly tried to sit up. Before she could fully sit up, Li Wan pressed her down with a hand. Muxi, you're not like usual now. You can't go back to your old ways. Especially these 3 months. You need to be careful, make small movements, and also, you can't do certain things. You've always been careless since you were a child. When Ye Fang arrives, I'll remind him properly. Li Wan said with a smile. Muxi was puzzled. Mom, what are you talking about? Why should I make small movements in these 3 months? What do you mean by certain things? I'm a bit confused. Li Wan's eyes drifted from Muxi's stomach, scolding with a smile. You child, still trying to hide it from me. I already know. Your dad, your uncle and aunt, we all know. Even though you haven't graduated from university yet, you're an adult. Don't worry. We're very open-minded. We won't disapprove. And with us around, you won't have to worry about a thing. Don't worry. Muxi was even more confused. What does this mean? She only slept for a while. What happened? Alright, enough talking. The most important thing for you now is to get good rest and eat well. You eat first, then go back to sleep. Remember to call Ye Fang. Li Wen finished speaking with a smile and left, closing the door behind her kindly. Muxi was bewildered for a while before opening the window to knock on Ye Fang's window. Muxi shouted loudly, "Z, wake up. Something big happened." Ye Fang, still half asleep, greeted Muxi with a smile. "Morning. Little Muxi, already miss me so soon?" Muxi glared at Ye Fang, a bit annoyed. "Stop being conceited. No one's missing you." "But Ye Fang, I'll tell you something. I feel a conspiracy is afoot." Upon seeing the mischievous look on Gu Muxi's face, Ye Fang couldn't help but laugh. "What conspiracy is this? Let me guess, are your parents plotting to marry you off to me?" Gu Muxi snorted. "You have quite the imagination." "I won't tell you. You'll find out when you get there." Ye Fang wanted to tease Gu Muxi a bit more when the phone on the table rang. To his surprise, it was his mother calling. "Hey son, are you awake? Come over for breakfast." As soon as the call connected, his mother's voice came through, sounding like she was struggling to contain her excitement. Ye Fang was dumbfounded. "Breakfast? Where are we having breakfast?" "Mom, it's early in the morning. Why aren't you and Dad at home?" On the other end of the phone, Meng Xiaoyun burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, son. Don't hide it from us. We already know. Ha ha. Honestly, you're the one who made this mess. You have to take responsibility. Can't let Muxi suffer." "Alright, it's decided. Come over first. We're at your uncle's house. Let's discuss the details together. Hurry up. Don't think about sleeping in." Ye Fang looked at the hung-up phone, still in shock. "What's going on? What did I do? When did I bully Gu Muxi? And why did Mom and Dad go to Uncle Gu's house for breakfast so early in the morning? Is something good happening?" Ye Fang looked at the gleeful Gu Muxi and silently agreed with what she had said. There really was a conspiracy. At 9:30 in the morning, Ye Fang and Gu Muxi sat side by side, facing their parents on the opposite side. With 8 pairs of eyes, the glances were sometimes gentle, sometimes stern, sometimes disapproving, and sometimes smug, occasionally even a hint of pride. But most of the time, the gentleness was directed towards Gu Muxi alone, while the stern disapproval was all on Ye Fang. "Ye Jianjun, you little rascal, come clean. What did you do to Muxi? She's still young. How could you do such a thing? You're worse than a beast. If it weren't for Muxi's face, I would have locked you up already. But you did well. Bravo. Just like your old man. Ha ha ha. Well done, son." Gu Xingzhan. "Ye Fang is a good kid. The more I look, the more I like him. Muxi is really something." She took down Ye Fang in one go. "In the future, Ye Fang will be my Gu family's son-in-law. Look at this kid's spirit. He's sure to do well in the future. Hopefully they'll have twins in 3 years. Then I'll focus on taking care of Muxi and Little Fang's kids. Ha ha ha." Li Wan. Well done. Well done. Muxi has good taste. Now I don't have to worry about some seductress stealing my good son-in-law. Even with just one child we won't have enough to go around. Little Fang, work harder. Strive for more children." Meng Xiaoyun. "Look at these 2 kids, about to become parents. Why are they still so clueless, acting like children, especially you? Ye Fang, you even did something like this. Why haven't you realized yet? Quickly show some responsibility. At least take on the responsibilities of a man." "What? Do you still want to sneakily handle it?" The 4 of them shared a knowing smile. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The rest can wait. Let's settle this first. Ye Fang, how's work recently? How's your studying going? Are you too tired? You look thinner." This morning, Auntie bought fresh pig trotters from the market and stewed them for over an hour for you. Drink more to replenish." Li Wen smiled and took Ye Fang's bowl, scooping up the biggest pig bone and a few large lotus roots, filling the bowl to the brim, even using a spoon to press it down firmly. "Ye Fang, you've grown up in front of us. Muxi is entrusted to you. We're at ease. Muxi has been spoiled by us since she was young. She might make things hard for you in the future. But rest assured, if Muxi dares to bully you, I'll deal with her for you." Ye Fang trembled as he took the bowl almost overflowing with soup. "Oh no, pig bone," feeling completely helpless. "Thank you, Auntie." Ye Fang forced a smile, like the second emoji on your phone. Meng Xiaoyun, seeing this, quickly took Gu Muxi's bowl, wanting to put all the meaty bits from the soup pot into her bowl. "How can we only give Ye Fang, this little rascal, cause such a big issue? I haven't dealt with him yet, And Muxi is the one who's had it hardest. Now that she's pregnant, she needs the most nutrition. She should eat more. Meng Xiaoyun went to the kitchen and fetched an even larger bowl, directly scooping all the meat and bones from Ye Fang's bowl into Gu Muxi's, the 2 full bowls placed directly in front of Gu Muxi. Here, Muxi, eat more. I'll settle with Ye Fang later. Thank you, Auntie. Gu Muxi put on the same smile as Ye Fang, feeling stiff all over. Ye Fang widened his eyes, watching the meat that was supposed to go into his mouth being placed in front of Gu Muxi. Inwardly distressed but dared not speak up, the two quickly glanced at each other, then looked down and drank their soup in silence, neither daring to speak first. But in a place hidden from the parents' view, the two communicated with their eyes. Gu Muxi, Stinky Fang, what's going on today? Why do I feel like I'm on trial by the Supreme Court? This isn't a meal, it's a battlefield. Did you do something bad and got caught? Ye Fang, I have no idea. I've always been good. How could I possibly do something bad? If anyone did anything, it would only be you. Gu Muxi, impossible. I just got back last night. Even if I wanted to do something bad, I wouldn't have time. Be honest, did you secretly do something behind my back? Ye Fang, impossible, I swear. Li Wan, seeing the two of them exchanging glances even over drinking soup, felt even more pleased, beaming. Ye Fang, when are you going to settle things? Ye Fang was confused. Huh? What things? Meng Xiaoyun glared at her son. You child, still trying to hide things from us. We know about it. Don't tell me you don't want to take responsibility. If you dare not take responsibility and let Muxi suffer, see how I'll deal with you. Ye Fang was even more baffled. Mom, what are you talking about? What do you all know? When did I make Gu Muxi suffer? Meng Xiaoyun and Ye Jianjun exchanged a look. Looks like their silly son still didn't know. Of course, Muxi probably found out last night herself and hadn't had a chance to tell this foolish kid yet. Ha ha. Even better. This foolish kid will be the last to know he's becoming a dad. Watching his grandson grow up, he'll be the butt of jokes. Meng Xiaoyun coughed lightly. It's like this. Son, since you're so clueless, your old mom, have to be the one to tell you this earth-shattering news. Brace yourself, you have to be strong. Ye Fang stared blankly at his mother's serious and dignified face, nodding in confusion. Immediately after, Meng Xiaoyun and Li Wan exchanged a glance. The latter quickly took out a box from the cupboard and solemnly placed it in front of Ye Fang. Ye Fang, open it and see, Li Wan said. Li Wan placed a square box in front of Ye Fang, wearing a mysterious smile. At this moment, except for Gu Muxi looking puzzled, the other four people held their breath, their eyes fixed on Ye Fang's face with anticipation. Ye Fang opened it in confusion and saw something wrapped in tissue paper inside the box. Upon unwrapping the tissue paper, he saw a long strip-like object inside, resembling a test strip, perhaps used before. Is this a pregnancy test? Wait, 2 lines. Ye Fang's breath caught in his throat, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at the bright red 2 lines on the test strip. Gu Muxi, pregnant? I'm going to be a father. Ye Fang stiffened and turned to look at Gu Muxi, his eyes wide with shock. Hixi, are you pregnant? I'm going to be a father. Before Gu Muxi could react, Ye Fang stood up and hugged Gu Muxi, jubilant. Ha ha, I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a father. Ha ha ha, I'm so awesome. Ye Fang hugged Gu Muxi, spinning excitedly in place, laughing like a bell ringing. The 4 people at the table all revealed sheepish smiles together, but there was a hint of satisfaction hidden in those smiles. Li Wan, little Fang didn't disappoint me after all. Hixi indeed has a good eye, finding such an excellent partner. The children they have in the future will surely take after little Fang, but just 1 child is absolutely not enough. I must help Hixi take care of her health and let the young couple continue to strive. Ha ha. The 5 people at the table were caught up in joy and anticipation for the future, with Gu Muxi feeling dizzy from all the excitement. Ye Fang, put me down quickly, you're making me nauseous with all this spinning, Gu Muxi said with an unhappy expression, squeezing Ye Fang's sturdy shoulder firmly. Ye Fang screamed in pain and belatedly realized his mistake, hastily putting Gu Muxi down. Hehe, I forgot. I got carried away in my excitement. Hehe. Hixi, you're okay, right? Ye Fang scratched the back of his head foolishly, unable to hide his joy. Gu Muxi shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, feeling like throwing up, all because you spun me around earlier. but she managed to say the last sentence. Auntie Meng heard her say she was dizzy and felt like throwing up, so she rushed over and shielded her protectively, as if guarding a chick. You brat, you were just about to receive my praise, but now you've shown your true colors so soon. Tixie's body is heavy now. If anything happens to her, watch me beat your butt until it's swollen, Auntie Meng scolded, slapping Ye Fang's butt. When we get home, I'll straighten you out. No. I have to train you properly. My bad. My bad. I deserve to be scolded. I got too carried away, Ye Fang admitted, still foolishly smiling. Seeing the situation, Li Wen laughed even more jovially. Ye Fang indeed did not disappoint me. Hixie picked a great partner. We're here for you. Nothing to worry about. Exactly. Ye Fang is now the son-in-law of our old Gu family. If you ruin our son-in-law, you're in trouble. Gu Xingzhang chimed in with a big smile. I wonder what luck this kid has to find such a good backing. From now on, we better not lay a finger on him again, to avoid someone getting mad at us. We're too old to produce a second son-in-law for anyone. Yi Jianjun burst into laughter. Around the table, the four parents joked with each other, spreading laughter throughout the room. Meanwhile, Ye Fang stared at Gu Muxi's still slightly swollen abdomen, already beginning to spin his thoughts around. Having lived for 2 lifetimes now, experiencing fatherhood for the first time felt truly strange. I wonder if the child Hixie carries is a boy or a girl. If it's a girl, she must resemble her mother, and her name would be Deipiao Big Beauty. Yi Xiao, listen to me, you've got it all wrong. Gu Muqi patted Ye Fang's shoulder, his face turning as red as a monkey's butt. Oh my god, how am I supposed to explain this? Heaven above, please send someone to save me. Gu Muqi could already sense an explosion about to happen, but the group of parents in the room remained oblivious. She, my precious daughter, don't say anything, save your strength. Rest assured, with us here, nothing will happen to you or the child, Gu Xingzhang nervously reassured. She, no matter what, we will always put you first. Rest assured, no one will surpass you, Meng Xiaoyun said, as he put on his shoes and draped a coat over Gu Muqi. At this moment, Ye Fang also felt nervous to the point of being on edge. She, close your eyes and rest. No one can take you away from me, no, our child either. Gu Muqi felt Ye Fang tightening his grip on her hand, his heartbeat quickening. It was evident that Ye Fang truly cared about her and the child. Gu Muqi felt touched as warmth filled her heart. But can you let me finish speaking? The situation is really not what you all think. Gu Muqi was almost frantic, shouting, hey, can you all be quiet and listen to me? The child is not Ye Xiao's. The few people inside the house who were busy working momentarily stopped, time seeming to stand still. Sout, Li Wen stepped out of the room and heard this sentence. The documents in her handbag fell to the ground, making a dull sound, leaving her stunned. You. She looked at Gu Muqi in shock, not knowing what to say. Then, her gaze turned to Ye Fang, showing a mix of surprise, guilt, and a hint of sympathy that was hard to discern. Especially towards Ye Fang, she felt that how could this child dye his hair green today? If the child isn't mine, then whose is it? Ye Fang held Gu Muqi tightly, utterly bewildered. In this moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that Gu Muqi has another lover who did this to me? But from what I know about her, she couldn't possibly be that kind of person. Was it for some other reason? Was she bullied? But considering Gu Muqi's violent methods, it would only be her who bullies others. The situation is definitely not that simple. There must be some trickery involved. The others also caught on and turned to look at Gu Muqi. Their expressions were all incredibly complex at that moment. Is this for real? The child is really not Ye Fang's. Meng Xiaoyun asked in shock, his expression even more complicated than Li Wan's, with a hint of loss. If the child is not Ye Fang's, it means there is a problem with their relationship. But looking at the two children, it doesn't seem like that. Could it be that Gu Muqi was bullied without Ye Fang knowing? Meng Xiaoyun simply couldn't believe that Gu Muqi would abandon Ye Fang and be with someone else. He had watched Gu Muqi grow up. She's not that kind of person. After much consideration, this seemed to be the only possible explanation. That rascal Ye Fang couldn't even protect his own wife. Just wait and see how I deal with you. At this moment, Meng Xiaoyun's expression changed once again, looking at Gu Muqi with a mix of pity. Tell auntie, who bullied you. But rest assured, even though the child isn't Ye Fang's, you are still recognized as our daughter-in-law of the Ye family. No matter who the child's father is, We will raise them. Don't feel pressured. Yi Jianjun and Gu Xingzhang stared at Gu Muqi, buried in Ye Fang's chest, with fury rising within them. They both agreed with Meng Xiaoyun's words, knowing that Gu Muqi wouldn't be the type to play around. It must be that she was being bullied. No wonder Gu Muqi didn't tell them about this, and even Ye Fang didn't know about it. Gu Muqi was dumbfounded. Help me. How did things escalate to this point? Although touched, the situation is really not what you all think. Can't you give me some time to explain properly? Dad, Uncle Lee, I know you're anxious, but please calm down first. You misunderstand. The child isn't Yi Xiao's. It's not mine. I'm not pregnant. Afraid that the two would actually go out and fight in desperation for her, Gu Muqi shouted in a panic. This statement made everyone in the room once again pause and look at Gu Muqi in bewilderment. Not pregnant? Then whose pregnancy test stick is that? If you're not pregnant, how do you show signs of a miscarriage? Li Wen stared at the bloodstains on Gu Muqi in a daze, her mind struggling to comprehend. Mom, just stop asking. I'm not pregnant. The situation is not what you think. Feeling another surge of warmth below her, Gu Muqi felt she couldn't wait any longer. Yi Xiao, put me down now. It's happening. Quickly go buy that for me. Gu Muqi held onto Ye Fang's shoulder tightly, feeling extremely anxious, her face completely red, unable to look at anyone else. This is so embarrassing. And of all times, there isn't any left at home. Oh my god. Where's the nearest sink? I need to jump in right now. Oh asterisco. What? Which one? Could it be? Even Ye Fang, clueless as he might look, now realized. He quickly put Gu Muqi down, took off his coat to wrap around her waist, and quickly left. A few minutes later, Ye Fang returned with a black bag in hand. In the living room, the four adults sat on the sofa, looking somewhat unnatural, as if wanting to laugh but holding it back. And Gu Muqi stayed hidden in her room, not daring to come out, fearing another embarrassing situation. Ye Fang pushed open Gu Muqi's room door, only to see her lying on the bed, burying her face deep in the pillow, motionless. Ye Fang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is this little girl pretending to be dead? Although Medley prepared that even if the child in Gu Muqi's belly wasn't his, he was willing to raise it because he loved her too much. But finding out that Gu Muqi didn't dye his hair green, he was still happy. He just knew that little she wouldn't have the heart to do that to him, though. All this was based on Gu Muqi's social death. See ha ha ha. Gu Muqi heard some noise and angrily grabbed a pillow to smash towards Ye Fang. You're still laughing. It's all because of you. I didn't have to embarrass myself like this. Now, I can't face anyone. Just kill me. I don't want to live. I want to leave this planet. Gu Muqi fiercely pressed the powder puff underneath her body, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. She pounded the bedboards with her fists. Ye Fang calmly caught the pillow, trying not to laugh to avoid provoking the little girl's anger again. All right, stop being angry. It's my fault. I misremembered the time. I thought it was still a few days away. Get up quickly. Change your clothes. Your parents and mine are waiting outside. Ye Fang reluctantly said. Gu Muqi stopped all her movements immediately after hearing this, pretending to be lifeless. After about 10 minutes, Gu Muqi reluctantly stepped out of the room. She kept her head down, hiding behind Ye Fang, too scared to look around. Even without looking, she could feel the 4 pairs of eyes staring at her. Gu Muqi almost cried without tears. Oh my, why hasn't this long day ended yet? No, why hasn't this world come to an end? Ye Fang suppressed her laughter, holding Gu Muqi's hand tightly and guiding her to sit on the other side of the sofa. Gu Muqi continued to play dead. Li Wen couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Muqi, it's all because Mom didn't understand clearly and made the wrong decision. Misunderstanding you and Ye Fang. Do you have a stomachache? Mom made ginger soup for you. Go have some. Gu Muqi's face turned red at the mention of ginger soup, recalling the embarrassing scene earlier. Mom, don't talk about it. Just kill me. Gu Muqi lowered her head, blushing. All right, girls have thin skin. Stop talking. Meng Xiaoyun said with a smile to Li Wen. But it's a good thing that Muqi doesn't have a child yet. After all, she's still young and studying. When she grows up a bit and all aspects of her health are good, then it's not too late to have a child. We were too excited just now, causing trouble for Muqi. Meng Xiaoyun continued. In those 10 or 20 minutes just now, she had thought it over. If Muqi is really pregnant, then they should consider getting engaged as soon as possible. giving Muxi a guarantee. Even if Muxi's child is not from Ye Fang, the old Ye family is willing to accept it, as they only recognize Muxi as their daughter-in-law. If Muxi is not pregnant, then they will consider having children after both students graduate. Everything will be based on Muxi's wishes. Meng Xiaoyun's apology made Gu Muxi a little embarrassed, and she quickly said, "Aunt, it's okay. It's my fault for not explaining clearly and causing this big misunderstanding. Ye Fang and I haven't considered marriage and having children yet. We will think about it after we graduate from university. But don't worry, Ye Fang and I are fine. So don't be in a hurry." Gu Muxi felt as if after she finished speaking, all her parents breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Especially her own parents, who breathed a huge sigh of relief. Gu Muxi was speechless. "Oh, my parents, are you so afraid of me breaking up with Ye Fang? But speaking of which, if it's not Muxi who's pregnant, then who is it?" Looking at the pregnancy test stick still on the table, Ye Jianjun asked in confusion. Then he seemed to realize something, teasing Glucose Zhang with a laugh. "Lao Gu, I really didn't expect it. You're still going strong at your age. Are you planning to give Muxi a little brother?" Li Wen felt a little embarrassed at the comment. "That's not true. How could Muxi have another sibling? Muxi is almost getting married. Adding another child, it's not good if others find out. I was just thinking about this. The problem should be with Ling Ling." Gu Muxi immediately thought of yesterday afternoon, when Li Lingling mentioned going out to buy something. It must be a visit from relatives. How could it be possible for her to be pregnant when relatives are visiting? "Mom, that's impossible, right? If cousin is really pregnant, why didn't she tell us? And also, I never heard that cousin has any romantic relationships. You must have made a mistake." Gu Muxi thought more and more that it was impossible. Based on her understanding of Li Lingling and her family's situation, this was definitely not possible. Her aunt favored boys over girls and always pressured her cousin to marry well and bring more dowry money for her precious son. Her good aunt had already introduced many blind date partners to Li Lingling, so how could she easily let her cousin have a child with someone else? Even if her cousin had a child with a blind date partner, her aunt would be ecstatic and demand a hefty dowry. It's unlikely wrong. The more I think about it, the more I feel that Ling Ling is acting strange these days. She's been in a bad mood for the past few days. It must be because of this. Li Wen shook her head firmly. "Lao Gu, I suddenly have a bad feeling, as if something is going to happen." Li Wen's heart started pounding rapidly, feeling anxious. "No. I have to call Ling Ling. She might do something stupid," Li Wen said, quickly walking over to the phone and dialing Li Lingling's number. Li Lingling had bought a second-hand phone since she started working for Easy Communication. That after calling twice with no answer, Li Wen had to call the factory where Li Lingling worked. It was the manager's phone at the factory, which she had left when she initially introduced Li Lingling to work there. Just in case. "Hello, who is this?" A middle-aged man's voice came through as the call connected. Li Wen hurriedly said, "Manager John, I'm Li Lingling's aunt. I'm looking for Lingling, but I can't reach her by phone. Can you help me call her?" Li Lingling, she took a day off today. She didn't come to work. Li Wen was stunned. Took a day off. "Oh, I see. Sorry to bother you." Hanging up the phone, Li Wen felt even more anxious. Looking at Guanzhong, "Lao Gu, I feel like something bad is happening. This child, she deceived them by saying she was going to work. There must be something she's hiding." Gu Xingzhang comforted. "Don't worry. Maybe Lingling didn't answer the phone because she's busy. She's all grown up, should be fine." While speaking, the phone rang. It was Li Lingling calling. Li Wen quickly answered. "Hello, Lingling, it's Aunt. Where were you just now? Why didn't you answer the phone?" Li Lingling's relaxed voice came through the phone. "Hey, I was in the restroom just now, couldn't answer the phone. Aunt, why are you looking for me so urgently? What's wrong?" Li Wen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "That's how it is. Why didn't you go to work today? I couldn't reach you, so I called your factory. I wasn't feeling well today, had some stomach discomfort, so I took a half day off. Li Lingling hesitated on the phone. Then another cold voice came through. "Patient Li Lingling, your surgery is scheduled for 11:30 in the morning. Go for an ultrasound now and inform your family to sign the consent form." Li Wen tightened. "Lingling, are you at the hospital? You need surgery? Are you sick?" "No. It's not like that, Aunt. I have something to do now. Aunt, I'll contact you later." Asterisk click. Click, click dot dot, asterisk. The call was hastily disconnected, leaving only a busy tone. Gu's family, a group of people sat on the sofa in the living room, watching Li Wen finish her phone call, their expressions tense and complicated. They had all heard the voice on the phone just now, and after all the speculation, it turned out that the one who was actually pregnant was Gu Muxi's cousin, Li Lingling. Wasn't Li Lingling the young girl who had visited the Gu family a couple of days ago? She looked to be in her early 20s, at most a little older than Muxi. How could she be pregnant? Yi Jianjun and Meng Xiaoyun exchanged a glance, momentarily unsure of what to say. Mom, what's going on? It's really cousin Lingling, is she at the hospital? Gu Muxi looked at Li Wen in surprise, then suddenly realized something and her eyes widened. Mom, cousin is going to the hospital. Could it be that she's planning to terminate the pregnancy secretly? Cousin must have secretly gotten a boyfriend without telling her aunt, and accidentally got pregnant, wanting to get rid of the baby quietly before anyone found out. The cousin isn't tall to begin with, and she has to send money home every month, so the money left in her hands must not be much, and she must not be willing to go to a good hospital. In an instant, Muxi's mind flashed with images of those unfortunate girls who die on the operating table or became infertile after miscarriages. No. I have to go to the hospital immediately. Lao Gu, come with me. Li Wen also thought of this and hurriedly got ready to leave. Muxi had wanted to go with them, but Li Wen refused. Muxi, if you're not feeling well today, don't come with us. Besides, you have to rest in the afternoon. With your dad and me here, nothing will happen. Just rest at home. After Li Wen finished speaking, she put on her shoes and went out. Seeing this, Yi Jianjun and Meng Xiaoyun stayed for a while before leaving too. In the room, only Ye Fang and Gu Muxi were left for a while. It's all right, everything will be fine. Ye Fang comforted Gu Muxi by patting her head. Is your stomach hurting? Do you want me to massage it for you? A little. Gu Muxi nodded and lay down on Ye Fang's legs. Feeling the warmth from Ye Fang's palms, Gu Muxi fell asleep in less than 10 minutes. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Gu Zhanshan and Li Wen had not returned. Gu Muxi and Ye Fang decided to go back to school first and have dinner at the school cafeteria. Asterisk. Ding ding ding. Asterisk. During dinner, Ye Fang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Ji Bo's secretary, Bo Zui. Hello, Secretary Bo, Ye Fang said with a smile. Yi, the old leader asked me to follow up on the re-employment of laid-off employees at the steel plant. The old leader cares a lot about this matter. When does West Fund Logistics Park plan to open? Bo Zui asked on the phone. The preparation work for the logistics park is basically completed, and now it's just some final finishing touches, probably in the next few days, Ye Fang replied. That's good. By the way, Yi, does the old leader have time to come over for tea? The old leader has always been thinking of you, and he also wants to discuss the re-employment of laid-off workers, Bo Zui continued. Sure. I was also thinking of finding time to chat with the old leader and thank him for helping me out last time. Ye Fang nodded. All right, that's settled then. The old leader and I will be waiting for you, Yi, Bo Zui concluded. 10 days later, in the residential complex of the Guangzhou unit family, Ji Bowen had been at home watching TV since he came back from exercising in the morning. When Lao Ying came back with groceries and saw Ji Bowen still at home at this hour, she found it strange. Old man, it's the weekend today. Didn't you promise old Li next door to go fishing with him? Lao Ying asked. How are the preparations for opening the business going? When do you plan to open? And can it be successfully opened in the next 2 months? Also, regarding the matter of employee positions, I wonder how many positions you plan to offer to the laid-off workers from the steel rolling plant. If you need extra manpower, just let me know, and I will ask Secretary Bu to assist you. Ji Bowen leaned in close to Ye Fang and anxiously asked about the things that had been concerning him these days. It was evident that he was truly anxious. Gu Zui nodded as he listened. Yes, President Yi, if there's any assistance needed, please speak up quickly. The old leader is very concerned about this matter and has been urging me to follow up. Ye Fang chuckled wryly. Old leader, please don't be in such a hurry. The main reason I came over today was to discuss these matters with you. It's like this, Ye Fang Logistics Park has completed its basic construction, with over 1,300 positions available. Among them, there are over 1,000 positions reserved for the laid-off workers from the steel plant, And these positions are all basic back-end roles with low educational and technical requirements. At the same time, I've already arranged for technical training for the laid-off workers before they start their new positions. The training will begin in the next few days, and based on the workers' technical proficiency, we will adjust the positions accordingly, ensuring that we don't give up on any of the laid-off workers. Finally, in terms of opening the business, the logistics park is currently undergoing final adjustments and is expected to open in about a week. Ji Bowen was overjoyed and couldn't help but burst into laughter. We can open so soon. Wonderful. Having over 1,000 positions is enough to accommodate all the laid-off workers from the steel plant. With this, I can consider this matter settled. Ye Fang, you are really considerate. Ji Bowen patted Ye Fang's shoulder, becoming increasingly satisfied as he looked at him. The laid-off workers from the steel plant generally have low education levels, but the re-employment training you've organized is very timely. This way, the laid-off workers won't have worries about re-employment. Well done. Ye Fang modestly smiled. It's what I should do. When the logistics park opens, I will ask the old leader to help with the ribbon cutting. Ji Bowen nodded as he laughed. Ha ha, I won't miss such an important moment. Ye Fang, you can rest assured that I will be there. With Ji Bowen's promise, Ye Fang finally felt at ease. Although Ye Fang Logistics Park was his personal business, it was also a key supported project from higher authorities. With Ji Bowen, the top leader of the city, participating in the ribbon-cutting ceremony, it would greatly enhance the park's reputation and credibility. While they were talking, Lao Ying walked out of the kitchen carrying dishes, seeing the three of them chatting on the sofa, occasionally whispering and laughing. She smiled knowingly. Old folks, don't just talk about work. It's lunchtime already. Let's eat and chat. And Ye Fang, Xiaobu, both of you come and eat together. It's the weekend. Don't just focus on work. Take a break and relax. Don't make yourselves too tired. Ji Bowen laughed. Look at me. Busy talking about work with you and forgot about lunchtime. Come on. Let's eat first and then continue the discussion. Ye Fang nodded with a smile. All right. Thank you, old leader. I will not hold back then. DRIZZLE followed Ye Fang, smiling cheerfully as he stood up. Old leader, I won't hold back either. Ah. Auntie's cooking is so delicious. I'm enjoying this meal today thanks to President Yi's blessings. I must eat more. Always so talkative. Go wash your hands. Ji Bowen jokingly scolded and took a seat first. The three of them ate and chatted, with Ji Bowen asking Ye Fang many detailed questions about the logistics park, and Ye Fang answering them to his satisfaction. The meal went on for over an hour, a delightful exchange, with several bottles of wine consumed. After the meal, Ye Fang sat and drank 2 cups of tea before calling Wang Tai to help with the car. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of Ye Fang Logistics Park's opening. The park was lit up and decorated, filled with joy and festivity. Many well-known businessmen from the city were present, and even some uninvited guests came to witness the leadership of Ye Fang Group and perhaps establish some cooperation opportunities. About an hour before the ribbon-cutting ceremony began, the lobby of Ye Fang Logistics Park was already bustling with people. General He, the head of Ye Fang Group, is incredibly impressive. Within a year, he has developed the company into what it is now and even established a subsidiary, Ye Fang Logistics Park. I heard that Ye Fang Logistics Park is a key supported project from higher authorities. I wonder what the mysterious leader behind this has in mind. Such capabilities are truly remarkable. A young man in a suit followed a middle-aged man, exclaiming with admiration as they looked around. Hebei Chenjun, with a black briefcase under his arm, snorted lightly at the comments. Little Chen, you still lack sensitivity to the market. The leader of Ye Fang Group is not just impressive, he's the real uncrowned king of the city. Do you think his industries are limited to this? Have you heard about the recent incident with ship king Wuhai? From what I know, this legendary leader has absorbed Wuhai's industries comprehensively and enthusiastically developed a maritime transport business. In other words, the next ship king will be this legendary founder of Ye Fang. Secretary Chen gasped in shock, his face full of disbelief. The next ship king? Wow. That's so impressive. So, who exactly is the boss of Ye Fang Group? The image of a stern and cunning elderly man flashed in Chen's mind. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, his methods are ruthless, as evidenced by the remarkable achievements he has made in such a short time. If we could meet him today and strike up a conversation, it would be a game changer. If we could secure 1 or 2 collaborations with him today, our company's future prospects would be bright. Hebei Chengjun owned a traditional department store, but had been facing losses over the past year or two due to the rise of the electronics industry. If he couldn't attract investments or find new cooperation opportunities, he might have to close down. Hebei Chengjun knew that to revitalize and survive in the market, he needed to reform his business operations, such as venturing into e-commerce. However, lacking expertise in e-commerce, he pinned his hopes on Ye Fang Group. If he could reach one or two collaborations with Ye Fang Logistics Park, he could easily sell their products. Oh, General He, look, isn't that Deputy Factory Manager Gu Xingzhang? Chen pointed at a middle-aged man walking in through the gate, asking with surprise. Hebei Chengjun looked over and saw Gu Xingzhang and a few others entering. Looking around, Deputy Factory Manager. The steel plant closed down long ago. It's embarrassing for them to show up dressed like that. Hebei Chengjun sneered, feeling somewhat gratified seeing his old friend down on his luck. Oh, isn't this our Deputy Vice Factory Manager Gu? He Chengjun laughed and walked over to Gu Xingzhang and a few others, but his smile looked insincere no matter how you looked at it. Gu Xingzhang heard the voice, raised his head and looked. The smile on his face suddenly faded. Boss He, what brings you here? He Chengjun laughed and teased. Don't be like this. We're old classmates. Why do you put on a serious face as soon as you see me? The two were indeed old classmates, high school classmates to be exact, but there was another layer of relationship, that is, high school rivals. Back then, Li Wen was the school's beauty, with many admirers, He Chengjun being one of them, but in the end, it was Gu Xingzhang who won her heart. Later, He Chengjun couldn't stand it and even got into a fight with Gu Xingzhang, but he couldn't win, so they had a grudge against each other, even unable to resist exchanging a few taunts during class reunions. Now that He Chengjun saw Gu Xingzhang's factory close down and him losing his job, he naturally felt happy. 3 people following Gu Xingzhang were surprised to see a well-dressed big boss actively greeting Gu Xingzhang. Brother Gu, what does this boss do? A middle-aged man named Sun Jipeng asked. He's the general manager of Guangming Department Store, Gu Xingzhang replied, indifferently. He Chengjun chuckled. Vice Factory Manager Gu, did you come to the logistics park opening today to look for a job? Found one? It's not easy to find a job these days. If you're out of work and can't find one, you can come to me. We're old classmates. We should take care of each other. If you come to my company, I'll at least arrange for you to be the chief security officer. Gu Xingzhang rolled his eyes and said, He Chengjun, are you so happy to see me lose my job? Why don't you take a look at yourself now? Oh, I'm not joking with you. I'm serious. He Chengjun shrugged and pretended to be misunderstood. Sun Jipeng sensed the tension between the two and quickly intervened, saying, General, he has good intentions. We are waiting for the arrangement at Ye Fang Logistics Park now. According to the city leaders, the workers at our third rolling steel mill can choose to be laid off and re-employed at Ye Fang Logistics Park. Most of the workers in the mill have started pre-job training. With the leaders' concern, we have arrangements. Hearing this, He Chengjun showed a hint of surprise. Oh, I see. Deputy Vice Factory Manager Gu seems cheerful, so he must have found new employment. Unloading at the logistics park or moving stuff. Gu Xingzhang gave him a stern look and said, He Chengjun, stop being insincere with me. I'm frustrated today. Leave me alone. I don't have time to argue with you. Oh, still angry? Just making jokes. Why so serious? He Chengjun laughed, feeling even more pleased as he saw Gu Xingzhang getting upset. By the way, old Gu, do you know the owner of Ye Fang Group? Gu Xingzhang snorted coldly. HMPH, I don't know. Even if I do, don't pry from me. All right, I have things to do. Too busy to chat with you. With that, Gu Xingzhang turned and walked away. He Chengjun watched Gu Xingzhang's departing back and chuckled. Little Chen, this guy is narrow-minded. The secretary Chen echoed with a smile. Yes, lacking in tolerance, being a vice factory manager. Re-employment might just mean being a laborer. Come on. Let's go shopping. After teasing Gu Xingzhang, He Chengjun felt pretty satisfied and hummed a tune as they walked. At that moment, a large group of people in administrative jackets suddenly rushed in at the entrance of the hall. Everyone in the hall stopped and turned to look. Oh, Secretary Bu is here. Hello, Secretary Bu. Hello, Secretary Bu. Is Leader Ji here too? Recognizing the influential Secretary Buzui as Ji Bowen's capable assistant, everyone showed respect. A small group approached to greet him, while most just watched from a distance in the hall. He Chengjun recognized Buzui and his eyes lit up. Rumor has it that Ye Fang Logistics Park was spearheaded by the city leaders, offering many benefits to Ye Fang Group to help the workers of the steel mill get re-employed. He had met Buzui twice at industrial and commercial enterprise conferences, not close friends, but they at least had a nodding acquaintance. He needed to quickly pull some strings with Secretary Bu before moving forward. Being the secretary to an elderly leader, Buzui must know the owner of Ye Fang Group, and maybe he could help bridge the connection. With this thought in mind, He Chengjun ran over, warmly shaking Secretary Bu's hand and flatteringly said, "Long time no see, Secretary Bu." Buzui suddenly felt his hand being grabbed by someone. He paused for a moment, unable to recall who was in front of him, but without thinking, he knew for sure that this person must be here to establish a connection. After all, whenever he went out, there were always dozens if not hundreds of such people approaching him, and he had long been used to it. "Long time no see, and you are." Buzui's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. "It's me. I am He Chengjun from Guanming Department Store. We shook hands at the Industrial and Commercial Enterprise Conference last time." "Secretary Bu, you sure have a lot of important acquaintances to forget about me." He Chengjun chuckled, not minding. Buzui put on an appearance as if he suddenly figured it out. "Oh, it's Manager He. Long time no see. Is there something you need from me today?" Manager He, despite acting as if he remembered, in reality, Buzui had no recollection of He Chengjun whatsoever. He had encountered too many small company bosses like He Chengjun before. "Hey, it's nothing important. It's been a while since I last saw Secretary Bu. I just wanted to invite you for a meal and a chat." "Secretary Bu, do you have time?" He Chengjun said, in a flattering tone. "Ah, maybe not recently. I've been busy. Next time, for sure." Buzui neither directly declined nor accepted, maintaining a slick demeanor. He Chengjun had already anticipated that asking Buzui out for a meal wouldn't yield any concrete result. Hearing this, he remained unruffled, still wearing a flattering smile. Blame me. Secretary Bu is busy with work. It's okay even if we don't eat. I mainly wanted to ask Secretary Bu for a small favor. I wanted to have a meal with the boss of Ye Fang Group. You and the boss of Ye Fang Group, we are not very familiar." Buzui understood, realizing that He Chengjun wanted him to help connect. "I see now. That's fine. However, today is the opening day of Ye Fang Logistics Park. I don't think General Yi has time now. Let's do it next time when General Yi is free. I will definitely introduce you to General Yi." "Well, Manager He, I won't hold you up any longer. It's a busy day for me today. Next time, for sure." "Alright then. Thank you, Secretary Bu. I will treat you to a meal next time." Secretary Xiao Chen watched Buzui being escorted away by a group of people and asked, "General He, this guy is clearly just appeasing us." He Chengjun sighed. "Do you think I couldn't tell? But there's nothing we can do. We are not familiar with Secretary Bu. He is a secretary to a city leader. Many people want to connect with him. It's normal that he doesn't remember us. This is the consequence of not cultivating these relationships normally. It seems we'll have to make more effort in the future. Let's go for a stroll." Feeling disappointed for not making a connection, He Chengjun was a bit frustrated. After walking a few steps, he saw Gu Xinzhang chatting happily with a young man in a suit. "Xiao Chen, look at old Gu chatting so happily with someone. Let's go over and see." Feeling unhappy, He Chengjun wanted to find some amusement. Observing Gu Xinzhang's cheerful demeanor, he was curious about the topic of their conversation. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. "All right, let's go see." Gu Xinzhang, Ye Fang, and Wang Tai were strolling around, and they noticed Ye Fang was well dressed. He wondered why they were there since it was a Tuesday. "You two aren't in class today?" Gu Xinzhang approached them, puzzled. "Uncle Gu, we took a day off today," Ye Fang said with a smile. Before he could finish, Gu Xinzhang interrupted. "Oh, I see. You must have taken the day off to attend the opening ceremony of Ye Fang Logistics Park. Not graduating yet, I still think you should keep an eye on such a powerful company in our city these past 2 years. Our steel mill workers were able to return to work thanks to Ye Fang Group." Ye Fang had a strange expression and didn't know what to say. Wang Tai couldn't help but laugh, shaking his shoulders. "Uncle Gu, Actually, you're mistaken. Fun and I came out on leave to do part-time work. You see? We're working as security guards, Wang Tai said jokingly. Part-time work. Gu Xingzhang looked surprised. Oh. I see now. Well, it's good to do some part-time work in your spare time, especially in a reputable company like Ye Fang Group. It'll be good for your future careers. Ye Fang smiled helplessly. Even though what Tai said was correct, they were there to patrol. Wang Tai almost burst into laughter. If Gu Xingzhang found out that his future son-in-law was the big boss of Ye Fang Group, who knew what kind of reaction he would display? Wang Tai was starting to look forward to it. When He Chengjun and Xiao Chen approached, they overheard a conversation about doing part-time work. Old Gu. What's so amusing? Who is this? He Chengjun came over, looking at Ye Fang curiously. Gu Xingzhang rolled his eyes when he saw He Chengjun. Why are you here again? You're everywhere. This is my future son-in-law. I've told you about him but you never recognize him. Now, please leave. Future son-in-law, is your daughter dating someone? He Chengjun was surprised. After closely observing Ye Fang's young appearance and university student demeanor, he made a disapproving nose. Old Gu, I proposed introducing my son Zihao to your daughter last time, and you declined. Now I see why. Are you silly? What future can these university students who haven't even graduated have? After graduation, they would struggle to make a living. How will they take care of your daughter? You should consider breaking up your daughter and thinking about my son. Gu Xingzhang glared at He Chengjun. You stop that. My daughter doesn't like your son. Don't meddle. He Chengjun chuckled. Why are you still angry? Just consider it. My son is better than a security guard. Wang Tai's face darkened. This guy was trying to sabotage them right before their eyes, thinking they were naive. Wang Tai was about to say something when Ye Fang stopped him, smiled slightly, and shook his head. He didn't take this clown seriously. At that moment, a broadcast sounded in the hall. Welcome, all guests, to the opening of Ye Fang Logistics Park. The ceremony will begin in 3 minutes. The ribbon-cutting ceremony is about to begin. Old Gu, why isn't the factory manager you up on stage? He chuckled, teasing Gu Xingzhang. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Gu Xingzhang's face. Since the opening of Ye Fang Logistics Park, many leaders from the district and the city have gathered, making it impossible for him to stand out. HMPH. Whether I go up on stage or not is none of your business. Gu Xingzhang glared at him. He Heojun smirked and teased. Oh, I forgot you're just a vice. And now there's no third steel factory. After attending the opening ceremony, if you end up unemployed, you can contact me. Considering our old classmates' relationship, I'll help you find a job. Gu Xingzhang retorted. The weasel wishes the hen a happy new year, meaning no good. My future is none of your concern. Ye Fang, seeing Gu Xingzhang upset, comforted him by saying, sometimes dogs bite people, but we can't bite back at them. Don't get angry. It's not worth it. He Heojun's face darkened with anger at her words. Damn it. Who are you calling a dog? No manners, no upbringing. Ye Fang smiled and said, apologies, my manners apply to humans only, not certain animals. Gu Xingzhang couldn't help but chuckle. Little Feng really had a sharp tongue. Seeing He Heojun deflated made him smile. Enraged, He Heojun scolded, bastard, who do you think you are calling a dog? No manners, no upbringing. If your daughter hangs out with someone like that, you'll regret it someday. Gu Xingzhang raised his hand. Hey. Little Feng is a model student, the top scorer in the city's college entrance exams, currently attending a prestigious university. She's 100 times better than your prodigal son. He Heojun sneered. What's the use of being a good student if she's destined to spend her life working for others? Nowadays, money is king. Ha ha. Even if she graduates from college, how much money can she earn? What a joke. Wang Tai straightened his suit. It's none of your business how much she earns. Why do you have such a foul mouth? He Heojun cocked an eyebrow at him, disdainfully saying, little punk. What? You want to fight? Wang Tai was about to roll up his sleeves when Ye Fang intervened. Enough, TZ. Violence is beneath us. Let's go and get ready. Gu uncle, we have other matters to attend to. Let's talk later. Gu Xingzhang nodded and said, sure. Go ahead. Take the chance to network. It will help your business. As Ye Fang bid farewell and left, Wang Tai glared at He Heojun, then followed Ye Fang. Kid, He Heojun sneered. Boss, Secretary Bu is coming over. Xiao Chen whispered to him. How? Where? Hyeojun looked around and saw Buzui walking towards them, holding a briefcase. Buzui seemed to be heading towards the high platform, passing by their location. Secretary Bu, hello. Hyeojun quickly put on a smile and greeted him respectfully. Seeing this, Guxingzhang sneered, lackey. Hyeojun heard it but didn't pay it any mind. In this society, whoever has more influence gets flattered. Not knowing how to flatter, like Guxingzhang, means being in middle-age unemployment, never making it big. Hey, General He. What's up? Buzui stopped, then asked. Hyeojun asked in a lowered voice, has the CEO of Ye Fang arrived? The ribbon-cutting ceremony was about to start, and he hadn't seen the CEO's figure yet, so he couldn't help asking. Buzui looked surprised and gave him a strange look. Huh? Didn't you just see him? Huh? I saw him? No. I didn't. Hyeojun became confused, not understanding what Buzui was talking about. Buzui looked perplexed. Weren't you just chatting with him? I saw it from afar. Was he there? Just now. Hyeojun was perplexed and couldn't grasp what they were talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome by applause to the CEO of Ye Fang Group, Mr. Ye Fang. Suddenly, a loud voice came on the speakers, followed by a wave of applause from the audience. All eyes turned towards the high platform. Buzui pointed in that direction. Hey, isn't that the CEO of Ye Fang Group, Mr. Yi, up there? Hyeojun followed his direction, and at the next moment, his eyes widened, stunned and speechless. Damn, it couldn't be true, could it? He was completely numb, as if struck by lightning. The figure in front of him was beyond belief. That kid turned out to be the CEO of Ye Fang Group. A young man in a suit walked up to the platform, a gentle smile on his face, giving off a pleasant aura. Many guests at the event were stunned. No one would have expected that the head of a rising star company, Ye Fang Group, turned out to be a young man in his 20s. It was truly unbelievable. Among the bewildered crowd was Guxingzhang. At that moment, Guxingzhang was petrified and stunned like a statue. Little Fun is the CEO of Ye Fang Group. Huh? Guxingzhang pinched his face. Ouch. He wasn't dreaming. Old Gu, your daughter's companion, is the CEO of Ye Fang Group. Hyeojun slowly turned his head, hardly believing what he was seeing. I just found out. Guxingzhang laughed helplessly. He was shocked, but more than that, he felt proud. Proud of Ye Fang. He had watched Ye Fang grow up from a young age, like a nephew. Now seeing Ye Fang achieve such success, he felt deeply happy and proud. At the same time, he was excited about the future of his daughter Gu Muxi. Hyeojun, are you giving up now? My son-in-law is 100 times better than your son. Ha ha. Guxingzhang laughed heartily. Hyeojun's face turned pale. At that moment, he had no mind to think about these things. It wasn't just giving up. He felt like he was already doomed. Thinking of insulting the CEO of Ye Fang Group, he felt chill run down his spine. Hey, boss. Seems like you're quite familiar with Mr. Yi. Need an introduction? Buzui quipped, leaving Hyeojun standing alone, lost in thought. The idea of receiving favor from Ye Fang in the future chilled him to the bone. Old Gu, in the past, it was me being petty and a jerk. Considering we've known each other for so many years, can you ask your son-in-law to just ignore what happened earlier? Chengzhen's face turned pale as he looked towards Guxingzhang, almost on the verge of tears. Guxingzhang coldly snorted, now you're afraid. You were so arrogant earlier. If you want to apologize, go do it yourself. That's Ye Fang's own business, and I can't interfere. Chengzhen's face fell upon hearing this, feeling his heart sink to the bottom of the valley. On stage, Ye Fang proceeded with a simple welcome ceremony and introduced the West Maple Logistics Park before the ribbon-cutting ceremony officially began. Following closely behind, Buzui walked towards Ye Fang with an elderly man dressed in a dark gray suit. The old man's face was flushed, with a big smile, looking very pleased. Ye Fang, congratulations. I saw everything earlier when I arrived. You've decorated it even better than I imagined. The old man patted Ye Fang's shoulder with a satisfied smile. Ye Fang smiled modestly. Thank you, old leader. But this success is not just mine. It's the effort of all staff at West Maple Group. And also thanks to your support. People were stunned. It's Leader Ji Bowen. No way. Leader Ji actually came to cut the ribbon for West Maple Logistics Park. A gasp was heard among the crowd, leaving everyone in shock. Nobody had expected Leader Ji Bowen to attend the opening ceremony of an ordinary private enterprise, and it seemed like he had a great relationship with Ye Fang. Before the murmurs could die down, to more individuals, and up on stage. The first thing they did was to smile and shake hands with Ye Fang, exchanging pleasantries. He Chengjun stood in the crowd, staring blankly at the two on stage, feeling a sense of familiarity, but unable to recall where he had seen them before. However, his intuition told him these were not insignificant figures. Oh my god, isn't that Mayor Dao? Mayor Dao actually came too. Oh my goodness, this is extraordinary. Confusion clouded He Chengjun's mind until he heard a middle-aged man whisper beside him, "Boss Lao, you're here too." He Chengjun looked at the person beside him in surprise, realizing they were acquainted. Hey, isn't that Boss He? What a coincidence. Boss Rong wore a look of surprise, but both were in the department store business, and encountering each other here wasn't that unexpected, considering their mutual interest in diversifying. Boss Rong, what did you say about Mayor Dao earlier? Which Mayor Dao? Do you know those people on stage? He Chengjun pointed to the group conversing and cutting the ribbon with Ye Fang, inquiring. Boss Rong paused for a moment, finding it hard to believe. You don't know, Boss He, even as a boss, you don't know these big shots. That person next to Ye Fang in the black suit with the big hairstyle, that's Mayor Dao of Fuyun City. Do you know Fuyun City? Rumor has it that Fuyun County is planning to build a river port near Anliu Town, and intends to entrust its operation to West Maple Group. It's a huge project. And the person beside him, that's District Chief Leon Bang. District Chief Lee. You've heard of him, right? Well, never mind. You probably don't recognize him either. But let me tell you, they are all big shots. Genuine big shots. The kind of big shots that many people can't even dream of meeting. Boss Rong became more excited with each word, surprised to see such prominent figures at a private enterprise's ribbon-cutting ceremony. The surrounding crowd, hearing their conversation, gasped in astonishment. Ye Fang truly lives up to the reputation of building the entire West Maple Group by himself, being so familiar with these big shots. His potential seems limitless. To see so many important figures at once, even if we don't secure a collaboration with West Maple Group today, it's worth it. Who cares about not securing a deal? Just being associated with Ye Fang is enough for me to strive for a successful partnership with West Maple Group. I have a feeling that anyone connected to West Maple Group is on solid ground. Gu Xingzhang stood among the crowd, listening to the discussions with a radiant smile on his face, feeling proud. He had always thought Ye Fang was just smart, but he didn't realize how powerful he truly was behind the scenes, achieving a level of success unattainable in his lifetime, and being acquainted with so many influential figures. Such excellent judgment from Shi indeed. However, at that moment, He Chengjun couldn't muster a smile. Those words from Boss Rong only added insult to injury for him. He Chengjun's face fell completely, and with each praise for Ye Fang he heard, his regrets deepened, his heart sinking to the bottom. Oh no, even if the heavens descended, they couldn't save him this time. Ye Fang wasn't just the founder of West Maple Group. He also had such a good relationship with many important figures. By merely stomping their feet, these three big shots on stage could shake the whole city. Would he still have a place in the city after humiliating Ye Fang earlier? He Chengjun looked helpless as he turned to his secretary Zi Chen. Zi Chen, why didn't you stop me earlier? Zi Chen appeared aggrieved. Boss He, I didn't know that was Ye Fang. Should we go and apologize to him? He Chengjun pondered for a moment, realizing that was the only option left. Even if he had to swallow his pride, he needed to apologize. After Ye Fang and Ji Bowen delivered speeches on stage, the ribbon-cutting ceremony officially commenced. Many journalists gathered at the front of the stage, continuously clicking their cameras, capturing the historic moment with flashing lights. The first e-commerce logistics park in the city, set to be recorded in history. A female attendant approached the crowd, handing over a pair of scissors. Ji Bowen laughed loudly. Ha ha, come on. Let's celebrate the opening of West Maple Logistics Park and wish it continued success. Congratulations to West Maple Logistics Park and may Ye Fang's business thrive. Ye Fang responded with a smile. Thank you for your care, old leaders. Without your support and guidance, the logistics park wouldn't have run so smoothly. I am very grateful for your help. Leon Banquet, that's because Ye Fang has relieved the leaders' worries. Ha ha, come on. Let's cut the ribbon. Ji Bowen exclaimed. Everyone together cut the ribbon, and with the release of confetti and fireworks, a festive atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. As the ribbon cutting concluded, Ye Fang walked among the crowd, surrounded by well-wishers. He smiled politely and graciously received the congratulations. Suddenly, someone squeezed through the crowd. Ye Fang, I'd like to apologize for my behavior earlier. I was blind and disrespectful towards you. I'm truly sorry. He Chengjun pushed his way through the crowd, nervously addressing Ye Fang. His words silenced those around who had been flattering Ye Fang, now staring at He Chengjun with surprise or confusion. Someone had actually offended Ye Fang at the opening ceremony of West Maple Logistics Park, making the situation even more interesting. With an indifferent expression, Ye Fang looked down at He Chengjun. What is Mr. He apologizing for? If there's nothing else, please do not disturb me and the discussions with other bosses regarding cooperation. He Chengjun's face contorted in an awkward smile. Ye Fang. But Ye Fang interjected before He Chengjun could finish. Right, someone of Mr. He's stature is beyond West Maple Group's league. I hereby announce that West Maple Group will never cooperate with Guangming Department Store. As for other collaborations, they are not my concern. With those words, everyone around instinctively took a few steps back, distancing themselves from He Chengjun. Now they understood. It wasn't just a simple offense against Ye Fang. It was a grave mistake. By being blacklisted by West Maple Group, one or one's company would be shunned due to potential repercussions, jeopardizing their future prospects. He Chengjun's legs turned weak as he collapsed to the ground, looking lifeless. It was over. Truly and completely over this time. As Ye Fang and a group of leaders left, the ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded, and the guests all headed indoors for a reception to network and build connections. Secretary Zi Chen noticed that most people had left and quietly asked He Chengjun, boss, do we still need to go? He Chengjun came to his senses, his face looking unpleasant. Go where? Damn it, do you think I haven't lost enough face? Go back. Go back. He Chengjun took a few steps in frustration, then stopped and said, No, I have to personally bring a gift to General Yi next time. Yes, I have to. Damn it, otherwise, I won't be able to survive in Guangxi. He was genuinely afraid and panicked, but after so much business experience, he knew whom to seek help from, which gods to pray to. Although he valued his pride, when it came to the survival of his business, pride had to be set aside. Zi Chen nodded repeatedly. Yes, we should send a gift. 3 days later, Guangxi Development Bank, Tiant Branch. In the office, Su Lanqi sat on his desk looking exhausted, his brows furrowed as if he could squash a fly. Director Su, what's wrong? Is there trouble at home? You've been looking troubled these past few days. Liang Dao brought in tea, asking curiously. Su Lanqi sighed heavily. Don't mention it. Damn it. I've had bad luck these few days, lost quite a bit of money, and my wife found out. She nags about it every night. It's driving me crazy. In the past few days, he had been to an underground casino at Lijiang Hotel with some old friends, intending to play a little, but his luck was so bad he lost over 200,000 in 3 days. He dared not let his wife know about this sum of money, saying he had only lost 20 or 30,000. If she found out he had lost 260,000 in 3 days, with 15,000 borrowed from the casino, it was not just nagging he'd have to endure but possibly getting beaten 3 times a day, and not being able to return home. In recent days, the casino had been calling non-stop to collect the debt, leaving him in distress. If he couldn't pay off the money, the casino's people would come knocking personally, and then he would have nowhere to show his face in Guangxi. Liang Dao was taken aback, knowing Su Lanqi liked to indulge in entertainment, but mostly at nightclubs and KTVs. Now he had even ventured into gambling. Seeing Su Lanqi like this, he realized the situation was serious. However, Su Lanqi had several loan projects under him. This money was insignificant to him. Your wife is just concerned about you. She may not understand us men well. When we socialize, many things are beyond our control, Liang Dao said, trying to ease Su Lanqi's worries. This was a way of saving face for Su Lanqi. Upon hearing this, Su Lanqi's expression visibly brightened. Initially, he didn't want to go, but social obligations made it difficult to refuse. Half-heartedly, he planned to play a little, but never anticipated getting into a 3-day streak. Lao Lian, it seems like the recent loan projects have reduced quite a bit. Is Guangxi's economy starting to decline? This won't do. Currently the nation's economy is booming. Guangxi can't afford to lag behind. Su Lanqi pondered, looking out at the street from his office, appearing worried about the country and people. Liang Dao immediately grasped what Su Lanqi intended to do, seek out new clients to fill the financial gap. However, most of the famous enterprises in Guangxi were not short on funds. The ones needing loans were mainly small businesses, which didn't offer considerable profits. Nonetheless, among them, the Feng Group undoubtedly had the most potential for profit. It was a rising star in Guangxi, a leading company that had recently established a subsidiary, Feng Logistics Park. Director Su, have you heard? Feng Logistics Park has opened. Liang Dao said flatteringly. Su Lanqi's eyes lit up. That's right, Feng Group, how could he forget about this fat cash cow? Previously, due to Yan Zubing's issue, he was hesitant to accept money from Ye Fang, but the young man was astute and voluntarily paid them the consultation fee. In this day and age, such discerning individuals were rare. With Feng Group at its peak, they would definitely require substantial loans. Being old friends, Su Lanqi felt compelled to assist in this matter. However, he hesitated and said, Lao Liang, it might not be appropriate to directly approach General Yi for business. What do you think? Liang Dao squinted and smirked. Odd. Director Su, garnering business is just part of it. Recently, the company has had an influx of new staff and scrutiny internally. If General Yi wishes to continue borrowing, additional efforts might be necessary. Do you think that makes sense? Su Lanqi, understanding Liang Dao's underlying message, recognized the need to justify involvement with Feng Group to access profits legitimately. Haha, that's right, it's time to step up our game a bit. Otherwise, future endeavors won't fare well. Su Lanqi chuckled elatedly. Lao Liang, make a call to General Yi and arrange a dinner. Let's book a room at Lotus Fragrance Tower. Sure. Director Su, I'll contact General Yi right away. Liang Dao nodded eagerly, delighted at the opportunity to earn some extra money. Outside the hotel of Feng Logistics Park, Ye Fang personally bid farewell to Ji Bowen, Lian Bang, and Dao Kaiyuan. After these 3 days of research, I have great confidence in you, Xiao Feng. I was right about you. For someone so young to achieve what you have, it's truly surprising. Remember to visit my place more often. I'll be waiting to have tea with you. Ji Bowen patted Ye Fang's shoulder affectionately before leaving. Ye Fang nodded with a smile. Sure, I'll visit whenever I can. I'm just afraid the elderly leader will bother me. Ji Bowen burst into laughter. How could I bother you? I'd love having you around every day. Anyway, I know you're busy. I'll head back now. Ye Fang personally opened the car door for them, shielding their heads to avoid hitting the door frame. Ji Bowen was pleased with this gesture, generating more satisfaction toward Ye Fang. Yi Zong, we're leaving as well. No need to see us off. Remember to come to Fuyuan City when you have time. Let's discuss matters concerning the harbor. Dao Kaiyuan smiled. Yes, I will definitely come. Ye Fang replied. The river port project in Fuyuan City should have begun, and once Feng Group fully reclaimed Wuhai's influence in Guangxi and consolidated resources, it was essential to visit Fuyuan City. Xiao Feng, work hard. I have faith in you. If there is anything I can help with, just say the word. Don't see us off. Take care. Lian Bang patted Ye Feng's shoulder with a smile. Ye Fang replied. Thanks in advance, District Chief Li. After the big shots left, Wang Tai walked up to Ye Fang and gave him a thumbs up, saying excitedly, Fang, you're amazing. Oh, and Uncle Gu. I saw his eyes almost popping out. I bet when Uncle Gu returns, he'll be filling the entire staff community with your legendary deeds. Ye Fang chuckled. Take action boldly, but live a low-key life. Let's not stir up trouble. All right, enough said. Let's move things to a close. I'll book a large private room later, and we'll have a celebration banquet. Let's feast. Agreed. I'll get going now. Wang Tai grinned, about to call on his phone. Just then, Ye Feng's phone rang unexpectedly. Seeing the caller ID, Ye Feng was slightly surprised. Zizi, we might not be able to make it to the celebration banquet tonight. Ye Feng shook his head with a smile. Wang Tai was puzzled. What's wrong? Why can't we make it? Feng, who called you? Ye Feng laughed. It's Lian Dao from Guangfa Bank. Lian Dao. Feng Jie, it seems like we haven't taken on any new loans recently. What does that guy want from us? Wang Tai looked puzzled. Ye Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Who knows? With that, Ye Feng immediately put on a warm smile as he answered the phone. Hello, Manager Liang. What made you call me today? Hey, Manager Liang, I am just a team leader. How can I call myself a manager in front of General Yi? Ha ha. Liang Dao joked. Ye Fang replied, don't be so polite, don't be so polite. Manager Liang, do you have any instructions for us today? Yi, stop teasing me. Su said we should have a gathering tonight. It's been so long since we met, it's time to catch up. Otherwise, we might forget about our old brothers, Liang Dao said. As for the venue, let's go to Liangxianglu. We'll treat you. Yi, are you available? Ye Fang's eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion. Unexpectedly being invited to dinner out of the blue usually meant there was something going on, but he quickly replied, sure, see you tonight at Liangxianglu. What's going on with Fengzhe? Liang Dao wants to treat us to dinner. Should we go or not? Wang Tai asked in confusion. Liang Dao personally called to invite us to dinner. We can't decline. We might need their help in the future in banking matters. TZ. Come with me. Ye Fang said. Wang Tai nodded. Do I need to prepare anything for this? Ye Fang shook his head. No need. This time, we are not the ones seeking their help, but they are seeking ours. I suspect it won't be for a good reason. At 8 p.m. at Liangxianglu, on the second floor private room, Su Lanqi, Liang Dao, and Lin Minda had been waiting for a while. Su Lanqi initially didn't intend to invite Lin Minda, but since they were in the same department and he was responsible for approvals, skipping him would not look good. Soon, a waitress led two people into the private room. Sorry for the wait, there was traffic on the road. Thank you for waiting, everyone. Ye Fang said with a smile as he entered. Su Lanqi immediately stood up with a hearty laugh, warmly welcoming him. General Yi, we've been waiting for you. General Yi is a busy person. The sudden enthusiasm from Su Lanqi surprised Ye Fang, but he still walked over with a smile. Hey, what busy? All just busy for nothing. Director Lin, Manager Liang, hello. Liang Dao laughed heartily, looking very pleased. But how much sincerity was behind his smile, only he knew. Lin Minda didn't show much excitement, simply giving a faint smile and nodding to Ye Fang. As everyone took their seats, Su Lanqi lit a cigarette, and soon the food and drinks were served. As they chatted while drinking, Su Lanqi, slightly intoxicated, talked about the economy of Guangxi, international situations, future development, gesturing casually with his round beer belly. Ye Fang listened with a smile, curious about what they had in mind for the night. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Lanqi gave a signal to Liang Dao. Liang Dao understood and said, oh, General Yi, I didn't expect that in just 1 year, General Yi not only made Ye Fang Group the #1 in Guangxi, but also expanded the subsidiaries to such a scale. I've heard about the opening of Ye Fang Logistics Park. Many big shots attended. General Yi's future is bright. Ye Fang modestly replied, where? It's just some small achievements. Liang, don't tease me. General Yi, do you need any more people in your company? Am I suitable? Maybe I should work with you. Liang Dao joked. Ye Fang could easily detect the hidden meaning in Liang Dao's words. He was deliberately setting a trap and waiting for Ye Fang to step into it. Without exposing him, Ye Fang played along, saying, Liang Jie, stop joking. My company is just a small place. Liang Dao and Su Lanqi exchanged a glance, quietly chuckling, waiting for Ye Fang's response. Su Lanqi sighed and said, ah, General Yi, you don't know. Nowadays, nothing is easy. In our line of work, it's even harder. He then whispered, General Yi, there have been many new people in the industry recently, with internal monitoring. It's a bit troublesome to approve your loans easily. Sometimes ... you need to grease the wheels a bit. Ye Fang finally understood their intention. They were here to ask for money under the guise of greasing the wheels. But from the situation at Guanfa, it probably wasn't for the new people. With Su Lanqi's position in the loan department, did he need to consider others' opinions? Greasing the wheels was fake. Asking for money under a pretext was true. However, Ye Fang remained composed and asked, Su, you're right. How much do you need? Su Lanqi hesitated, saying, it's probably a considerable amount, at least this much, otherwise, dealing with internal monitoring won't be easy. Ye Fang knew it wasn't just 20,000. For 20,000, they wouldn't make such a big fuss. It must be at least 200,000. Su Lanqi was aiming high. 10 or 8,000 would be acceptable, but asking for 200,000 upfront was a bit much. Though he could afford it, Ye Fang was displeased with Su Lanqi's attitude. Treating me like a cash cow. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Fang smiled and said, 200,000, right? Su Longqi nodded, sighing. General Yi, I know it's a lot, and it's putting you in a difficult position, but there's no other way. Some people in there are not easy to deal with. After some thought, Ye Fang replied, okay, no problem. I'll have TZ deliver it to you later in cash. Su Longqi was pleasantly surprised by Ye Fang's easy agreement. It seemed Ye Fang truly had become successful, not fretting over this amount. Ha, come on, General Yi. Let me toast to you, wishing you prosperity and abundance. Then I wish Manager Su continuous progress, Ye Fang said, raising his head to down a glass of liquor in one go. After a few rounds of drinks, Ye Fang and Wang Tai excused themselves to the restroom. As they left the private room, Ye Fang lit a cigarette outside. Click. Ye Fang lit the cigarette and took a deep breath. Funjie, do you really think Su Longqi is using the money to grease the wheels? Wang Tai asked with some doubt. Having followed Ye Fang for so long, he could somewhat grasp his thoughts. 200,000 wasn't much to them, but if they were to give that money, he also felt a bit uncomfortable. Heh, we can. They think they can fool me. But for now, I'll play along. There won't be a next time. Ye Fang flicked the ash of his cigarette, smirked coldly. Because once you set a precedent, there will be a second and third time. This Su Longqi is greedy. Ye Fang hit the nail on the head. Wang Tai also picked up on Ye Fang's implication. Funjie, are you saying we can't cooperate with Su Longqi anymore? Ye Fang nodded, saying grimly, yes, he's out. At the entrance of the restroom, Ye Fang and Wang Tai leaned against the wall, puffing smoke rings. Funjie, our logistics park has just started operations. We'll definitely need loans in the future. Do you have a suitable candidate with the last name Su to recommend? Wang Tai asked. At this moment, footsteps approached the corner of the restroom. Ye Fang exhaled a smoke ring and looked towards the source of the footsteps. A replacement with the last name Su is here, he said. Wang Tai turned his head to see Lin Minda, who was also smoking in the restroom, and he instantly understood. General Yi, can I borrow a lighter? Lin Minda leaned against the wall next to Ye Fang, taking out a cigarette. Ye Fang smiled slightly and lit the lighter with a snap. General Yi, about what General Su said earlier, I'm not really sure either. I hope you can understand. Lin Minda finally couldn't help but speak up to clarify their relationship. Ye Fang smiled faintly. I'm just a businessman. I don't know the ins and outs of things. Since General Su said so, he must have his reasons. But Director Lin really has no idea. Lin Minda said solemnly. I truly have no idea. If actions need to be taken within the industry, it may not involve me. Ye Fang narrowed his eyes and smiled. I see. I still trust Director Lin. Lin Minda breathed a sigh of relief and said, in my personal opinion, West Maple Group is a major client of our industry. Whether actions need to be taken or not, it may not be necessary. West Maple Group's development momentum is so strong, which other enterprise in our city can match? If West Maple Group doesn't get credit approval, other enterprises in the entire city won't stand a chance, Lin Minda said. If I were in charge of the credit department, West Maple Group wouldn't have to worry about credit approval issues, Lin Minda continued. It's a pity that my abilities are lacking. I speak boldly from a lowly position. Ye Fang chuckled, knowing what Lin Minda was getting at. Lin Minda was aiming for a promotion. Lin Minda had previously hinted at wanting a higher position, but Ye Fang pretended not to notice since he thought Su Longqi could get things done. Now that Lin Minda found an opportunity to express his thoughts, he was testing Ye Fang's thoughts. Who says Director Lin lacks ability? I think you're very capable, Ye Fang said with a smile. Lin Mina's eyes lit up, and he replied, thank you for your recognition, General Yi. He needed Ye Fang's support, the support of West Maple Group. It was crucial for him. Director Lin, rest assured, talent always shines, Ye Fang said. West Maple Group will rely on you more in the future. Lin Minda couldn't hide his excitement upon hearing this. Ye Fang was showing support for him. Thank you, General Yi. Thank you. You're welcome. It's only right. Let's have tea at my company another day to discuss further, Ye Fang suggested. Sure. No problem. Whenever General Yi is free, I'll come over. Lin Minda quickly agreed. Ye Fang nodded and said, great, we'll talk more when the time comes. Director Lin, please excuse us for now. Wang Tai and I will head back. After Ye Fang spoke, he and Wang Tai walked away briskly. Watching Ye Fang's departing figure, Lin Minda breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Fang, despite his young age, was skillful. He had single-handedly expanded West Maple Group to its current scale within a year, established good relationships with influential figures, and with Ye Fang's support, success was already halfway achieved. Sulanchi had earned enough. It was time for a new person to take that position. Lin Minda leaned against the wall until Ye Fang and Wan Tai's figures disappeared around the corner before following them. Halfway there, Wan Tai asked in a low voice, "Funjay, is Director Lin trying to get promoted?" "Yes, Lin Minda is an ambitious person," Ye Fang replied candidly. Despite Lin Minda's usual low-key demeanor and few words, he was much shrewder and more ambitious than Sulanchi. Ye Fang believed that Lin Minda was smarter than Sulanchi. "Should we support his promotion?" Wan Tai inquired with confusion. Ye Fang smiled and said, "It's not certain yet, but he is indeed a good candidate. It's always better to work with intelligent people than some fools. Intelligent individuals understand the situation, have desires, but can exercise restraint," Ye Fang remarked. Wan Tai suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Funjay, you're right." To return to the private room, where Sulanchi approached with a cup in hand. "General Yi, let me toast you again." "No problem, General Su. Cheers." Ye Fang smiled, picked up the glass on the table, and downed it, appearing very cheerful. "Great. General Yi is truly someone capable of great things." Sulanchi was pleased to see Ye Fang giving him face. He slung an arm around Ye Fang's shoulder and chuckled. "General Yi, I'm in a good mood tonight. Let me take you to a great place." Ye Fang's eyes flickered slightly. Knowing Sulanchi, his idea of a great place wasn't likely a good place. However, Ye Fang didn't want to openly confront him just yet. Since he had agreed to the payment, he'd let Sulanchi handle the matter first before saying anything. "Haha, sure. I'll go along with your arrangement, General Su." At the Baibowen bathhouse in Guangxi, two Nissan cars parked at the entrance, and 5 men in suits and leather shoes stepped out. "General Yi, not to boast, but this place is absolutely fantastic. Not only is the foot massage comfortable here, but the massage service is top-notch. I guarantee you'll be satisfied," Sulanchi exclaimed as soon as he got out of the car. "Oh, General Su, you're amazing." The doorman recognized Sulanchi and greeted him warmly. Ye Fang chuckled at Sulanchi being a regular at the place. Dining, drinking, playing cards, and entertainment were usual ways to strengthen relationships in the business world. This was a common practice in the millennium, so various entertainment venues, including bathhouses, continued to emerge in Guangxi. When there is demand, there will be a market. Ye Fang surveyed the bathhouse in surprise. The storefront looked formal without the colorful neon lights, giving off a feeling of a legitimate establishment. In Guangxi, many foot massage places were not as legitimate, often being combined with selling chicken, but this place surprisingly appeared clean. Could it be that Sulanchi had really brought them to a proper bathhouse this time? Regardless, he'd have to watch himself here. Women at such places should be avoided, whether it's a real problem or not. It's tough to say. It's indeed a nice place. I've been a bit weary lately, so thank you, General Su, Ye Fang said with a smile. "Ha, we're all on the same team, General Yi. No need to be polite. Tonight, I'll treat you all. Let's just enjoy ourselves," Sulanchi said, beaming with pride. The group of 5 entered the foot massage center, and a service staff quickly greeted them, leading them to a large private room. The room had 5 large reclining chairs, where one could receive massages, or sit and soak their feet. "General Su, is it going to be the same as last time? Shall we get a Lili as well? Recently, we've had a few new technicians at our foot massage center, with impeccable techniques. Shall I introduce them to the bosses?" The service staff, Zhang Ye, immediately recognized Sulanchi and spoke familiarly. Sulanchi waved his hand determinedly, saying, "Zhang Ye, you know me well. It'll be the same as last time, with Li. And also, all of us brothers here will have the luxury massage package. Bring over those new skilled technicians you mentioned. Give General Yi and General Wang a good time to relax." "Sure, General Su. Just a moment, let me arrange that right away." Zhang Ya smiled as she noted down the request on her notebook before going to assign technicians. Liang Dao observed the surroundings and reminisced about Zhang Ji's graceful figure earlier. His eyes gleamed as he said, "General Su, you're truly impressive to have known about this great place." Sulanchi laughed heartily. "Ha, just wait and enjoy, you'll be satisfied for sure. And General Yi and General Wan, don't hold back tonight. We're here to enjoy. Ye Fang remained composed and natural, responding, sure, we won't hold back. Fun Jay. This. Wang Tai tugged at Ye Fang's sleeve, looking somewhat uncomfortable. In this place, he felt a bit uneasy. He was worried about what would happen if Jia found out he was here. Ye Fang teased, is this your first time here? Don't be nervous. Worried you might get lured. Wang Tai blushed and whispered, Fun Jay, it actually is my first time. Don't be nervous, teasy. Everyone has a first time, Ye Fang said earnestly. Wang Tai, closing parenthesis ... Fun Jay, don't make me feel like a rookie. I'm not panicking at all. Ye Fang chuckled and said, as long as you're not panicking, stay calm. Treat this place as a normal business social occasion. It's your first time, but definitely not the last. You need to adapt. Sulanchi saw the two whispering and asked curiously, Yi Wan, why are you so happy chatting about? Ye Fang raised his thumb at him and said, we are just talking. Director Su has a good eye. The girls here are really nice. Hey. Yi. It seems we are on the same page. Recognizing good things. Sulanchi chuckled. Ye Fang sneered inwardly. Who said we are on the same page? At that moment, Zhang led a group of girls in tight-fitting skirts with attractive figures. Director Su, the sisters have all arrived. They are the best in our shop. How would you like to arrange it? Zhang said with a charming smile. Hey, today Yi is the protagonist. Let Yi choose first. Sulanchi laughed heartily. Ye Fang waved his hand and said, choosing is fine, but with so many people, it's not convenient. Let's have a private room arranged for me and Wang Tai. Sulanchi raised his eyebrows and smirked. Oh, I get it. Did you hear that? Take Yi and Wang Tai to a private room. Thinking Ye Fang was too embarrassed to conduct business in the same room. Zhang quickly agreed. Sure. No problem. Yan Wang. Please Ye Fang signaled to Wang Tai with his eyes, and the latter immediately understood. Getting up together, Ye Fang left the private room first, followed by Wang Tai. The charming Zhang, with her allure intact, took the initiative to touch Wang Tai and hold him, lightly pinching his arm muscles with a flirtatious look. She preferred Wang Tai's type. But when Wang Tai caught a glimpse, his hair stood on end, quickly pulling his hand back to keep his distance. If Manager Wan is not satisfied with the service, you can tell me. I can personally serve you. Zhang covered her mouth and joked. Wang Tai smirked and said, no need. Hey. Zhang led the two to another private room where the lighting was dim, with only two pink lamps and two massage beds, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Please wait a moment. I'll call in two girls. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Zhang smiled and closed the door behind her. After a while, two women in sexy tight skirts knocked on the door and entered. Ye Fang glanced and knew they were from the previous group, selected by Sulanchi. Oh, it's your first time here. Do you want to soak your feet first? One long-haired woman asked respectfully. Wang Tai felt a bit awkward and restless. Ye Fang patted his shoulder and said, you said you were not panicking? Stay calm. It's just a foot soak, nothing else. The two women prepared hot water and began massaging the pair. Wang Tai was uncomfortable, feeling itchy and painful as he wasn't used to foot massages. On the other hand, Ye Fang appeared to be enjoying the moment. After a while, Wang Tai couldn't help but say, Okay, stop pressing, you can leave now. The woman was startled. Thinking she had pressed too hard or caused discomfort, she stood nervously to the side. In their line of work, customers were like gods. If a customer was dissatisfied and complained, they would not only be fined but punished by the boss. You can leave, Wang Tai said. Calming his tone, the woman hurriedly said, is the guest unhappy with my service? I'll go and find another sister to attend to you. Before Wang Tai could refuse, the woman left. Wang Tai looked confused, not expecting a replacement. Fun Jay. What is this? Forget it. I am truly uncomfortable. Wang Tai sighed helplessly. Ye Fang laughed. If you're uncomfortable, you can stay. Let's wait until Sulanchi is done. At that moment, Zhang led in a short-haired woman, apologizing to Wang Tai. Oh, Manager Wang, I'm really sorry. Perhaps the earlier sisters didn't serve properly. Let me replace her with someone who will definitely serve you well. Ow. No need. Wang Tai waved his hand repeatedly. Hey, Manager Wang, don't be polite, Zhang teased, thinking he was pretending to be reserved. She left and closed the door. Hello, I'm number 69. I'm delighted to serve you. the short-haired woman said, in the same tight skirt uniform, holding an operation kit, bowing to Wang Tai. Wang Tai froze upon hearing that voice. It was so familiar. He sat up abruptly, staring at her. The room was dimly lit, but he could still make out her profile, fair skin and a straight nose. It was a face he knew all too well. A face he had dreamt of countless times, a face he had longed for day and night. Su Xiaoling, his first love. Memories of their past flashed before his eyes like a movie reel. That can tell you and know. One middle school, he secretly admired Su Xiaoling but was too timid around girls to approach her. It wasn't until Ye Fang taught him 3 essential tips to pursue a girl, being shameless, scheming, and shameless, that he mustered the courage to get closer. When he had a bit of money after setting up the West Maple electronics store, he felt more confident. He finally confessed to Su Xiaoling and successfully won her over. Su Xiaoling was his first love. During their courtship, he would spend almost every evening with her, dining out, shopping, and playing games. Those were his happiest moments. He had planned to save up and marry her, envisioning a beautiful journey from school to marriage. But he never expected Su Xiaoling to cheat on him with someone who appeared wealthy. And worse still, he witnessed it that very night the guy confessed to her. Ye Fang and Han Ping'an were there too. That night was unforgettable. It shattered him to pieces. He couldn't recover for a long time, until he met Chen Jia, who rescued him from the darkness. He believed Su Xiaoling would disappear from his world. They should never meet again. Yet, here they were, face to face once more. Wang Tai was shocked, speechless, a mix of emotions flooding his mind. Su Xiaoling was also stunned, thunderstruck. Su Xiaoling, Ye Fang, hearing Wang Tai, sat up in surprise, looking closely. Indeed, it was Su Xiaoling. How did Su Xiaoling end up in a bath and massage center? Su Xiaoling turned to Ye Fang, mustering a forced smile and said, Ye Fang. She then glanced at Wang Tai, lowering her head awkwardly, tucking her hair behind her ear to hide her embarrassment. Wang Tai, in disbelief, stammered, How did you end up here? The private room was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Su Xiaoling awkwardly smiled and stammered, I work here. She dared not face Wang Tai now, as shame had nearly consumed her entire being. She once thought she could find a man better and richer than Wang Tai to entrust her life to. Time had passed, and now she found herself in this situation, while Wang Tai had risen to become a top executive at Ye Fang Company. How unpredictable life was. Wang Tai took a deep breath to calm his astonishment and asked, Why are you working in a place like this? Su Xiaoling stole a glance at Ye Fang and did not answer. Ye Fang shrugged, stood up, and said, I'll go to the restroom, you two talk. He knew that Wang Tai held resentment and unresolved feelings towards Su Xiaoling. If these feelings weren't addressed, Wang Tai might carry them for a lifetime. Now was the chance to resolve them. Ye Fang walked over to Wang Tai, patted his shoulder, and smiled. TZ, stop dwelling on the past and look towards the future. Wang Tai, taken aback, bitterly smiled. Is Ye worried I can't move on? Ye, rest assured, I know what to do. Ye Fang nodded in response. With his hands in his pockets, Ye Fang left the private room, and the long-haired masseuse swiftly followed. Now, only Wang Tai and Su Xiaoling remained in the room. With no one else present, Su Xiaoling sat down and finally lifted her head to look at Wang Tai. Wang Tai, do you look down on me now? Wang Tai nodded expressionlessly. Yes, I look down on you. You're not the same Xiaoling as before. Su Xiaoling wryly smiled. Then what was I like before? Do you really understand me? No, you don't truly understand me. Wang Tai took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and coldly said, Indeed, had I known you better, I wouldn't have fallen for you. Su Xiaoling smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. I know I hurt you. I'm sorry. Wang Tai, smoking, questioned in a harsh tone. Can a simple apology erase everything? Su Xiaoling's face showed guilt, and she remained silent for a long while. After a long pause, she sighed. I am the only daughter in my family. You know my situation. My dad gambles, my birth mom is no more, and I had a stepmother with nothing in the house. She paused, then self-mockingly chuckled. It can be said that I'm the only valuable asset in the family. Yes, an asset? In my parents' eyes, I am just an asset. They are always calculating how to maximize my value. So, when Zheng Nan appeared, I chose him. The reason is simple. His family is wealthy and influential. As long as I could marry him, our Su family could turn things around. But later, as she spoke, she choked up, her eyes turning red. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. Ha ha, the easier a man gets, the easier he abandons. When I was with Zheng Nan, I dropped out of school. Without Zheng Nan, I couldn't find a job, and my parents kept pressuring me for money. What else could I do? Apart from coming to a place like this, I had nowhere else to go. Yes, you should look down on me, you can mock me as much as you want. With that, she kept wiping away her tears, raised her chin defiantly, and prepared herself for Wang Tai's scorn. Here, the customer is God. Even if Wang Tai were to humiliate her, she had no choice but to accept it. Wang Tai flicked the cigarette ash, stared at her coldly, and after a moment said, "Humiliate you? Not worth it. In my heart, you have become nothing." Su Zhaoling was stunned, then smiled bitterly. So that's how it is, nothing at all. A strong sense of regret surged through her heart. If she hadn't broken up with Wang Tai, she might have been the wife of a conglomerate CEO by now. Her short-sightedness in the past had truly harmed her for a lifetime. Hearing Wang Tai's indifferent and decisive words, she felt as if she had fallen into an icy pit. With red-rimmed eyes, she raised her head and looked at Wang Tai with a pleading gaze. "Wang Tai, I was wrong. Do we really have no chance to start over?" Wang Tai swept the teacups off the table with his hand. Crash! The teacup shattered. "Can broken pieces be restored?" Wang Tai said coldly. Su Zhaoling's face turned pale instantly. Every last bit of hope had been shattered. They truly had no relationship left. If there was still a connection, it was only that of a customer and a masseur. She gritted her teeth and did the buttons on her uniform, revealing her snow-white skin. Wang Tai raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" Choking up, she gazed up, stubbornly saying, "You're a customer, I'm a masseuse. What else could I do? This place is for doing things, as long as the money is enough. Everything is permissible. You came here for this kind of thing too, right? Instead of having other women serve you, why not let me? Out of the past affection, I won't take your money." With that, she suddenly removed her uniform, exposing her body entirely in front of Wang Tai. "Even if I can't have your heart, I want to have your body. Wang Tai, give me another chance." She stared intensely at Wang Tai, lightly biting her lip, full of charm. The Wang Tai remained expressionless, seemingly unconcerned by everything before him. He extinguished his cigarette and said coldly, "So, I don't understand you, but could it be that you also don't understand me? Put on your clothes and get out." Su Zhaoling stood motionless. Wang Tai had lost all interest in her. She had completely given up. It made sense. They were now as different as night and day. One was the CEO of Ye Fang Group, and the other was just a seller. How could he be interested in her? With his status, he could have as many beautiful women as he wanted with a snap of his fingers. Yes, she realized she had been merely a toad craving for swan's flesh. Su Zhaoling smiled bitterly, stood up, wiped away her tears, donned her clothes, and bowed. "Honored guest, if you had any requests, please feel free to command." With that, she picked up her handbag, turned, and left the private room. Outside the private room, Ye Fang was smoking in the corridor, watching Su Zhaoling wipe away tears, knowing that everything would come to an end, and there would no longer be any connection between her and Wang Tai. Ye Fang returned to the private room and saw Wang Tai lounging on the sofa, staring blankly while smoking. "TZ, what are you thinking? Have you figured it out?" Ye Fang teased. Wang Tai returned to his senses, laughed casually. "Ye, you underestimate me. What is there to figure out? She is she, I am me. There is nothing to dwell on. Truthfully, I no longer care about her. It was just surprising to see her in a place like this. Truly, how unpredictable life is." Ye Fang felt somewhat surprised but also relieved. It seemed that TZ had matured quite a bit. He had become less emotionally impulsive, more in control of his emotions, a form of transformation. Ye Fang patted his shoulder, saying, "Everyone's choices come with corresponding costs. Her being here is her cost. Let's go. Let's have a drink." Wang Tai was surprised, not waiting for Mr. Su and the others. Ye Fang smiled. "Is Su Lanqi more important than my brother?" "Okay, I'll listen to Maple Bro," Wang Tai replied. Ye Fang extinguished the cigarette and smiled, saying, "That's right, bring Ping An, Big Head, and the others to our own place for drinks." "Okay, I'll call them right away." Wang Tai took out his phone to make a call. Ye Fang casually informed Dragon Da and Dragon Sen to wait downstairs, ready to leave. "It's okay, Maple Bro. king and wanted to sleep, but I woke him up. Ha ha, Wang Tai happily said. Well, let's go. I know you can't stay here for long either. Ye Fang patted his shoulder and smiled. The two of them left the private room arm in arm, preparing to go downstairs. However, a few people ahead blocked their way, shoving and pushing. You bastard! I spend money to have fun. What's the meaning of you showing me a dead parent face? A middle-aged man with a red and black face and a big belly viciously grabbed Su Zhaoling by the hair. Su Zhaoling begged tearfully, I'm sorry. Mr. Wu, I'm sorry. Do you think I didn't give you enough money? Mr. Wu let go of her and then took out a thick wallet from his pocket. He pulled out a wad of cash and slammed it on Su Zhaoling's face. Ha ha. Is that enough? Enough? I can make you kneel and call me daddy. Ha ha. Mr. Wu laughed even more as he smashed the cash, while the two middle-aged men beside him watched and laughed. Sometimes, humiliating others with money can be quite enjoyable. Su Zhaoling stood pale-faced, full of fear, allowing the humiliation without moving a muscle. Suddenly, a calm voice behind the crowd said, Excuse me. Mr. Wu heard the voice, turned around to see two young men, and cursed, Damn. Excuse my ass. Is there no space beside? Ye Fang could smell the strong alcohol on the man's breath and realized he had quite a bit to drink. He didn't want to engage with a drunkard. Hey, buddy. Do you have something to discuss? Could you let us pass first? Ye Fang tried to negotiate nicely. Go away. No more nonsense, or I'll deal with you. Mr. Wu cursed and threatened, with his two friends giving unfriendly looks to Ye Fang. Wang Tai, Su Zhaoling called out with teary eyes, her expression pleading. Wang Tai heard her but pretended not to, ignoring her plea. Maple bro, let's take another staircase down. Wang Tai whispered. He didn't want to get into a conflict here, especially in front of Su Zhaoling. He didn't want her to think he was acting on her behalf. It was unnecessary. Ye Fang smiled and agreed. Okay. The two turned and left, and Wang Tai never once looked back at Su Zhaoling. Su Zhaoling watched him leave, feeling a sense of sorrow in her heart. No, don't leave. She wanted to reach out to stop him but was stopped by Mr. Wu. King serve me and you're looking at other men, you'll know how capable I am later. Ha ha. Mr. Wu laughed and then forcefully dragged her into the private room. Ye Fang and Wang Tai descended the stairs, and on the way down, Ye Fang could see that Wang Tai was distracted. Do you think those old guys were a bit too arrogant? Ye Fang asked with a smile. In fact, he could see through Wang Tai's thoughts with just one glance. As childhood friends, Ye Fang knew that Wang Tai couldn't hide his feelings, and he could accurately guess what was on his mind. However, this time he didn't plan to confront Wang Tai about his real thoughts. He just wanted to tell him their next move. Wang Tai was surprised at first, then smiled. Hey, Maple bro, you're right. Those old guys are too arrogant. I'll have to teach them. Ye Fang shrugged indifferently, saying, handle it as you see fit. Let Big Head take care of it. Just then, Dragon Da and Dragon Sen came to the door. Maple bro, Tai bro, Ye Fang nodded and said, go rest in the car. Big Head will handle it. The two got into a black Mercedes. After about 10 minutes, 10 black Audi cars approached from a distance. The convoy parked next to the Mercedes, and Big Head and a group of well-dressed men got out, all looking fierce and menacing. Big Head walked up to Ye Fang's car window, bowed respectfully, and said, Maple bro. The window rolled down. Ye Fang waved his hand and smiled. Go ahead. Bring those three old guys out. Big Head gave a sinister smile. Mission guaranteed. Let's go, brothers. Big Head led the way, followed by dozens of henchmen, like a dark tide flooding into the bathhouse. In room 502, Mr. Wu had just emerged from the bathtub and, seeing Su Zhaoling's slender figure, felt a surge of desire. Hehe, I'll vent my frustration on you today. Impatient and hot-headed, Mr. Wu disregarded drying himself and pounced on Su Zhaoling, who turned away with an expressionless face, almost like a lifeless corpse. Suddenly, the door to the private room was fiercely pushed open. Zhang Yao was shoved in. Who the hell are you? Mr. Wu, annoyed at the interruption, looked towards the door, but the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Standing at the door were more than 10 men dressed in suits, all with fierce and menacing appearances, especially the leader, with a disproportionately large head, thick neck, and a ferocious look in his copper-bell eyes. It was chilling just to look at him. Who are you? What do you want? Mr. Wu was nervous and stammered, losing his previous arrogance. He couldn't remember having offended these people. Big Head stepped forward, glaring down at him, and sneered, It's you. Ha! Mr. Wu was perplexed, But in the next moment, a large hand appeared in front of his face. Asterisk smack. Asterisk big head delivered a swift slap, and Mr. Wu fell from the bed to the floor. The slap left Mr. Wu seeing stars, feeling dazed and disoriented. Take him away, big head commanded, and Mr. Wu was dragged away like a dead dog. Zhang Maimei, if Boss Wu asks, tell him it was me, big head, handling business. If he has any issues, he can come to Anlu Group to find me. Big head smiled. No. We have no issues at all. None at all. Really. Zhang Ye hastily explained. In the city, who dared to have issues with Anlu Group? Anlu Group controlled most of the city's territory. With immense power and influence, no one dared to have any issues unless they were tired of living. Good then, Big Head said. With that, he and his men left. Soon, the private room was left with Zhang Ye and the bewildered Su Zhaoling. Relaxing now that the people had left, Zhang Ye rushed to Su Zhaoling's side, wearing a fawning smile, and asked, My dear ancestor, Su Zhaoling, why didn't you tell me you knew people from Anlu Group? Su Zhaoling was puzzled. Late at night, downstairs at the bathhouse center, Mr. Wu and his two friends were brought to the front of Pingzi car. Mr. Wu's heart was extremely uneasy and restless. When he saw the densely packed black-suited people around him, he felt even more frightened and uneasy. Damn. Who are these people? When did I offend big shots? Ooh. What's going on? Bro. A friend beside him almost cried out, his legs trembling. I don't know either. Mr. wanted to cry without tears. Big Head kicked him from behind, knocking him to the ground. At this time, the car door of Pingzi opened, and Ye Fang and Wang Tai walked out of the car. Mr. Wu and his two friends saw Ye Fang, and their faces changed drastically. So it was this young man. Who is this young man anyway? Mr. Wu remembered cursing at him just now and suddenly felt like falling into an abyss. Ye Fang looked down at the three of them, smiling. You guys were really arrogant just now, weren't you? Big brother, I was wrong. I'm sorry for being rude. It was my big mouth. Mr. Wu hurriedly apologized. Wang Tai rolled up his sleeves and swung a fist, knocking him down, then grabbed his collar, slapping him one ear at a time. You talk too much, you act too arrogant. Damn it, Wang Tai cursed and slapped at the same time. Stop hitting. Big brother, I'm sorry, please don't hit me. I'm sorry. Mr. Wu's face swelled from being slapped, but he dared not resist, only begged painfully. Wang Tai kept slapping him dozens of times before finally letting him go. Wang Tai vented his anger, straightened his clothes, and sternly said, Be more low-key outside from now on. Don't act like you don't know who you are after drinking a few glasses of horse urine. Mr. Wu crouched on the ground, not daring to make a sound. The other two men knelt on the ground trembling. Ye Fang patted Wang Tai's shoulder and said with a smile, Had enough venting. Okay. Go drink. Let Big Head handle the rest. Wang Tai nodded and said, Okay. Wang Tai. Just as the two were about to turn and get into the car, a voice rang out at the entrance of the bathhouse. Wang Tai turned around and saw Su Zhaoling. Su Zhaoling also saw him and witnessed the scene. With over 10 cars outside, dozens of men in black suits, she was extremely shocked. She never expected it was really the people Wang Tai brought, let alone that it had escalated to this extent. She felt like the two of them were worlds apart at that moment. Su Zhaoling forced a bitter smile, realizing she had no chance left. The two of them were no longer in the same world. Wang Tai just calmly glanced at her, then got into the Pingzi car. Ye Fang smiled and thought Wang Tai was not a heartless person, after all. Fortunately, he had untangled his knots. Ye Fang got into the Pingzi car. After a while, the car started and drove away from the scene. Big Head waved, saying, Take these three guys and treat them well. Yes, Big Head. A man with thick eyebrows beside him responded. Shortly after, Mr. Wu and the other two were each dragged into a car. 10 black cars left one after another, and soon, Su Zhaoling was left standing alone at the entrance of the bathhouse. She watched the convo leave, feeling lonely and regretful. If only she had insisted on staying with Wang Tai from the beginning. If only she hadn't listened to her parents and chose Zheng Nan. If only she hadn't cheated at that time. If only. But there are no ifs in the world. Tears welled up in her eyes. She crouched on the ground, holding herself, crying bitterly. The next day, at the Shengxi Entertainment Club, Ye Fang woke up in bed, and there were empty wine bottles on the bed. He felt a throbbing headache from the aftermath of drinking. He rubbed his temples, sat up on the bed, shook his head to clear it, recalling the events of last night. Last night, he was drinking with Wang Tai, Han Ping'an, and other members of the Anlu group. He didn't know when he got drunk and was sent to the restroom. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he suddenly felt he stepped on someone. He turned to see Wang Tai and Han Ping'an lying sprawled on the floor. Wang Tai was still hugging one of Han Ping'an's legs, and Han Ping'an's soul was pressing onto Wang Tai's face, while Wang Tai held it as if known on a big pig's trotter, even nibbling in his dreams. Han Ping'an was clutching two empty red wine bottles, still not awake. Damn, how did you both end up sleeping on the floor? Ye Fang kicked Wang Tai in surprise. Huh? Where is this? Wang Tai woke up dazed and still hadn't released Han Ping'an's leg. At Chen Jiajia's house, Ye Fang chuckled. What? Jiajia? Wang Tai was shocked at the revelation and quickly looked for his phone and jacket. Han Ping'an, now awake, muttered. Why are the soles of my feet so wet? Bro Fang, Bro Tai, good morning. Han Ping'an yawned and greeted the two, seeming quite calm. Morning. Ping'an, how much did you and Tai drink last night that you're still here drinking now? Ye Fang laughed and asked. Ow, not sure, but quite a lot. But it's strange. I had a weird dream last night. I dreamt I was in a pigsty, where a pig kept licking the soles of my feet. Really strange dream. Han Ping'an scratched his head, looking puzzled. Ye Fang remembered the scene just now. Ha ha. Damn. Wang Tai, now putting on his jacket, asked in confusion. Why are you laughing, Bro Fang? Taking a look around, he suddenly realized, damn, Bro Fang, you tricked me. Scared me to death. I challenge you. Wang Tai took off his jacket and pounced, using a time-out and pressing head move to tackle Ye Fang down. Damn, Tai, are you challenging me? I learned from little Shi. Ye Fang shouted out loud and then kicked Wang Tai off the bed, executing a joint lock move on him. Ah, Bro Fang, I'm sorry. Wang Tai begged for mercy directly, admitting defeat. Head, Tai. Let me ask you something. Did you dream of known on pig trotters last night? Ye Fang guessed with a smile. Ha, Bro Fang. How did you know? Do you have ESP? Wang Tai turned back with a face full of disbelief. Han Ping'an, his face changing, suddenly jumped up, cursing. Dad, my feet are dirty. With that, Han Ping'an ran to the bathroom to wash his feet. 1 hour later, the three brothers sat in the club's restaurant eating breakfast. Bro Fang, tell us, how did you guess about my dream? Wang Tai asked curiously. Hehe, can't tell. Ye Fang mysteriously teased. However, Han Ping'an beside them sat with a dark face, focusing on devouring his steak. At that moment, Ye Fang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number from Gang City. He answered the call. Hello, who is this? Hehe, Mr. Yi. It's me. A low, deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this voice, Ye Fang knew who it was. It was Chen Chuanyang from Gang City. Chen Chuanyang. Ye Fang put down his chopsticks, squinted, and asked, Hehe, so it's Mr. Chen. It's an honor to receive a call from Mr. Chen. Chen Chuanyang coldly said, Mr. Yi, you've gained control of the Wu family's shipping business. You've made a fortune, but my business in the mainland is suffering heavy losses. You have to give me an explanation. Orders? Mr. Chen, I don't quite understand what you mean. Ye Fang feigned ignorance with a smile. In fact, he was well aware that Yi Chen used Wuhai's fleet to conduct business transporting goods to the inland. Now that Wuhai had collapsed, all operations had come to a halt, including those of the Yi group. He had taken over Wuhai's assets, but had not immediately resumed the interrupted business. He wanted Yi Chen to understand what kind of relationship truly constituted cooperation. Equality. In the past, Wuhai had a single business and had to rely on Yi Chen's favor, but Ye Fang was different. He could live well without Yi Chen's business. However, if Yi Chen lost this route, he would have to expend energy to find a new one, and Yi Chen's desire to be superior was simply not possible. Cooperation between both sides must be mutually beneficial, treating each other equally. This is the foundation of cooperation. Over the phone, Chen Chuanyang said, in a low voice, we are both smart people. There's no need to pretend to be confused with me. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Restart the transportation business of the Yi group. 2. Permanently cease the business of trading goods between the harbor market and the inland. You don't need to doubt my ability. If I say I can cut you off, then I can cut you off. With a hint of anger in his words, Ye Fang could tell. He secretly chuckled. After some time had passed, and Ye Chen could no longer wait, Ye Fang smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, please don't be angry. I am very willing to cooperate with the Ye group, including more harbor market enterprises. Since you called directly to inquire, I will definitely restart the operation as soon as possible. I was too busy these past few days, and I forgot about this momentarily, but rest assured, the transportation business will soon be back to normal." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Chen Chuanyang probably did not expect Ye Fang to make such a decisive agreement. Chen Chuanyang sneered. "Ye Fang, sometimes, overthinking is not a good thing." Ye Fang was surprised and asked, "What do you mean by overthinking?" "I have no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Chen. Have you misunderstood something?" On the phone, Chen Chuanyang raised his eyebrows and his face showed a hint of annoyance. He had never encountered someone as shameless as Ye Fang. "Ye Fang, this is your last chance. If you want to cooperate, you come to the harbor market to find me. It's only this one chance. If you miss it, not only will you miss the business of the Ye group, but also the harbor market business." "Don't expect anything," Chen Chuanyang said sternly. Ye Fang shook his head, smiling. Okay, Mr. Chen, no need to be like this. I will definitely come. I attach great importance to the harbor market trade. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will personally visit you in the harbor market." Hearing Ye Fang's strange words, Wang Tai almost spat out his porridge, trying hard to contain his laughter. What mischief was Fang Jie up to again? The phone suddenly hung up, and Ye Fang put down his phone and said with a smile, "Look at this person. He is quite a temper." Han Ping'an asked curiously, "Fang Jie, do we really need to cooperate with Ye Chen?" Ye Fang nodded and responded, "Of course, I want to establish private equity and banking enterprises in the harbor market. However, this kind of cooperative relationship must be based on equality. If he wants to suppress me, that is impossible. Even if Ye Chen does not cooperate, our progress may encounter obstacles, but the goal will not change. Currently, the business of the Ye Fang Group is expanding. We are earning more money and spending a lot too. Relying solely on extensive credit loans will not support the high-speed development of the Ye Fang Group. Moreover, the electronic plant is about to be completed, and the semiconductor business is about to start. This line of business costs a lot of money. Even if we put all the profits of the Ye Fang Group into it, it may not be enough. Investment in the semiconductor industry is estimated to be in the hundreds of billions, with total industry investments starting at least in the trillions." Listening to these figures, Han Ping'an couldn't help but be amazed. These figures were astronomical even for the current Ye Fang Group. That's why Fang Jie is planning the financing channels in the harbor market. Ye Fang brought a bowl of porridge and a pot and said, "If the current domestic financing level is represented by this bowl, then the financing level in the harbor market is represented by this pot. No, it can even be larger. The harbor market serves as an important bridge for the mainland to connect with international capital. Whether it's the scale of financing or the cost of financing, it far surpasses the mainland." In 2001, the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock indexes dropped significantly, and the capacity of the stock market for financing was worrying, with excessive volatility. Even issuing corporate bonds would result in very high costs. Currently, most corporate financing methods come from bank credit loans. For enterprises like the Ye Fang Group, a rising star in the harbor market, rapid development is only possible if they can obtain higher loan credit. But for general small and medium-sized enterprises, obtaining financing is very difficult. Many of these enterprises rely on private fundraising, pooling, and loans for financing, with high costs and risks. In order for the Ye Fang Group to continue its rapid development, it must establish financing channels in the harbor market. Ye Fang had long been planning a financing channel system based on a private equity venture capital fund company, to attract a large amount of investment funds from individuals and enterprises, and then establish a joint stock commercial bank to serve as the platform for financial operations, providing retail wealth management services, enterprise investment and financing services, international business, loan services, insurance services, etc., injecting strong impetus into the development of the Ye Fang Group. And the operation mechanism was similar to Anping Bank, Shengmin Bank, and Guangfa Bank, among others. There are two main ways for such joint stock banks to obtain licenses. One is to apply for formal approval in the harbor market and obtain a formal license, and the other is through mergers and acquisitions to establish or acquire a bank that already has a license. Additionally, public capital must be introduced for supervision, similar to the Guan Markets Development Bureau and other capital entities. Ye Fang knew how difficult and dangerous it was to achieve these two goals, but no matter how difficult, he had to do it. The pace of development of the Ye Fang Group could not be stopped, especially in the field of physical materials and semiconductor industry, where the domestic industry has fallen behind foreign countries, especially many developed Western countries. Once they stop advancing, they will still be obstructed by various means by Western countries in the future. If they do not establish financing channels in the harbor market, the Ye Fang Group will sooner or later encounter a development bottleneck, and then, like a fish in a tank, as oxygen runs out, slowly lose vitality. Development will slow down, even stop, and corporate systems will stiffen, become inactive, and by then, it will be too late. Fun J, when are we going to the harbor market? Wang Tai asked, munching on a big bun. Ye Fang smiled lightly and said, no rush. It's not too late to go after the restructuring of our Ye Fang Group is complete. We have expanded our operations now, and need to reorganize resources and platforms. Tai Zi, Ping An, I will draft a new structure for you to see later. If there are no issues, you can convene a meeting with the senior management of the Ye Fang Group and its subsidiaries. Han Ping An asked in surprise, a new corporate structure. Fun J, are you going to that extent? He had heard Ye Fang mention before that the core of the new structure was Ye Fang Capital, moving away from the business-centric approach of the entire Ye Fang Group and shifting towards a capital-centric focus. This was an operation he could not comprehend. Isn't doing business supposed to revolve around the core of business? What kind of core is it to focus on capital? 7 days later, in the morning, at Ye Fang e-commerce company, Cai Tongming was munching on a steamed bun as he hurriedly made his way to the office, his steps quick. Good morning, Mr. Cai. Good morning, Mr. Cai. Mr. Cai, you're here so early. Employees inside the company greeted him one after another. Cai Tongming nodded and smiled in response to all the greetings. Mr. Cai, here is your schedule for today. Jiwen, the assistant manager, approached him. Quickly swallowing the bun, wiping his hands, Cai Tongming took the documents and glanced at them. It stated that there would be a management meeting of Ye Fang Group in the morning, an e-commerce onboarding conference with merchants in the afternoon, and meetings with other business partners later in the day. It was going to be a very busy day. After some thought, Cai Tongming said, I won't attend the e-commerce onboarding conference in the afternoon. Let Deputy General Chen go in my place. The management meeting this morning is crucial, and after it, I need to reassess my work. Jiwen looked surprised. Oh, Mr. Cai, are you really not attending the onboarding conference? The e-commerce onboarding conference is a long-awaited event organized by Ye Fang e-commerce, where a large number of electronic product merchants and enterprises would be invited to join. Cai Tongming used to attach great importance to it. Cai Tongming chuckled. Jiwen, today's management meeting is more vital. Besides, Deputy Ching can represent me. The merchants that need to sign up have already done so. Whether I show up or not doesn't matter. Jiwen hesitated for a moment, then said, all right, I will inform Deputy Chen. By the way, will Deputy Chen also attend today's management meeting? Cai Tongming nodded. Yes, although he's new, his rank is sufficient, so he will attend. You don't need to worry about him being unavailable in the afternoon. He will be responsible for more specific tasks in the future, while I manage the overall direction. Jiwen smiled and said, understood. I'll go inform Deputy Chen then. Feeling relieved after Cai Tongming's assurance, Jiwen exited the room. Cai Tongming returned to his office, opened his computer, holding a cup of soy milk, sipping as he read. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Cai Tongming didn't look up. A middle-aged man in a white shirt, khaki pants, and frameless glasses entered the office with a smile. Mr. Cai, busy? Hope I'm not interrupting. Cai Tongming glanced up and smiled. Oh, it's you, old Chen. I'm just reviewing some reports. The man was Chen Lianji, the newly recruited vice president responsible for B2B merchant onboarding at Ye Fang e-commerce. He was a high-caliber talent hired directly by the Ye Fang Group HR department from overseas, a graduate of Stanford University who had previously worked at Amazon, responsible for channel development in books and publications. Amazon, established in 1994, was primarily focused on online sales of books initially, but by 2001, it had expanded to other categories. Chen Lianji saw the future of e-commerce and coincidentally recognized the rise of Ye Fang e-commerce. Through HR contacts, both sides quickly reached an agreement, and he joined Ye Fang e-commerce. He became one of the few internally transferred senior executives at Ye Fang Group. It had only been 3 months since he started at Ye Fang e-commerce, but with his mature business management experience from overseas, he significantly improved the progress of merchant onboarding. Now, he was a trusted assistant to Cai Tongming. After Chen Lianji sat down, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Mr. Cai, I received a message from Jiwen earlier. Are you not attending the onboarding conference in the afternoon? Many of our partner merchants are looking forward to seeing you." Chen Lianji believed that having Cai Tongming present would greatly enhance the conference's outcome, since Cai Tongming was the head of Ye Fang e-commerce. Cai Tongming murmured, "You can handle it. The management meeting this morning is more crucial." Chen Lianji was even more puzzled now. Weren't the management meetings usually just routine discussions? Why was today's meeting so crucial that Cai Tongming even decided to skip the onboarding conference? "Mr. Cai, what's on the agenda for today's management meeting? Can you give me a hint?" Chen Lianji curiously inquired. The meeting was of high secrecy. Only executives above level 32 could know in advance. With his current level at 28, he was not qualified. It was the first time he encountered such a high level of confidentiality in meetings since joining the company. Cai Tongming chuckled. "Why rush? You'll find out during the meeting. Don't ask me too much. You'll hear more from Mr. Yi when he announces it." Chen Lianji, intrigued by Cai Tongming's mysterious demeanor, became even more excited about the meeting. Ye Fang Group was the fastest-growing enterprise he had seen, and it had risen to such heights without any third-party investments. Since the company was established just over a year ago, he was curious about the need for a reorganization. What changes were in store? As he pondered, the office phone rang. Cai Tongming answered. "Hello, this is Cai Tongming. Mr. Yi has arrived." "Great. I'll be right up." Cai Tongming hung up the call, picked up the documents, and said seriously, "Old Chen, Mr. Yi has arrived. Let's head to the 32nd floor." "Okay." Chen Lianji stood up immediately and responded. The two of them left the office together and joined other senior executives of Ye Fang e-commerce en route to the 32nd floor. When Cai Tongming led the Ye Fang e-commerce executives to the lobby of the 32nd floor, most of the executives from the subsidiary companies had already arrived. Several people were engaged in discussions, and Wang Tai and Han Ping'an were already waiting. "Manager Wang, Manager Han." Cai Tongming greeted them with a smile, shaking hands one by one. "Good morning, Manager Wang, Manager Han." Other executives bowed and greeted. Wang Tai and Han Ping'an were the founding seniors of Ye Fang Group. Though not too old, they had high respect and recognition within the group for their abilities. "Hey, old Cai, your team keeps growing. It's almost bigger than mine," Wang Tai praised. With the rapid development of e-commerce business at Ye Fang, more resources were being allocated from the top. "No. We just kick-started Ye Fang Logistics Park, so there's a lot of work to do. I might need Manager Wang's help more," Cai Tongming humbly replied. Cai Tongming talked casually with Wang Tai and Han Ping'an. Chen Lianji was still not very familiar with them and couldn't join the conversation, so he listened quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement. After a while, the sound of the elevator rang out. "Mr. Yi is here," someone called out. Hearing this, Cai Tongming and the rest of the group quickly stood aside, forming a line and looking towards the direction of the elevator. The elevator doors opened, and Mr. Yi, clad in a black suit, stepped out confidently. Following him were several assistants and secretaries from the CEO's office. Mr. Yi appeared amidst the crowd, and everyone welcomed him respectfully. "Good day, Mr. Yi." "Good morning, Mr. Yi." All the executives bowed and greeted Mr. Yi. Chen Lianji also bowed and greeted, his eyes fixed on Mr. Yi, admiring his young, confident demeanor. Who would have thought that such a young man was heading a large conglomerate in Guangxi City? Chen Lianji didn't see Ye Fang often, but every time Ye Fang left a deeper impression on him. It seemed that beneath this young appearance of the boss of Ye Fang was an entrepreneur who had navigated the business world for many years. Mature, confident, dignified, he always made people feel a sense of awe. Chen Lianji watched as Ye Fang approached step by step, Suddenly, Ye Fang stopped in front of him and smiled, saying, "Vice President Chen must be attending the full executive meeting for the first time, right?" Chen Lianji quickly replied, "Yes, President Yi, it is my first time. You seem a bit uncomfortable, but you will get used to it gradually," Ye Fang said with a smile. "Yes, I will," Chen Lianji replied with a smile. He could sense the meaning in Ye Fang's words, which was that he hoped Chen Lianji would stay longer and go further within Ye Fang Group. This was the difference in culture between the mainland and Western companies. Westerners speak directly, with few metaphors, but in the mainland, the higher-ups use metaphorical language to communicate with those below, as they may be more receptive. At first, Chen Lianji felt a bit uncomfortable after returning, but after spending some time with Cai Tongming, he understood many secrets. After Ye Fang entered the Ye Fang Group, the various high-level executives in the hall followed and headed to the large conference room. Inside the conference room, Ye Fang sat in the main seat at the podium, with core executives such as Wang Tai, Han Ping'an, Cai Tongming, Luo Xian, Fu Han, Zhang Lei, and others seated on either side. Below the stage were high-ranking vice presidents from subsidiary companies reaching level 28 and above, including Zhang Zhibei, Zheng Jing, Cheng Dan, and other Penguin Company executives. At this moment, all eyes were on Ye Fang, eagerly awaiting his address. Ye Fang scanned the room, then looked at the audience, smiling, and said, "Today's Ye Fang Group full executive meeting is different from before. This meeting will determine the direction of Ye Fang Group for the next 50 years, a crucial meeting to restructure our company. Regarding the internal restructuring of Ye Fang Group, I have already discussed with President Han, President Wang, President Luo, and others, and we have reached a consensus. Today's meeting is to inform everyone internally. If you have any special ideas, you can contact the President's office." Ye Fang paused, saying solemnly, "The agenda of today's meeting is simple. Ye Fang Group will be restructured to establish Ye Fang Capital Group." As Ye Fang's words fell, there was a commotion in the room, and everyone's faces showed astonishment. Chen Lianji even opened his mouth wide in surprise. Establishing Ye Fang Capital Group. Did this mean Ye Fang Group was moving towards becoming a mature international capital enterprise? No wonder today's meeting was so significant. Ye Fang noticed the reactions and smiled before saying, "This is an enterprise top structure that I designed myself. Everyone can take a look." As he spoke, people from the president's office distributed documents. Chen Lianji took a look at the document and his eyes widened. He recognized the symbolism. It was very similar to the structure of BlackRock Capital Group. When he saw Ye Fang's private equity fund and the Ye Fang Bank logo outlined with dashed lines, he was completely dumbfounded. Ye Fang Group was going to develop in finance. No. There was also the manufacturing sector. Ye Fang Semiconductors. This was insane. Too crazy. Chen Lianji's mind was in turmoil. Incredibly shocked. The Ye Fang boss in front of him was setting up a layout like this. Ambitious. Ye Fang smiled and continued. As everyone can see, the establishment of Ye Fang Capital Group aims to provide stronger capital support for all Ye Fang Group businesses. I will use Ye Fang Capital Group as the core financial capital operation platform, set up Ye Fang Fund and Ye Fang Bank in the future, attract global funds, connect with capital upstream, link with Ye Fang Capital, operated by Ye Fang Capital, allocate resources, deliver resources to Ye Fang Group and Ye Fang Investment Company. Have Ye Fang Group and Ye Fang Investment implement resources in specific projects to accelerate Ye Fang Group's business development. In addition to Ye Fang-related businesses, Ye Fang Capital Group will focus on investing in mainland biopharmaceuticals, the internet, high-end manufacturing, and other key areas. Ye Fang emphasized, because I hope to promote the operating of the national industrial chain. In the near future, we won't be held back by certain countries in key areas. Some of the top executives showed astonishment, while Chen Lianji was also amazed. Establishing Ye Fang Capital was for this purpose. Ye Fang banged the table and said solemnly, "Everyone, I have founded Ye Fang Capital, not as private capital or team capital, but as national capital." Ye Fang Group was given a unique historical mission from its establishment. Our original intention has never changed. To use technology to benefit society. To use capital to serve the nation. This will never change. Ye Fang's powerful voice echoed in the conference room, followed by enthusiastic applause everywhere. Everyone in the room looked at Ye Fang with admiration in their eyes. Chen Lianji was filled with excitement, clapping his hands as his heart surged with emotion. At this moment, he finally understood the biggest difference between Ye Fang Group and Western companies. He now understood why Ye Fang Group had such generous benefits and salaries that were multiple times higher than industry standards. Because Ye Fang Group was a responsible, visionary national enterprise. Such enterprises were too few. Far too few. This required the founder to abandon personal desires and act with a public spirit to achieve and fulfill. Ye Fang then presented another document, saying, "Now, I announce the reorganization structure with Ye Fang Capital Group as the core. 1. Ye Fang Technology, Penguin Company, Ye Fang Electronics, Ye Fang E-Commerce, Ye Fang Logistics, and the newly established Ye Fang Service and Trade will be combined to form an internet e-commerce business group, with an executive director position held by Wang Tai." Upon hearing this, Wang Tai stood up and bowed to the audience. 2. Ye Fang Shipyard will be upgraded to Ye Fang Shipbuilding Group, with an executive president position held by the former shipyard director, Ma Yangbo. Ma Yangbo, aged over 50 with graying hair, stood up, looking spirited, and bowed to the audience. 3. Establish Ye Fang Entertainment Company, combine with Ye Fang Esports to form the Esports Entertainment Business Group, with an executive director position held by Han Ping'an. Han Ping'an looked serious, stood up, and bowed. 4. Establish Ye Fang Semiconductor Industry Company, with the former Guang Province Semiconductor Research Institute senior expert Yu Wei as the CEO. Yu Wei stood up, hands trembling with excitement. He never imagined that following his junior could lead to this day. 5. Upon obtaining qualifications, establish Ye Fang Fund, Ye Fang Bank, jointly with Ye Fang Investment Company to form the Financial Business Group, with an executive director position held by the former Ye Fang Fund's financial director, Fu Han. Fu Han, with neatly styled hair, stood up and bowed. 6. Establish Ye Fang Capital Group, directly holding shares in Ye Fang Group, Ye Fang Fund Company, Ye Fang Stock Bank Company, Ye Fang Investment Company, Ye Fang Mining Company. Set up a board of directors with core executive members, with me, Ye Fang, serving as the chairman. 7. Establish Ye Fang Law Firm, with former legal head Luo Xian as the CEO, also serving as Ye Fang Capital's legal head. Luo Xian stood up, bowed with a faint smile on his lips. Ye Fang put down the document and smiled, saying, "This is the new reorganization structure." The reading is complete. All the high-level executives stood up, and the conference room erupted with enthusiastic applause. Chen Lianji clapped excitedly, feeling his blood boil with enthusiasm. He gazed intently at Ye Fang, sitting at the main seat on the stage, emitting a brilliant light. With Ye Fang's leadership, this massive ship of the Ye Fang series would surely break through the waves and sail towards the future. Perhaps one day, the name Ye Fang would resound around the world. 3 days later, at the entrance of South China University of Technology, the afternoon sun shone brightly at the entrance, and students carrying bags rushed towards the bus stop on the side of the road. Many parents on motorcycles were also waiting to pick up their children to go home for the summer vacation. "Zixi, where's Ye Fang? Why isn't he here? And where's Wang Tiran gone?" Chen Jiajia stood on her tiptoes looking around. Kuky checked the time on her watch and helplessly said, "Who knows where that lazy Ye Fang went?" The road in front of the school gate was filled with traffic, and cars could only move forward slowly. A few traffic police officers were directing the traffic on the road. "Maybe there's a traffic jam," Chen Jiajia speculated. "Is Gu Shahua waiting for a car? Why not ride in my car?" Suddenly, a flippant voice came from behind. Chen Jiajia turned around and was surprised. Qiao Zixuan. This guy was the second-generation rich kid who had tried to join the drama club to pursue Kuky last time, and was rumored to be a rival of Yang Jian's past conquests. "I wonder if I have the honor." Qiao Zixuan smiled at Kuky. Kuky gave him a look and said, "Sorry, you don't have that honor. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up." Qiao Zixuan's eyes showed a hint of displeasure, and he coldly said, "What's so good about that guy surnamed Ji?" Kuky put down her luggage, clenched her fists, and said, "Get lost if you had any sense. I don't have time to waste with you." Chen Jiajia was stunned, silently giving a thumbs up and whispered, "Go Kuky." Qiao Zixuan reluctantly smiled. This was the most defiant and spicy beauty he had ever encountered. He was at a loss on how to proceed. Suddenly, A hand rested on his shoulder. Who the hell are you? An impatient Chia Zixuan turned around to find a stern man behind him. A tall and fierce man exuded a touch of hostility. At the sight of this man, his voice softened. "Ah, buddy, who are you?" Long Da gave him a cold glance and said, "Get lost." His tone was unquestionable. Faced with such a strong presence, Chia Zixuan didn't dare to retort, as he didn't know the man's background. The man in front of him seemed like he had crawled out from a pile of dead bodies. Very terrifying. Okay. Chia Zixuan dryly laughed, nodded repeatedly, and quickly walked away. Kuky, seeing Long Da, asked in surprise, "Long Da, where's Ye Xiao?" Long Da respectfully replied, "Miss Gu, Mr. Yi's car is stuck behind, and the scene is chaotic. For safety reasons, let me come to pick you up." "Huh? What's going on?" Kuky looked puzzled. How could the car be stuck on the road without moving? Long Da smiled helplessly and said, "You'll see, when we get there. Let me help you carry the luggage." Long Da then picked up their luggage and led them towards the street behind. After walking for about 10 minutes, Kuky saw a large crowd gathering by the roadside, with people crowding and photographers taking pictures, seemingly watching something. The crowd filled the pedestrian walkway and the main road, causing a complete standstill. "What's going on? Why are there so many people?" Kuky exclaimed. They are all looking at the cars." Long Da smiled wryly. "Miss Gu, Miss Chen, please follow me closely." With the luggage in hand, Long Da managed to create a path through the crowd. When Kuky walked to the front of the crowd, she finally saw what everyone was looking at. A luxurious car fleet. 5 Audis, 3 Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans, and in front of the convoy was a large silver sedan with a logo of a bee with wings on the hood. Looking quite expensive. Around the convoy stood a group of black-suited bodyguards keeping the crowd at bay. Chen Jia exclaimed, "Oh my god, Bentley. No wonder it's so congested." She had seen this car in a car magazine, the top luxury car globally, a Bentley. There were probably only a few of these cars in the country. "Miss Gu, Miss Chen, this way please." 3 black-suited men stepped forward to shield Kuky, indicating for them to get into the car. Kuky looked bewildered. Was this Ye Xiao's car? My goodness, this car must be worth around $1 million. Amid the countless gazes and discussions of the onlookers, Kuky walked over with her head down. Chen Jia was led towards the back of the car. When Kuky got into the car, she saw a smiling Ye Fang. "Ye Fang, what's going on here?" Kuky glared at him. Ye Fang shrugged and said, "I thought of changing cars to pick you up. Who would have thought there would be so many onlookers?" He had underestimated people's curiosity about luxury cars. At this time in 2001, not many people could afford small cars in the country, so a luxury car parked on the roadside was indeed eye-catching. Kuky felt the soft and smooth leather of the seat, and asked in confusion, "Ye Xiao, this car must have cost a lot, right?" Ye Fang smiled and replied, "Well, it's not particularly expensive." "You're kidding. This car must be worth at least $1 million, right?" Kuky guessed. Ye Fang coughed and said, "Ahem, just add another 0 to that." "Oh, really? What? Add a 0? Kuky suddenly realized and widened her eyes in shock. 10 million? She stuttered in disbelief. Ye Fang contemplated for a moment and nodded, roughly. Kuky was dumbfounded. Although she had a rough idea of what Ye Fang's company did, she had never asked how much money he made. She only knew he must be making a decent amount. But to earn this much money, spending 10 million on a car, doing something like this, 10 million. How many pig trotters could you buy with that? You wouldn't be able to finish eating them in a lifetime. 10 million was how many zeros again? She had lost count, because this amount had far exceeded her concept of money. After being stunned for a long time, she pinched the soft flesh around Ye Fang's waist. "Ah, Zixi, what are you pinching me for?" Ye Fang winced in pain, surprised. Kuky pinched his waist and stared at him. You spent 10 million just to buy a car." Ye Fang looked bewildered. "What's the problem? Besides, this is the company's reception car. It's not that expensive." Kuky, What did you say? Is what you're saying the truth? A 10 million car isn't expensive." "Ye Fang, how much money have you made? How dare you talk nonsense?" Ye Fang chuckled and said, "Oh, I didn't make that much actually. Just a few small goals." Kuky was stunned and asked, "What are small goals?" Ye Fang leaned in and whispered a few numbers. Kuky was left speechless at the number she heard. Kuky was completely baffled. She had never heard of such a large amount before. Money. This sum already exceeded her cognitive range. How rich is that? In her view, she probably couldn't spend it all in 10 lifetimes. Ye Xiao, is this much money, really? Kuky turned her head and asked in astonishment. Ye Fang shrugged and said, a lot? Not at all. Not enough. Far from enough. Kuky pinched him and scolded, are you even speaking sense? Not enough. How ambitious are you? One should be content, my dear. Ye Fang winced in pain, gritting his teeth. My grand vision has yet to be realized. This amount of money is not enough at all. Kuky paused, recalling Ye Fang's aspiration to revitalize the national industry. She smiled and said, well, then earn more until you feel it's enough. For me, several billion or tens of billions don't seem to make a difference. Whatever you do, I support you. Ye Fang felt that having someone who understood him was truly rare. The car drove slowly, with Ye Fang's security personnel in black suits maintaining order up ahead. Looking through the car window as students carrying luggage on the road, Kuky said, oh, Ye Xiao, I will be interning this summer, as I told you last time, at an architectural design firm. They pay 700 yuan in internship allowance per month. Ye Fang dumbfoundedly said, 700? Indeed quite high. Kuky glared at him and said, not high enough. Who do you think can earn as much money as you? Ye Fang patted her head affectionately and asked, are you happy with it? But, can this amount of money cover your expenses? Kuky sweetly smiled and said, it's enough. I don't need to buy anything. I had more than I can spend. I don't want to be a canary, expecting food and money effortlessly. I believe I can earn money and not spend much. Not buying jewelry. A few hundred yuan a month is enough for food and drinks. By the way, Ye Fang, do you have any plans for the summer? Kuky leaned her head on his shoulder, asking curiously. Ye Fang, holding her delicate waist with one hand, said with a smile, I'm going to the city, visit Fragrant Harbor, Victoria Harbor, and then deal with some work matters. Want to join? Going to the city, but I'm busy. I have to work. Kuky said regretfully. Ye Fang joked, then why not skip the internship? Kuky shook her head firmly. This opportunity is rare. I won't miss it. Heh. I'll visit you when I'm on break. The vehicle drove out of the crowd, leaving South China University of Technology, heading towards the steel factory workers' residence area. As the sun set, the convoy stopped outside the workers' housing area. Ye Fang and Kuky got off the car, each carrying their luggage. Zixi, by Tilda, let's have morning tea tomorrow. Chen Jiujia stuck her head out of the rear car window, waving and smiling at Kuky. Sure. Take care tonight. Kuky replied, with a hand covering her mouth and a smile. Chen Jiujia and Wang Tai, this young couple, always found time to spend together, likely spending the night together as adults understand. Wang Tai chuckled and said, Head, Gu's school bell. Take good care of Fengzhe. Ye Fang hummed and teased, Tz, your energy is quite high. How about working an overnight shift tonight? No way. Fengzhe, I was wrong. I have other plans. Bye. Wang Tai immediately responded. With that, the car started and left a trail of dust. Ye Fang and Kuky exchanged a smile, held hands, and walked back home with their luggage. When they returned to Gu's home, the aroma of dinner greeted them as they opened the door. Mom, Dad, we're back. Kuky called out into the house. Zixi, Xiao Feng is back. Come in. Dinner will be ready soon. Gu Xingzhan appeared with a teacup, looking joyful. Okay, Uncle Gu, Ye Fang responded with a smile. Wow, there's food. Kuky quickly took off her shoes and rushed inside. Ye Fang placed their luggage down, put on his shoes, and saw Gu Xingzhan and his father, Ye Jianjun, chatting over tea while Kuky was washing her hands and running to the living room happily to grab a banana, with a sunny smile on her face. Seeing this scene of happiness, Ye Fang stood there dumbfounded, a silly smile creeping up at the corner of his mouth. Both parents were present. The beloved one was right there in front of him. In such a life, what more could one ask for? Son, come here, tell Dad about how your exams went. Ye Jianjun put down his teacup and called Ye Fang over with a smile. All right, Dad, Ye Fang answered. Su Wen in the kitchen teased, oh my, Xiao Feng still has exams. Ha ha. Laughter filled the room instantly. At night, after Kuky freshened up, changed into loose pajamas, and sat at her desk to write in her diary. June 26, 2001. Sunny. I never imagined that the smelly Fang could earn so much money. I have never dared to think about that in my life. The smelly Fang is still very promising. No wonder he's the man I set my eyes on. He's really outstanding. In the future, I have to work even harder. Kuky stopped writing, supporting her chin with one hand. Lost in thought. Humph, I don't want to be a pleasure-seeking lady. If I want to be an architect, then I'll be a top-notch one. She turned around, picked up her stuffed pig from the bed, placed it in front of her, and asked solemnly, "Little piggy, do you think I can become a top architect in the world?" Pressing the stuffed pig's head with her hand to make it nod, she said, "Heh, that's about right. You have good taste. This lady is also someone who can achieve great things. Can I be a new era independent woman, right?" She nodded the pig's head. "Good girl. You can go back to sleep now." Kuky chuckled and kicked it back onto the bed. She tidied her emotions, took out her textbooks to prepare for revision. Suddenly, there was a thumping sound from the window. Kuky, Xiao, darling, are you asleep yet?" Ye Fang's playful voice came from outside the window. Kuky was taken aback. What did this guy want so late at night? Standing up, she walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and saw Ye Fang leaning on the window of the opposite room, staring at her with a cheeky grin. "Fang, what is it? Do you know that you're disturbing this lady's studies?" Kuky crossed her arms, glaring at him. Ye Fang chuckled, whispered, "When can't you study? I have good news to tell you." Kuky skeptically asked, "What good news?" Ye Fang leaned closer, chuckled and said, "Heh, my parents want to go mountain climbing to see the sunrise. They are leaving for the Buddhist city tonight. I've arranged vehicles and people to send them off." Kuky was surprised. "Oh, uncle and auntie are going on a trip. How is this good news? I can't go with them." Ye Fang rubbed his hands and chuckled. Mountain climbing to see the sunrise isn't suitable for us young people. We should do things we enjoy. Fun activities for us. Zixi, the good news is that tonight, my house is empty. Heh. So, you. Kuky blushed, spat and said, "You, coming up with such ideas, you naughty boy. Then, remember to keep the door unlocked for me to enter later." Late at night, Kuky listened at the door, paying attention to the movements in the living room outside. When she heard the TV sound in the living room stop, she knew her parents should be going to sleep. The opportunity had come. She quietly opened the door a crack, peeked outside, and found the living room dark and quiet, but her heart inexplicably tightened with nervousness. "Mom, Dad." Kuky called softly towards the living room, but heard no response, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. She opened the door and tiptoed towards the direction of the front door, feeling like a thief. As she was about to reach the door, she heard Li Wan's voice behind her. Kuky was startled and turned around, awkwardly saying, Mom, you're not asleep yet." I can't sleep, so I'm going to go look at the moon." "Yes, the moon." Li Wan glanced at the overcast sky outside and chuckled. "Where is the moon on this kind of night? Are you going to find Xiao Fang?" Exposed by her mother, Kuky blushed and felt embarrassed. "You go find Xiao Fang. Mom won't stop you." "Really? But wait a moment. Mom will get you something." Kuky was puzzled. What was her mother going to give her? Li Wan went back to the room and returned with a small blue box in her hand. She handed the blue box to Kuky and said, "If you're not planning to have children yet, remember to take precautions." Surprised by her mother's words, Kuky's face turned red and she hurriedly explained, "Mom, what are you saying?" "I'm just going to chat." Li Wan, with a knowing smile, said, All right, just go chat. I won't stop you, go on." "Oh, okay." Kuky blushed and responded, then turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and asked, "Mom, how did you get this?" "That's your father." "Oh. Well, you curious child, why do you care so much? Go on. Li Wan coughed twice and shooed her out the door. Li Wan's voice came from inside the house, "Muxi, we're going to rest. Don't disturb us tonight. See you tomorrow." The voice quickly faded. Outside the door, Kuky stood holding the blue box, feeling puzzled by her mother's behavior. Goodness, what kind of mother is this? Kuky chuckled in bewilderment, then tucked the blue box into her pocket and walked towards the home of Ye Fang across the street. Just as she approached, she noticed the door slightly ajar, left by Ye Fang for her. She entered the house, closed the door behind her, and called out, "Stinky Fang." The sound of Ye Fang humming a tune could be heard inside the room. After a moment, Ye Fang appeared at the doorway. With a smirk, he teasingly said, "Woman, you finally arrived." Kuky approached him, observing his exaggerated expression, and said with a smile, "Stinky Fang, are you delusional? Why do you seem a bit cocky?" Ye Fang smoothed his hair and said seriously, "This is called handsome, okay? Can't you feel the masculinity exuding from my whole body?" Kuky blushed and, leaning closer, sniffed, "No, I can't, no. Impossible, forget it. Let's not dwell on it. Woman, you can't escape my grasp tonight." Ye Fang chuckled and suddenly lifted her up. "Ah, Stinky Fang, put me down," Kuky exclaimed, but her hands held onto his neck tightly. Ignoring her protests, Ye Fang carried her into the room, laid her on the bed, and pounced on her like a wolf. "Hee hee. Little white rabbit, don't run." Kuky blushed, curled up on the bed, and said, "Ah, don't." 1 minute later, "Stinky Fang, what's with all your nonsense? Can't you be a bit more serious like me?" "Ah yes, yes, everything you say. Stinky Fang, I'm concerned about your well-being." "Ah, right. Little Chi is always right. Hey, Stinky Fang, look at me. I wouldn't overthink things like you. You should learn from me." "Yes, always learning from you, Chi. Then, can you let go?" Kuky pinned his hands with one hand and used her knee to immobilize him. Teasingly, she said, "For being so obedient, I'll spare you this time." She released her grip, allowing Ye Fang to free himself. "Ouch, Kuky, you're quite strong." Ye Fang gasped, rubbing his wrists. Let me be a rogue." Kuky blushed, pouting. Ye Fang took her hand, grinned, and said provocatively, "With such a beautiful girlfriend like you, it's hard not to be a rogue. Who asked you to be so charming? Simply put, you're so beautiful." Kuky rolled her eyes at him, laughing, "Always sweet-talking. I'm asking you, when are you going to the harbor city?" Ye Fang hugged her and said, "The day after tomorrow. Can't bear to be without me." "Oh please, who can't bear to be without you? You have a big face, not me." Kuky lifted her chin in a coy manner. No matter how much she didn't want to admit it, she couldn't say those words. "I just asked, if you're going to Harbor City, get me some local specialties. Simple as that." Ye Fang saw through her intentions, pinched her little nose, and said, "Stop being stubborn. I know what's on your mind. I know. Beloved, in order not to waste such a beautiful evening, let's go to bed quickly." Ye Fang lifted the blanket and covered both of them. "Ha ha, Stinky Fang, why are you tickling me? Head. Tonight, I'll show you some acupoint techniques." "Stinky Fang, you're asking for a beating." The blanket rippled like waves, one wave after another. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window and into the room. Ye Fang slowly opened his sleepy eyes, subconsciously reaching out to the side, but felt nothing. He rubbed his eyes and found the bed empty. Where did She go? Suddenly, he heard the sound of the rain coming from the direction of the kitchen. He put on his clothes, walked out of the room, and saw Kuky busy in the kitchen. She, what are you doing?" Ye Fang walked over, puzzled. "You're awake, didn't you see? I'm making breakfast." Kuky, wearing an apron, turned around and smiled. "Out. Breakfast? Starting to poison me so early in the morning?" Ye Fang joked. "What are you saying?" Kuky glared at him with a ladle in hand. I mean you started cooking early. I'm touched. Very touched." Ye Fang quickly explained, waving his hands. "Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. I'll let you taste my cooking later," Kuky said proudly. Ye Fang dryly joked, trying. "Won't it be lethal?" "What did you say? Asking for a beating?" Kuky clenched her fist, making a cracking sound. Ye Fang quickly ran to freshen up. After a while, he finished washing up, changed clothes, and Kuky had already set out breakfast. A pot of meat congee and a plate of garlic stir-fried hollow vegetables. "Come. Eat. It's simple, but very delicious," Kuky said with satisfaction. "Really?" Ye Fang skeptically sat down at the dining table, observing the dishes. They looked decent, without the past burnt appearance. "You must try it." Kuky handed him chopsticks and a bowl. Ye Fang chuckled and nodded, asking, She, why did you wake up so early? Just to make me breakfast?" Kumushi rested her chin on her hands, smiling sweetly. Yes, just to make breakfast for you, you stinky egg. I'll have you know, climbing high and descending low. Praise me, right? Ye Fang joked. Yes, you are a great wife and mother. Are you satisfied? Kumushi laughed. Ye Fang tasted a spoonful of congee, surprised by the delicious taste. What's going on? Shi. Did you make this? It's not bought. Ye Fang asked in astonishment. Kumushi pinched his ear, grumbling. Do you think I'm that stupid, that my culinary skills haven't improved? At least I'm also a top student, right? Ye Fang joked. Kumushi let go of his ear, proudly saying, That's more like it. Ye Fang enjoyed his congee, mumbling, Why aren't you eating? I already ate. I'm not hungry. Just had a small bowl. Kumushi answered casually. Not hungry? Right. I was the one tired last night. Ye Fang teased. Kumushi blushed, giving him a side glance. It was your own doing, HMPH. I didn't force you. Ye Fang fake complained. Oh, my poor back is sore from last night. But since you made me breakfast, I won't say much about it. Kumushi threatened playfully. Kumushi playfully reached out towards his waist. Soon, the sound of Ye Fang's shout filled the room, making him suffer. Stinky Fang, in the next 2 days before you go to Han City, you won't have it easy, HMPH. 2 days later, in Chen City, at the Wuhai port, just after the morning customs clearance, there was a crowd of people at the entrance of the port. A convoy of luxury black cars appeared by the row, attracting many onlookers. The Bentley in the middle was particularly eye-catching, drawing a lot of attention. A group of men in black suits got out of the Audi behind, guarding the vehicle. One of them pulled open the back door of the Bentley, and a young man in a white shirt and a handsome appearance stepped out of the car, elegantly escorted by a few individuals. Long Dog greeted him and helped the young man put on a black suit. Wow. Who is this person? I don't know. Maybe a wealthy young man. Impressive. What a tycoon. If you can't afford a Bentley at birth, you'll never be able to in the future. So handsome, wealthy and good-looking. I want to marry him. Sister, stop daydreaming. Wake up. Amidst the surrounding crowd's discussions, the young man remained calm, checking the time on his watch as if waiting for something. Long Sen approached, respectful. Funjie, the procedures for the brothers have been completed. Wang Tai hurriedly approached from the back, exclaiming, Funjie, shall we go now? Ye Fang nodded, asking, Has Siwon arrived in Han City a day early as planned? Yes, Funjie, Siwon has arranged your itinerary in Han City according to plan. Long San responded. Ye Fang smiled slightly, saying, All right, let's go. Let's make a trip to Han City. Ha ha. Let's go meet in Yichen. Funjie. This way please. Lan Da led the way. Ye Fang, escorted by a group of black-suited men, was like the moon amongst the stars, heading towards the Wuhai port. After passing through customs procedures, Ye Fang and his companions were greeted by a fleet of cars waiting on a row after the border. They got into the cars, and the convoy set off one after another. Ye Fang and Wang Tai sat in the back of the car, watching the urban scenery retreating outside the window. Skyscrapers towering in the distance, densely packed streets, and notably more luxury cars on the road compared to the mainland. Everything appeared more prosperous and bustling than the mainland. This was Asia's financial center, Han City, a metropolitan hub interfacing China with the world. Wow, Funjie, Han City is indeed prosperous. Wang Tai couldn't help but exclaim. With support from the mainland, not being prosperous would be strange. Its status in the mainland during this time in 2001 is unparalleled. Of course, things might change in the future. Ye Fang nodded with a smile. Ye Fang gazed at the high-rise buildings shrouded in mist in the distance. Everything seemed calm on the surface, but he understood that beneath the surface, storms might be brewing. Han City had only been back under China's administration for 4 years since '97, and various forces were stirring. He knew that during this period, Han City would be chaotic, with many challenges, but as the saying goes, the greater the storm, the pricier the fish. More chaos, more opportunities. For West Fund Group to establish financial connections, expand into the financial sector, they needed to seize opportunities amidst the chaos and establish a firm foothold in Han City. Suddenly, Ye Fang's phone rang. Seeing the incoming call number, he answered the call. Chen Lashi, hello. Mr. Yi didn't even notify when coming to Han City. Chen Chuanyang's indifferent voice came through the phone. Ye Fang's pupils constricted. Chen Chuanyang knew about my trip to Han City today. It seemed he had eyes and ears everywhere. On the other end of the call, Chen Chuanyang sneered, Mr. Yi, since you're here, come to Victoria Harbor. Since Mr. Chen has invited me so warmly, I have no reason to refuse. Ye Fang smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in his heart. Was Mr. Chen always so condescending and domineering towards everyone? It seemed that the bad temper of the aristocratic family was difficult to change. Yi, meet me at the pier, Chen Chuanyang said calmly, then hung up the phone without giving Ye Fang a chance to speak. Ye Fang put down his phone, shook his head and said, TSK, Chen Enyi is really putting on a big show. Brother Fang, did Chen Enyi invite you to go somewhere? Wang Tai asked in confusion. Invite? Ye Fang's expression was strange. He didn't invite, he ordered me to go. Wang Tai was stunned. Damn, Chen Enyi is so domineering. That's so rude. Ye Fang laughed. In the city, he doesn't need to be polite to almost anyone, let alone talk about business etiquette. Long Dian Front asked, Brother Fang, do you need to change the schedule? Ye Fang nodded. Yes, let's go to Victoria Harbor. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the sea suddenly became rough. A 3-story luxury cruise ship was docked at Victoria Harbor Pier. In the lobby on the first floor of the yacht, there was a bar table, surrounded by dozens of men dressed in suits and leather shoes, all wearing luxury brands, discussing stocks and billion-dollar deals. Beautiful female attendants in tight uniforms carried trays and served these guests respectfully, because these people were all successful figures in the city, big bosses. At this time, a group of men in black suits appeared at the entrance of the cruise ship, led by a handsome man. Mr. Chen is here. Hello, Mr. Chen. Long time no see, Mr. Chen. When the big bosses on the yacht saw Chen Chuanyang appear, they greeted him warmly. After all, Chen Chuanyang was the owner of one of the only 2 biggest and most luxurious privately owned yachts in the city. Chen Enyi, one of the 4 major families in the city. No one dared to disrespect him. Chen Chuanyang smiled, then nodded in response to the crowd. I'm glad you could attend this party. Enjoy the food and drinks. Chen Chuanyang waved and said, Hey, Mr. Chen, it's our honor. A short and fat Mediterranean man next to him nodded and flattered. Chen Chuanyang smiled and reached out his hand. Mr. Yuan, welcome. The short and fat man named Yuan excitedly shook hands. Oh, Mr. Chen, you're too polite. Please, I have other matters to attend to. Chen Chuanyang let go of his hand and smiled. With that, he led a group of people out of the scene and headed to the 2nd floor. Chen Chuanyang arrived at the office on the 2nd floor, took off his suit jacket, and sat on the boss's chair. John, have you finalized the cooperation agreements with them for the department store supplies? Chen Chuanyang asked the middle-aged assistant beside him. Mr. Chen, most of it has been settled already, but there are 2 impudent ones, Bayan Chang from Wei Snacks and Shu Gang from Hunt for Delicious Food. Yi Zhang replied quietly. Yu Qian, standing behind Chen Chuanyang, cursed, these 2 old fools, relying on the Tide Society to support them, opposing us everywhere, seeking their own death. Chen Chuanyang crossed his legs, waved his hand calmly and said, Zhang, arrange for Jinlin to go feed the fish. Yi Zhang's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent, and he smiled. Yes, boss, I'll take care of it. Chen Chuanyang looked at his watch and smiled. Wait for someone. There's a clever lad coming. Before he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door, and then a man in a suit walked in quickly and whispered a few words to Chen Chuanyang. Chen Chuanyang sneered. Speak of the devil. The person is here. John, you go greet that clever lad, Ye Fang. When doing business in the city, you have to pay your respects first at the pier. Harbor City, Victoria Harbor. A fleet of black luxury cars stopped on a small row in front of the harbor. Long Da got out of the car and opened the rear door. Funjay, we have arrived. Ye Fang got out of the car and looked around. In front of him was a bay harbor, where the blue sea and sky met at the horizon, seemingly endless. On the left side of the harbor were tall buildings, showcasing prosperity. The view here is so beautiful. Ye Fang smiled. It's so bustling. Wang Tai walked over, gazing at the tall buildings in the distance with emotion. At this moment, a group of young men in white shirts walked over from the intersection. President Yi of Shifeng Group, please follow me. Mr. Chen is waiting for you on the cruise ship. The leader of the group spoke in a stiff Mandarin accent. please lead the way. Ye Fang gestured. The young man in white shirt slightly bowed, then led Ye Fang and his group to the pier. As they descended the embankment, Ye Fang could see a luxury cruise ship docked at the pier, with empty berths around it, while the opposite berths were packed full. It seemed that Mr. and Ye Chen had bought all the surrounding berths. The man in the black suit led Ye Fang to the front of the cruise ship, where a group of men in black suits guarded the entrance. Mr. Chen, due to limited space on the cruise, you can only bring 2 people on board. A middle-aged man in a black suit stopped Ye Fang indifferently. What? Only 2 people? What does Mr. Chen mean by this? Wang Tai furrowed his brow, clearly unhappy with Mr. and Ye Chen's arrangement. Mr. Chen means just that, the man in the black suit said coldly. Ye Fang squinted, faintly feeling that Ye Chen seemed to be asserting his authority. Ha ha. Welcome President Ye of Ye Fang Group. Suddenly, a hearty voice rang out from the entrance of the cruise ship, and Ye Zhang swiftly walked down. Ye Fang had never seen this middle-aged man before. Looking puzzled, Ye Zhang took the initiative to step forward, smiling. President Ye, I am Mr. Chen's assistant, my surname is Ye. Called Ye Zhang. Nice to meet you. After introducing himself, Ye Zhang warmly shook hands with Ye Fang. Ye Fang smiled. I should have come to Harbor City earlier. I apologize for keeping Mr. Chen waiting. No problem, Mr. Chen said. President Ye is a busy man. We understand, Ye Zhang replied. President Ye, the cruise ship has limited space. It's not convenient to bring so many people. Please understand, Ye Zhang said as he glanced at the dozens of burly men in black suits following Ye Fang. Ye Fang shrugged. Okay, Long Da, Long San, you 2 come with me. The others can wait here. Wang Tai, concerned for Ye Fang's safety, whispered. Fang Jie, isn't this too risky? Ye Fang patted his shoulder calmly. With Long Da and Long San with me, there's nothing unsafe. As their conversation ended, Ye Fang turned to Ye Zhang. All right, please take me to see Mr. Chen. Sure. This way. President Ye. Ye Zhang led the way. Ye Fang and the brothers Long followed him up to the cruise ship. The moment Ye Fang stepped onto the cruise ship, he heard lively jazz music playing, and there were many middle-aged men in suits drinking and chatting in the lobby. Judging from their demeanor, they seemed to be a group of businessmen. Was Mr. Chen hosting a gathering here? Ye Fang's appearance attracted the attention of everyone in the lobby, who turned to look at him curiously. Seeing Ye Zhang personally escorting Ye Fang in, they couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. Who was this young man? What was his background that Mr. Chen's trusted aide personally greeted him? Amidst many eyes watching, Ye Fang remained composed, following Ye Zhang to the 2nd floor office. Ye Zhang pushed open the door. Mr. Chen, President Ye is here. Ye Fang looked towards the man behind the door and saw Chen Qianyang sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, smoking a cigar. Ha ha. President Ye is here. Please have a seat. Chen Qianyang gestured casually for Ye Fang to sit down without getting up. Hello, Mr. Chen. Ye Fang smiled slightly as he entered the office. Long Da and Long San attempted to follow him, but they were stopped by the bodyguards at the door. Ye Fang waved his hand, signaling the Long brothers to wait at the door, then sat across from Chen Qianyang. Chen Qianyang narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing Ye Fang, and said with a smile, President Ye is indeed a busy man, coming to Harbor City without prior notice. If I hadn't received the news, I wouldn't have been able to arrange to meet you today. Oh, Mr. Chen, please forgive me. I intended to settle in before bothering you. I wouldn't want to disrupt your money-making, Ye Fang replied casually, maintaining a neutral tone. Chen Qianyang chuckled, leaning back on the sofa and asking, Do you smoke cigars? President Ye, have you had experience with them? Well, it seemed like a casual question. Ye Fang sensed the underlying tone. Chen Qianyang was asking if he understood cigars. Not understanding would imply being unsophisticated. Ye Fang replied, I've smoked a few occasionally, but I wouldn't call myself knowledgeable about them. In Guan City, we mainly smoke Huaozi. Mr. Chen, would you like one? Ye Fang took out a pack of cigars from his pocket, offering one to Chen Qianyang. Standing up, Chen Qianyang gestured towards the bustling tall buildings outside. Well, President Ye, not many people in Harbor City smoke these. Most businessmen here prefer cigars. The cruise ship started to move, sailing away from the harbor. Chen Qianyang walked to the bar, poured 2 glasses of whiskey, handed one to Ye Fang, and said with a smile, In Harbor City, you must drink whiskey and smoke cigars. He then took a cigar from the box on the table and passed it to Ye Fang. Give it a try. It's an authentic Cuban cigar. Ye Fang accepted it. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I'm quite adaptable. I don't mind what I smoke. Skillfully using a cigar cutter, Ye Fang lit the cigar using a table lighter, displaying smooth motions that did not resemble those of a beginner. Chen Chuanyang's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. Ha ha, good. President Yi is indeed extraordinary. Please. The two of them left the second-floor office together, walking to the observation deck outside the office, located at the stern of the cruise ship. From here, they could see the cruise ship rapidly leaving Victoria Harbor, with the tall buildings in front continuously receding. President Yi, the Wu family's affairs have been almost settled. Isn't it time to get down to business? Chen Chuanyang leaned on the railing, turning to Ye Fang. Ye Fang, smoking his cigar, nodded. Of course, this visit to Harbor City is also for this matter. The transportation of goods from Yi Group to the mainland can continue, and I am delighted to collaborate with Mr. Chen. Chen Chuanyang received the answer he wanted, laughing. Ha ha. President Yi, you are indeed capable. As long as you do things well, Yi Group will be your best partner, as will I. Raising his glass, Ye Fang smiled. Mr. Chen, it's my honor. The two clinked glasses and took a sip. Chen Chuanyang set down his highball glass and said meaningfully, Haha, President Yi, you came to Harbor City for this matter as well, didn't you? Ye Fang smiled. Of course, I also wanted to see the beautiful scenery of Harbor City. They say the city is full of gold. I wonder if I have the luck to pick up a few pieces myself. Chen Chuanyang tapped the railing. Gold isn't rare here, but it's not easy to find. He then turned to Yi Zhang, giving him a meaningful look. Yi Zhang nodded and left the office. After a while, a group of men in black suits brought in two middle-aged men. These two men had already been beaten up, showing bruises and blood on their faces. Chen. Mr. Chen, spare us this once. Yes. Yes. Mr. Chen, we will obey any arrangements. We really don't want to die. The two middle-aged men saw Chen Chuanyang and immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, their foreheads bruised from repeatedly kowtowing. Evidently, these two had recently been terrified and threatened. Chen Chuanyang remained indifferent, flicking the cigar ash into the sea, and said, It's too late to regret now. These two men were the bosses of Langzi Food, Bao Yanchang, and Tao Maiwei Food, Shu Gang. Yi Zhang quietly asked, Mr. Chen, how should we deal with these two? Chen Chuanyang waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, Throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Two people kneeling on the ground heard Chen Chuanyang's words. Their faces turned pale with fear, and Shu Gang's legs even trembled, wetting his pants. Chen. Mr. Chen. No. No. Mr. Chen, we know we were wrong. Please spare us this once. Shu Gang desperately pleaded while clinging to Chen Chuanyang's thigh. Chen Chuanyang's expression remained emotionless as he kicked him away. Four burly men in black suits behind Yi Zhang stepped forward to lift the two men and push them to the railing of the yacht. No. No. Mr. Chen. Bao Yanchang's tears flowed uncontrollably as he struggled and pleaded. Ye Fang's brow furrowed slightly. Chen Chuanyang handling these two people in front of me. Is he trying to show his authority to me? Displaying a lesson for others? Chen Chuanyang glanced at Ye Fang, then waved his hand. General Yi, these two are too nosy. It's disturbing. Please don't mind. Ye Fang chuckled. In Mr. Chen's domain, how could I mind? This statement gave Chen Chuanyang enough face. Chen Chuanyang smiled contentedly. It's better to keep quiet. As soon as his words fell, the four men in black suits pushed the two into the sea. With a splash, the sound of two people falling into the water rang out. Cries abruptly stopped. General Yi, please have a seat. Chen Chuanyang smiled slightly, gesturing with his hand, seemingly not bothered by the recent events. Killing two businessmen is as simple as killing chickens. Ye Fang felt a sinking feeling. Arriving in the harbor city, he immediately sensed the pressure from Chen Chuanyang. Among the four major families in the harbor city, three major trading companies, it truly is a city full of power struggles, and Yi Chen's reputation is not exaggerated. General Yi just mentioned wanting to come to the harbor city to pick up some gold. What kind of gold are you looking to pick up? Real estate? Jewelry? Chen Chuanyang asked with a smile. He was hinting at Ye Fang the true purpose of his trip to the harbor city. Well, Mr. Chen, I don't have big ideas. I just want to establish a fund company, leveraging the advantages of the harbor city's financial hub to provide financing channels for mainland companies, Ye Fang truthfully replied. This was true, But it wasn't the whole truth. There was more to it. Ye Fang wouldn't reveal everything to just anyone, especially not to a risky business partner like Chen Qianyang. Ah, I see, I understand. Chen Qianyang appeared enlightened. But how much of Ye Fang's words he truly believed, nobody knew. Chen Qianyang raised his glass, saying, "Running a fun company is both difficult and simple. If General Yi encounters any difficulties, feel free to come to me for help." Ye Fang secretly sneered, thinking to himself, "Are you really going to be so helpful? Ha ha. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. I'm not familiar with the harbor city, so I'll be relying a lot on Mr. Chen's care in the future." Ye Fang raised his glass and clinked it. They exchanged a smile and took a sip. Chen Qianyang set down his glass, walked to the railing, facing the tall buildings on the distant shore. "General Yi, take a look. Isn't the harbor city vibrant? I have traveled to most coastal cities in the mainland, but none can compare to the vibrancy of the harbor city. Doing business here is different from the mainland. It's more about interests than relationships. If you have money, you're the boss. Whatever you want, you can have. Celebrities, jewelry, even firearms, everything is available. As long as you have money, there's nothing you can't get." Ha ha. Chen Qianyang laughed heartily. Ye Fang squinted and said, "Mr. Chen is indeed correct. Truly, different regions shape different individuals." The cruise ship completed a round in the harbor and out in the open sea. During this time, Ye Fang and Chen Qianyang didn't discuss business further. Instead, they talked about the customs and culture of the harbor city, as well as its renowned entertainment industry. In 2001, the entertainment industry in the harbor city was flourishing, with many stars gathering there. Stars like Jack Cheng and Stephen Chow were exerting enormous influence not only in Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia, but worldwide. Even Ye Fang, who wasn't particularly interested in the entertainment industry, had heard of the harbor city's celebrities and was curious to meet them if given the chance. Chen Qianyang also mentioned the opportunity to attend star-studded gatherings and invited Ye Fang to meet some celebrities. Ye Fang, on the other hand, kept his distance, cautious of Chen Qianyang's apparent generosity, as he had no idea if there were any hidden traps. All in all, this cruise trip allowed Ye Fang to see a different side of Yi Chen. And Yi Chen is undoubtedly a dominant figure, controlling a quarter of the harbor city's sky since birth. It seemed as if just a step from him could make the entire harbor city shake. At night, the cruise ship returned to port. Ye Fang disembarked, with Wu Tijian and others waiting at the pier. "Brother Fang, everything okay?" Wu Tijian inquired with concern. Ye Fang chuckled and replied, "What could possibly be wrong? Are you afraid that Chen Qianyang would harm me on the ship? You don't know him well if you think he'd do something without benefits." Wu Tijian scratched his head, smiling. "Well, as long as you're fine, I suppose he wouldn't dare." Ye Fang patted his shoulder, saying, "Let's go back." "Brother Fang, it's getting chilly at night." Long Da handed him a black windbreaker, helping him put it on. Ye Fang nodded and, draped in the windbreaker, left the pier surrounded by dozens of black-suited men. The temporary lodging found by Wu Siwan was close to Victoria Harbor, located at 20 to Salisbury Road. Sim Sha Tsui, the Peninsula Hotel. The hotel is among the top 10 famous luxury hotels globally, once designated as the Queen's preferred stay, accommodating numerous tycoons, celebrities, and dignitaries, renowned worldwide. The choice of this hotel was not only for its splendid environment, but also for its top-notch security and service. The luxury fleet entered the Peninsula Hotel, attracting the attention of passers-by near the gate. A group of bellboys approached to help open the car door, but were stopped by Ye Fang's security team. Long Da got out of the car to open the door for Ye Fang personally. "Brother Fang, we've arrived," Long Da said. Ye Fang stepped out of the car, took off his coat, and smiled. "There's no need for so many people to follow me here. Let the brothers rest." "Yes," Long Da nodded, and the security team walked to their respective rooms to rest. Once the crowd had dispersed, a hotel manager in a suit and tie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, hurried over. "Mr. Ye Fang, I'm the lobby manager, surnamed Huang. I am honored that Mr. Yi has chosen to stay at our hotel." The manager elegantly bowed, showing respect. He knew that the young man in front of him had booked an entire floor of the hotel, a mainland tycoon, requiring the utmost respectful service. "Mr. Yi, please come in. Let me personally serve you and do the check-in for you," Huang, the manager, respectfully said. Thank you. Ye Fang nodded. Guided by Huang, Ye Fang and Wu Tijian entered the hotel, where a hotel attendant led them to a VIP lounge for a brief rest. As soon as Ye Fang entered the lounge, he was captivated by the Western-style decor. The magnificent style, noble yet not tacky, featured many artworks hanging on the walls and sculptures in the corners. Hey, Brother Fang, how come this sculpture has no arms? Wu Tijian, curious about a statue, asked. Ye Fang gave him a teasing look and joked, My dear Tide, haven't you heard of the Venus de Milo? What's that? Never heard of it. Wu Tijian shook his head, not understanding this form of art. In the midst of their casual conversation, a quarrel broke out not far behind them. Zuzu, don't be angry. Get out of my way. I'm fed up with you. Go to your little mistress. Han Jiachen. Hey, Zuzu. Listen to my explanation. Get lost, jerk. What are you looking at? Never seen a pretty girl before. A short-haired girl in a black skirt angrily pushed the middle-aged man blocking her view. The man, feeling disgruntled after being pushed, wanted to confront the girl, but was glared at fiercely by a young man with slick back hair standing behind her. The man seemed to recognize the young man and hesitated, choosing to leave embarrassed. The commotion had caught the attention of other patrons in the VIP lounge. The short-haired girl continued pushing through, shoving a couple of people aside, until she found herself face to face with an elegant young man in a suit, accompanied by a robust and simple-looking man. Stay away. The short-haired girl gestured to push, but her wrist was caught by the young man in the suit. Duty, the street is wide enough. No need to be so domineering, the young man calmly said. The short-haired girl was taken aback, glanced up at the young man, then scolded, Han Jiachen, who are you? Get lost. Yuan Ziping was feeling very depressed. He had a private meal with a female celebrity, but unexpectedly got caught by the paparazzi. To make matters worse, this gossip was seen by his girlfriend, Li Lixu. Now his girlfriend is furious and nothing he says can calm her down. If it were any other woman, he would have kicked her out long ago, but Li Lixu is the young generation of the prestigious Li family. She is the niece of the head of the Li family, Li Lanhai, and is also the designated fiancée. The situation in the Yuan family is not looking good, as they have been severely affected by the Asian financial crisis. Their cash flow is almost cut off, so they have to seek help from the major families. The Li family is a great option, and Yuan family struggled to secure this marriage alliance. If this marriage fails, he will be beaten by the old man at home. Li family fortune, let go of me. Li Lizzie broke free from his grasp, glaring angrily at the young man in front of her. The young man remained calm, even smiling. Fun brother, this girl has a filthy mouth, muttered Wang Tai, feeling annoyed. Li Lixu, upon hearing his accent, said disdainfully, Your whole family is dirty, you beggar from the mainland. What did you say about beggars? Wang Tai couldn't help but retort. Seeing the argument escalating, Yuan Ziping quickly intervened. Snow, are you okay? Where were you? Didn't you see me being bullied? My hand hurts from being grabbed. Li Lixu complained. Don't worry, I'll handle it. With me here, no one can bully you. Yuan Ziping reassured her, hoping to salvage the relationship. Li Lixu slapped him in anger, calling him useless before storming off, leaving Yuan Ziping alone and bewildered. In a luxurious hotel room, Wang Tai presented some documents and asked, Fun brother, how should we proceed? Through the Yuan family. Looking at the documents, Ye Fang replied, if the Yuan family does not receive an injection of capital, they may have to sell their financial license. A financial license is highly valuable in the city, allowing the establishment of financial securities enterprises and private banks. Ye Fang had done his research before coming to the city and was prepared to acquire companies with qualifications to operate in the financial sector. Considering Yuan family's financial woes, it could be a good opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Ye Fang instructed Tai, set up a front company to participate in acquiring the Yuan family financial license. Keep this under wraps, especially from any Chen of the NE Group. NE Group's interest in entering the financial field was known, and if they caught wind of Yuan family's intent to sell their financial license, they would be competitors. Wang Tai understood the implications and nodded, but raised concerns about the potential consequences in the city. Ye Fang coldly replied, if he dares to make a move, he will pay the price. A month later, at the Luoku port, in the evening, A man wearing black-framed glasses and a neat suit dragged a suitcase and a tired body out of the port. The man looked up at the setting sun in the west with an indifferent expression. Hong Kong, still the same Hong Kong. At that moment, a black sedan drove up from a distance and stopped beside him. A young man in a white shirt got out of the car and cheerfully greeted the man. Brother Ma. The man, Ma Teng, looked at the young man and smiled. Ye Fang, long time no see. How's your dad doing lately? Hey, same as usual. Ever since the stroke, he's been deteriorating day by day. His whole body can only move his mouth, and his mind is getting more confused. But he's happy to hear that you're coming to Hong Kong. And Fen scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Taking care of the old man, it's hard work for you. Ma Teng patted his shoulder and comforted him. The Ma family and the Yin family were good friends in the past, but after the Yin family went to Hong Kong to develop, their interactions lessened. However, Ma Teng still sent holiday gifts to the Yin family during festivals to maintain the relationship. Well, forget about that. Brother Ma, let's go eat. And Fen invited. The two got into the car, with Ma Teng sitting in the passenger seat, looking at the bustling night scene outside the window as it receded. And Fen asked with a smile, Brother Ma, what are you here for in Hong Kong this time? Are you here to bring in investments? Doesn't IDG want to add more investments? Ma Teng murmured softly, there's nothing left. Where is there still investments? What? And Fen didn't hear clearly. Ma Teng turned his head and smiled. This time can be considered bringing in investments, but it's someone else, definitely not it. Who is it? And Fen asked curiously. Ma Teng knocked on the window and calmly said, Any group. Ah, any group. And Fen was instantly shocked. The next day, at the headquarters of any group. Mr. Ma, please wait a moment. Mr. Chen will be here shortly. Would you like some tea? A beautiful woman in a black skirt served Ma Teng a cup of Ceylon black tea and softly spoke. Thank you. Ma Teng nodded with a smile. After the woman left, another person entered through the door. Yi Zhang. Mr. Ma, hello. I'm Yi Zhang, Mr. Chen's assistant. Yi Zhang came forward to introduce himself, his eyes assessing Ma Teng. Hello, Yi General. Ma Teng shook hands. Yi Zhang stared at him and asked, Mr. Chen said that your visit this time is for a very important matter, related to Mr. Ye Fang from Ye Fang Group. Can you give me some insights? Ma Teng shook his head. This matter can only be reported to Mr. Chen by me. Oh, I see. Yi Zhang's eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Then he sat down on the chair. From what I understand, there is some grudge between General Ma and Mr. Ye Fang, right? Yi Zhang smiled contemptuously, crossing his legs. He had investigated and found out that Ma Teng had been kicked out of Penguin Company, and for an E group, he didn't have much value. Ma Teng turning to an E group, it was still about Ye Fang's business, nothing good could come from it. But he felt Ma Teng was a bit overestimating himself. If he was looking to cause trouble for Ye Fang Group, he shouldn't involve an E group. Do Mr. Yi and Mr. Chen know about it? Hehe, is that just a minor grouch? Ma Teng sneered and counter-questioned. Ye Fang had taken away Penguin Group, which had been his hard work for many years, and also took away his ideals and dreams. Without Penguin Company, he felt like he had lost everything. In his view, this was more painful than death itself. Living without Penguin Company was like being a walking dead. How could he share this enmity with the sky? I don't know much, but if General Ma is willing to share, I'm happy to listen. Yi Zhang shrugged and smiled. Ma Teng chuckled self-deprecatingly and started explaining the grievances between him and Ye Fang to Yi Zhang. Yi Zhang listened quietly, without interrupting. As time passed, there was some commotion near the door of the reception room, followed by the door opening, interrupting Ma Teng's words. Both of them immediately stood up and looked towards the door. Chen Qianyang walked in wearing a black wool coat, his face stern. Mr. Chen. Yi Zhang respectfully greeted. Mr. Chen. Ma Teng smiled slightly. Chen Qianyang walked up to Ma Teng, stared at him, and asked, Is what you gave me real? How did you find out? Where did you get the information from? Are you sure? Yi Zhang looked confused. Ma Teng bypassed him and directly shared certain information with Chen Qianyang. It seemed that the confidentiality of this matter was high. Ma Teng met Chen Qianyang's sharp gaze without evading and calmly reply, Absolutely sure. Mr. Chen, that guy surnamed Yi is not trustworthy. I know. One of the reasons he came to Hong Kong was for Yuan's prosperous financial Chen Chuanyang's eyes flashed with a hint of malevolence. Are you saying that there is a shell company of Ye Fang Group within the company participating in Prosperous Financial? He cared a lot about the license of Prosperous Financial Company, which was an important resource to expand Ye Group's financial influence in Hong Kong. It was a must-get. If it was taken by other families or forces, it could potentially endanger the financial security of Ye Group. That was a sword that could only be held by Ye Group and not fall into the hands of others. In order to secure this license, he was already willing to confront the Li family. No one could stop his determination, but he had received a piece of information from Ma Teng the day before. Ye Fang Group was secretly competing for this financial license. This news was undoubtedly a slap in the face to him, even a sense of betrayal. He initially thought Ye Fang would be obedient, but he still had such ambition. Damn it, really damn it. Chen Chuanyang suppressed the raging anger in his heart, and asked in a deep voice, tell me, which is his shell company? Shenjing Financial. Ma Teng smiled wryly. Shenjing, damn. No wonder why there's a foreign company that doesn't know its place, competing with us for the license. Turns out to be Ye Fang Group behind it. Yi Zhang reacted to the name, his face showing anger. After the Yuan family openly auctioned the license, for nearly a month, a company kept pushing up the prices, instigating the Yuan family, causing Ye Group to be unable to smoothly acquire the financial license. Unexpectedly, it was Ye Fang Group, Ye Fang. Chen Chuanyang sat on the chair, with his female assistant pulling out a good cigar and handing it over. He took the cigar, his eyes full of cold killing intent. HMPH. Ye Fang. Not honest even in Hong Kong. Looking for death. He raised his head, looked at Ma Teng, and questioned, are there people around him that belong to you? Ma Teng remained silent, not answering. Chen Chuanyang snorted, you came to cooperate with me. What do you want from me? Ma Teng met his gaze directly and replied, Penguin Company. Penguin Company? Ha! You're quite bold. Chen Chuanyang sneered. Ma Teng retorted, if I could give you the Penguin Company, then the Western Maple Group probably wouldn't exist in this world. Chen Chuanyang squinted his eyes. Do you think I wouldn't let him go? Ma Teng remained calm and composed. If you let him go, aren't you afraid of creating future trouble? Ha ha. Chen Chuanyang burst into laughter. There's something there. Once I get hold of the Penguin Group, I can give it to you. But you have to work for me in the future. How about that? Ma Teng's eyes lit up at the olive branch Chen Chuanyang seemed to be extending. Working with Yi Chen was a dream for many, a direct path to success. But Ma Teng shook his head. You can invest in me, but you can't own me. Chen Chuanyang's smile froze on his face. After a moment, he said, all right, ambitious, please leave. I hope the people around you, in times of need, can play a role. Ma Teng bowed and smiled. I will. Mr. Chen, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. With those words, Ma Teng turned and left. Chen Chuanyang chuckled, then called for Yi Zhang to come over. Mr. Chen, please give your orders, Yi Zhang asked softly. Arrange for Ye Fang to come see me. I want him to understand who holds power in Han Market. It's me. And Yi Chen, who holds the power. The night at the private club on the mountainside. Yuan Ziping nervously approached the entrance, his brows furrowed. Dad, who could be behind Shenjing? Why does the Chen family want to meet with the people behind Shenjing Company and invite us? Yuan Ziping asked with a bitter smile. He was worried that Yi Chen wanted to force the Yuan family to hand over the financial license. Yuan Kong, standing beside him, remained calm. You don't have to worry. If I don't want to sell, no one can take it from me. And Yi Chen is powerful, but not all powerful. We have the Li family behind us. Speaking of the Li family, Yuan Ziping thought of Li Lixu. Fortunately, he managed to win back this woman in the end. Otherwise, how could the Li family have covered them? He didn't really like that woman. She was quite stubborn. But what could he do? Her last name was Li. Yuan Ziping endured for the sake of the family. Suddenly, a series of car headlights pierced the darkness, approaching from around the corner. Two black limos led the way, followed by several black Audis. A grand procession. The people behind Shenjing are here. Who could it be? Yuan Ziping stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and stared intently in the direction of the convoy. Yuan Khan also stopped, feeling a sense of shock. Anyone who could have such a grand entrance in Han Market was definitely not ordinary. Men in black suits got out of the cars. Among them was a large man who opened the back door of the lead car. A young man in a white shirt, exuding elegance, stepped out of the car with a confident smile. Yuan Ziping's face immediately changed upon seeing him, his mouth gaping in utter astonishment. How can it be him? It's him. Yuan Ziping was dumbfounded. Yuan Kan asked in confusion, Son, do you know him? Who is he? Yuan Ziping's face turned pale, looking more distressed. Oh, I've met him before. Recognize him. But he had just offended this person. But what? Who is he? Yuan Kan asked eagerly. While father and son were speaking, the elegant young man had already led his entourage to stand in front of them. Intimidated by his presence, Yuan Ziping subconsciously took a step back, swallowing hard. The elegant young man looked at him, smiled slightly and said, We meet again. Stammering, Yuan Ziping replied, yes, hello, Mr. Ye Fang. Ye Fang glanced at the Yuan father and son, saying, Surprised to see me? Yuan Ziping was momentarily stunned, then smiled bitterly and nodded. He never expected that the person behind Shunjing was actually Ye Fang. Now feeling like the family company was about to be acquired by the other party, his cheeks burned with a stinging sensation, no longer feeling the previous pride. You are the rumored boss of Ye Fang Group? Yuan Kan asked in astonishment. Ye Fang extended his hand and smiled, saying, Yes, General Yuan, nice to meet you. I hope our cooperation will be smooth sailing, unaffected by external forces. Yuan Kan shook hands, but looked uneasy. He knew Ye Fang Group had a big background, with Shunjing Company recently acquiring several well-known investment and financing companies in the Hong Kong market, stirring up the financial market. This kind of power was something he couldn't contend with on his own, and with the bidding for crossing Shung Financial nearing its end, it was likely to fall into the hands of Shunjing. He now realized that Shunjing Financial was just a puppet of Ye Fang Group, but with an Ye Group also in the bidding, seemingly determined to acquire crossing Shung Company. Both titans were formidable and he was caught in the middle, feeling helpless. President Ye, about an Ye Group? Yuan Kan asked in a low voice, full of concern. Ye Fang patted his shoulder and calmly said, Don't worry. Don't be afraid. I'll handle it. As long as you stand by my side, I can ensure your safety. Yuan Kan was surprised by Ye Fang's promise, feeling slightly reassured. However, an Ye Group had a strong presence in Hong Kong for many years and wouldn't be easy to deal with. Could Ye Fang Group really protect him? He couldn't help but have doubts. Heh. President Ye is here. Please come inside. A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. It was Ye Zhang. Ye Zhang walked over, eyeing Ye Fang with a strange look, hinting at a threat. Ye Fang snorted in response and walked straight into the clubhouse with Lan Da, Lan San, and Wu Siyuan following. With everyone gone, the Yuan family was left behind. Yuan Kan felt a bit embarrassed, unable to do much. Let's go. Hopefully tonight will be safe. Yuan Kan sighed. Ye Fang entered the backyard of the clubhouse, where a dozen men in black suits guarded the corridors on both sides, creating a tense atmosphere. In the backyard was a large sunroom that served as a tea room. Ye Fang saw an Chen sitting alone at the main table through the glass, his face expressionless and somewhat cold. Please, Mr. Ye Fang, the others are waiting at the door. Ye Zhang gestured. Ye Fang waved his hand, signaling the Long brothers and Wu Siyuan to wait at the door. Then he walked into the sunroom alone. While the courtyard was dimly lit, the sunroom was bright and filled with the aroma of tea. Ye Fang greeted Chen, saying, Mr. Chen, hello. The Yuan father and son also greeted him. Please, have a seat. Chen Chuanyang said coldly. Once seated, Ye Fang asked, Mr. Chen, what made you call us here so late? Yuan and his son were taken aback by the directness. It was the first time they heard someone speak to an Ye Chen this way. Chen Chuanyang had initially wanted to pour some tea, but decided against it, staring at Ye Fang coldly instead. Ye Fang, on account of our partnership, I gave you a chance, but you tried to deceive me. Didn't you? Ye Fang remained calm and smiled. Chen Chuanyang slammed the table, saying, You trespassed, do you know? Ye Fang replied confidently, I invest in Hong Kong, acquiring several companies. Is there a problem? Chen Chuanyang looked furious, accusing Ye Fang of stepping out of line. All right. Very well. Ye Fang, I'll give you two choices. 1. Give up all your business in Hong Kong and leave. 2. You won't leave Hong Kong alive. Chen Chuanyang's eyes showed a deadly coldness, as if Ye Fang was already a dead man. The Yuan family, listening to their conversation, started sweating nervously. fearing the consequences. Yuan Kong was unsure how to respond when Chen Chuanyang turned to him. Yuan Kong, I want Crossing Sheng Financial's bidding procedures to be put on hold starting from tomorrow. Yuan Kong was taken aback, not knowing what to say. If he agreed, he would offend Ye Fang, but disagreeing would upset Yi Chen. Ye Fang stepped in reassuringly. General Yuan, do as you wish. Our cooperation won't be influenced by external forces. Yuan Kong, sweating nervously, didn't dare say anything. Chen Chuanyang sneered. Go ahead and try. Ye Fang, don't doubt my words. If you choose to go against me, you won't leave Hong Kong alive. Is that so? If you want to play, I'll play along. Ye Fang stood up confidently, ready to leave. Before leaving, he patted Yuan Kong's shoulder, signaling him to follow. Yuan Kong, not daring to face Yi Chen alone, quickly grabbed his son, saying, we have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. The Yuan family hurriedly followed Ye Fang out of the sunroom. Chen Chuanyang, watching them leave, eyes filled with coldness and murderous intent, muttered, Ye Fang, Yuan Kong, if you choose to oppose me, you will pay the price. Ye Zhang walked in quickly, asking Chen, Mr. Chen, are you just letting them go like this? Chen Chuanyang smashed a teapot against the wall in frustration. They can't come and go as they please. Now go, and get rid of them. I want everyone in Hong Kong to know that those who offend me, and Yi Chen, won't see the sun tomorrow. In the backyard of the clubhouse, dimly lit, and quiet all around, Long Da closely followed Ye Fang, whispering, Fengzhe, something's fishy here. Their people are missing. We need to leave quickly. Long Da, being a former Special Forces soldier, was very sensitive to dangerous environments. Usually, the quieter the place, the more prone it was to incidents. Long Sen said, in a deep voice, Yes, I think those people left early. Wu Siyuan looked around and said coldly, I've already notified our brothers outside. Be cautious. Ye Fang looked around and noticed that it was unusually quiet nearby. Let's go, he said to the Yuan family father and son. Stay close. Huh? Yuan Kong looked bewildered. Just as they walked out of the backyard into the front yard, footsteps surrounded them, and flashlights shone in their direction. Fengzhe, be careful. Long Da shouted loudly, pulling out a military knife from his waist. Get them. Kill Yi's last name. A voice came from the opposite side, and countless black figures emerged from all directions, their hands shining cold. Damn it, Long Sen cursed, pulling out a knife to shield Ye Fang and the Yuan family behind him. The father and son's faces turned pale, feeling as if they were facing great calamity, panicked and trembling. Surprisingly, Ye Fang remained calm, his face showing a hint of coldness. He didn't expect Yi Chen to really dare to make a move. Lawlessness. It seemed like they were trying to push me to the brink of death. After coming into contact with Yi Chen a few times, Ye Fang had a certain understanding of this person, but he had underestimated Yi Chen's arrogance. Did he think he could dominate everything? Without adequate preparation, I might not make it through this. If it's a showdown, it's either you or me. Let the brothers from Western Maple Security come in. Ye Fang waved his hand, saying coldly. Wu Siyuan chuckled and replying, Fengzhe, I have already informed them. Let's finish these guys off. Just like playing. You stay here and watch. As he spoke, groups of men in black suits with knives had already rushed in. The Long brothers actively confronted them, their knives moving swiftly like venomous snakes, striking directly at vital points. Puff puff. Long Da grabbed one person to block the blows, and after stabbing twice, the person had stopped breathing, followed by the sound of knives striking the body. Long Sen swept and slashed, taking down 3 people in a breath, like a killing god, with a daunting aura. Come on, if you have the guts, come at me. Long Sen wiped the blood off the knife cruelly, laughing. Seeing this, the men in black suits were terrified, one by one stopping in fear, looking at the Long brothers. Damn. These two are not human at all. Too brutal. They're not afraid for their lives at all. At this point, the Long brothers had disregarded their own lives, willing to take down 2 or 3 dozen people with them. Both had an aura of fearlessness that chilled the onlookers. Dang. Suddenly, there was a loud bang at the main entrance, a black car crashing through the gate. A group of men in black combat attire, wearing gloves and armed with military knives, poured in like a dark tide. Wu Siyuan laughed loudly. Ha ha, here come the men. These were all Western Maple security personnel, trained soldiers under his command. The resistors shall die. Wu Siyuan shouted, leading the charge and clashing within Ye's group. In a blink of an eye, the front yard was filled with flashing blades and continuous cries of pain, and Ye's group was crushed in the first wave of attack, lacking any fighting spirit, and those left surrendered or scattered. In less than 2 minutes, many men in black suits lay in a pool of blood on the ground, while more than a dozen surrendered and knelt down, the rest already fleeing. Funjae, are you all right? Long Da wiped the blood off his face, smiling. I'm fine. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go back. Ye Fang smiled. Turning around, Ye Fang saw the shocked expressions on the faces of the Yuan family father and son, and said, Mr. Yuan, everything is fine now. Please, I'll take you back. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yuan Kong regained his composure and said respectfully, it turns out Ye Fang had such a commanding presence when he first arrived in Guanxi. These people were truly formidable, not something ordinary gangsters could compare to. They resembled regular army troops. Their unified execution, combat efficiency, were terrifying. Leading the way, Ye Fang walked out ahead, with Long Da and Long Sen following, leaving some men behind with Wu Xiyuan to clean up the battlefield. Outside the clubhouse, black cars and 2 minibuses were parked, and dozens of people were waiting on the side. Mr. Yi, the Western Maple security personnel greeted in unison. They're overwhelming. Let's go back. Ye Fang waved his hand. Yes. Everyone responded. The Yuan family father and son were overwhelmed by the scene. Ye Fang's power far exceeded their imagination. No wonder he dared to go against Chen. The convoy slowly started moving. Long Da sat in the front passenger seat and turned to Ye Fang, asking, Funjae, Chen made a move, or we just going to let him go like this? Ye Fang said coldly, how is that possible? Inform the police there and send the evidence. The Yangcheng and Shugang won't die in vain. Also, have to lead a team to the dock, ensuring that the Yi group doesn't ship a single ton of cargo for a week. Then inform Luo Xiang that due to Yi's group's failure to fulfill the goods handover and payment settlement obligations, resulting in significant losses for Western Maple shipping, they need to compensate Western Maple shipping with a huge breach of contract fee. And then inform the other 3 major families, and Chen is done for. Ye Fang said calmly, as if he had anticipated all this and had a plan in place. Long Da grinned and said, that old Chen, daring to frame Bao Yangcheng and Shugang in front of us, thinking it's a show of power. He probably never imagined that it would be a fatal blow to him. Ha ha. Ye Fang smiled and said, so, no matter how great your achievements are, be humble and discreet, try not to give anyone leverage against you. For someone like Chen, ruin is inevitable. From tonight on, Chen no longer exists in Guanxi. Inside the clubhouse, in the backyard. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. It's bad. Yi Zhang rushed towards the tea room. What's the rush? Did Ye Fang escape? Chen Chuanyang sipped his tea, speaking coldly. It's even worse. Our people were all taken care of by Ye Fang's men. Yi Zhang's face turned ugly. What? Chen Chuanyang was taken aback, looking incredulous. I don't know where they came from, but they seemed like regular army troops. Our people are no match for them. They are now blocking the front yard. It's very likely they will come in. Mr. Chen, it's dangerous here. We should leave quickly. Yi Zhang urged anxiously. A bunch of useless trash. Chen Chuanyang exclaimed in anger, his face more ugly than a pig's knuckle. But with the situation urgent, he had to leave. Chen Chuanyang and his party fled towards the back gate of the clubhouse. Yi Zhang hurriedly opened the back door. As soon as he opened it, police lights shimmered outside the door. Chen Chuanyang was dumbfounded on the spot. A group of policemen rushed in, detaining everyone. A middle-aged policeman with a star on his shoulder stepped forward to Chen Chuanyang and said, Chen Chuanyang, we received a report that you are suspected of intentional murder. Come with us. No. Do you know who I am? How dare you touch me? I am Chen Chuanyang. Chen Chuanyang was now a bit panicked, lashing out in fear. The middle-aged officer stated coldly, we are arresting you, Chen Chuanyang. Let's go. Two policemen moved in to apprehend Chen Chuanyang. He struggled desperately, his eyes showing a glimpse of despair as he roared, You can't arrest me. You can't arrest me. But no matter how he screamed and shouted, he was directly taken away by the police. The next morning, a major news shocked the city of Hong Kong. Ye Group's boss, Ye Chen, arrested for suspicion of intentional murder. All the major newspapers in the city had this news on the front page, and many people on the streets were discussing it. Oh my god, the boss of any group got arrested. Even such a prominent boss would resort to murder. HMPH, you think their original capital accumulation was all clean? Ha ha. Didn't I say so? Rich people are not clean. It's good that they got caught. Ha ha. Who would have thought the day would come for an Ye Chen? Hey. Look at the newspapers. An Ye Group stock price dropped to the limit, and now with all these debts, it might drop so low that even his mom won't recognize him. They might have to sell off assets to pay the debt. Ha ha. When an Ye boss was around, everything was fine to say. Now that he's gone, those wealthy folks must be worried about not getting their money back. Next to the newsstand, a man listened to the discussions of the people, holding the newspaper tightly in his hand. Sir, are you buying or not? Pay up. The newsstand owner urged. Ma Teng took out some change, threw it on the table, and left with a stern expression. He walked to the sedan parked on the roadside, opened the car door, and got in. Ye Fang, take me back to the hotel, Ma Teng said wearily, his voice trembling, and Fan asked in confusion, Ma Jie, aren't we going to deal with an Ye Group? Ma Teng squeezed the newspaper in his hand and said, in a deep voice, no need to go. Let's go back. Ah Fan, I might be returning to the mainland tonight. And Fan, driving the car, was surprised and asked, oh, is it urgent? Ma Jie, why not stay a few more days in Hong Kong? Ma Teng shook his head, his eyes filled with a sense of desolation. No need. It's all over now. And Fan noticed his gloomy state and felt the low mood, so he stopped talking and drove Ma Teng back to the hotel. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of the Lijing Hotel. Ma Teng got out of the car, waved at Fan, and said, all right, Ye Fang, you can go back now. I'll find you to hang out another time. Sure, Ma Jie, it's a deal. You better come find me again. And Fan grinned and replied, okay, I promise you, I will definitely find you when I have the chance. Ma Teng nodded with a smile. Great, agreed. And Fan waved his hand, then started the car and drove away. Ma Teng watched the car drive off, revealing a knowing smile. Having a few true friends in this world is pretty good. If Bei, Ma Teng thought to himself, shook his head, gave a bitter smile, and turned to walk towards the hotel. Just as he reached the hotel entrance, a group of men in black suits blocked his path. Excuse me. You. Ma Teng raised his head. His voice abruptly stopped. He was stunned, because the person in front of him seemed familiar, someone he had seen with Ye Fang. Ma Zong, you came to Hong Kong without even notifying us. Hehe. Long Da grinned broadly. You. Who are you? Ma Teng was taken aback, a sense of urgency rising within him, feeling that these people were here for him. Long Da gestured with his hand. Please, you should go see Feng Jie and give us an explanation. If it wasn't for Ye Zhang's information, we wouldn't even know you were here. Ye Zhang? Ma Teng's face changed. Ever since he saw the trouble Ye Chen was in, he had a sense of unease, feeling that one day it might be his turn. But he didn't expect it to come so soon, and especially through news leaked by Ye Zhang. If Ye Zhang had turned, then the whole Ye Group was in jeopardy. Long Da sneered, surprised. An unscrupulous person like Ye Chen, how many people would wholeheartedly follow him? Feng Jie mentioned, in seeking mutual benefit, one will eventually part ways for personal gain. All right, Ma Zong, let's go. Ma Teng turned tail, took a step back, and gritted his teeth. What if I don't go with you? Long Da pressed a hand on his shoulder and said coldly, that's not up to you. Two men in black suits approached from both sides and escorted Ma Teng away. Suburban Hong Kong, Stoli Embankment. This embankment was located behind a golf course with a serene environment. Black sedans appeared on the road at the end of the embankment, then stopped at a small square on the embankment. The car door opened, and Ma Teng was pulled out from the car by Long Da. Let go of me. Ma Teng struggled angrily. Long Da grunted, then released him. At that moment, the horn of a car sounded, and a man in a white shirt got out of the car, with a faint smile on his handsome face. Ye Fang. Ma Teng gritted his teeth and said, in a deep voice. A boundless hatred burst forth from his chest, like a volcano erupting. Scenes of their past encounters flashed through his mind. The first time he saw Ye Fang, he thought this young man was a genius. Being able to develop the 361 security chief alone showed exceptional skills and extraordinary intelligence. Such a young man would have a limitless future indeed. Perhaps even a great asset to the Penguin Company. But what he didn't expect was, this young man had even greater ambitions. He had painstakingly built up the Penguin Company, only to have it taken away by this young man. Unwilling, very unwilling, his eyes turned bloodshot, staring fiercely at Ye Fang, wishing to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Ma Zong. Long time no see. Ye Fang stepped forward with a slight smile. Ye Fang, why aren't you dead yet? Ma Teng hoarsely said. Ye Fang, with his hands behind his back, looked at him, and said with a smile, I'm not dead. Are you disappointed? You think teaming up with an Ye Chen can take me down? You underestimated an Ye Chen, and you underestimated me. Ma Teng gave a bitter smile. Haha. Yes. Ye Fang. You win. So, why did you come to see me today? To watch my joke. To see how miserable your opponent is. Ye Fang chuckled softly. Opponent? In my heart, you are not worthy. You are overthinking it. Ma Teng's face instantly turned purple with rage. Ye Fang, you bastard. Nothing could be more insulting than this. Being unable to even be considered an opponent in his eyes. It's unthinkable. Ye Fang waved his hand, saying, Today I brought you here just to confirm one thing. The one who betrayed the interests of the Ye Fang group is Cheng Dan, right? Ma Teng's face changed, but he remained silent. Ye Fang patted his shoulder and said, Even if you don't say it, I know. Today was just to confirm, and now I understand. It has nothing to do with him. Ma Teng shouted in anger. Ye Fang looked into his eyes and said, No matter how much you say, it's useless. If you've done something, you must pay the price. Because of you, he won't be able to turn his life around for the rest of his life. And you, the same, you will also have to pay the price. To be my opponent means being prepared to endure the consequences of failure. With those words, Ye Fang turned and walked away. Ye Fang, I won't give you that chance. I won't live a life in the shadow of disgrace forever. You won't have a chance. Ha ha ha. Ma Teng roared madly at Ye Fang. He had come to understand that if he didn't get rid of Ye Fang through the means of the Ye group this time, he would never have another chance in his life. And for the rest of his life, he would be ruthlessly crushed under Ye Fang's foot, living in disgrace for the rest of his days. No. Absolutely not. Even if Ma Teng dies, he would never want to be stepped on by someone for the rest of his life. Never. Ma Teng's eyes were bloodshot, breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently. In the next moment, he turned around, flipped over the embankment fence, leapt into the vast sea below. In the car, Ye Fang watched the scene with an expressionless face. Long Da approached and asked in a low voice, Feng Jie, where do we go? After a moment, Ye Fang took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one up, exhaled heavily, and said, Home. Let's go home. A week later, at the Guangxi TV station, Yan Na arrived at the company early, returned to her own workstation, put down her shoulder bag, and slumped into the chair, rubbing her panda eyes. What's wrong, Na Yan? Have you not been sleeping well these days? Do you want me to make you a cup of coffee? Wu Gang approached curiously. Give me a cup of coffee. Sigh, these days I've been worn out to death. Yang Na said wearily, her words filled with resentment. All right, I'll go pour you a cup of coffee. Wu Gang smiled then went to make coffee. Yang Na turned on the computer and started editing the news script. Looking at the densely packed headlines, her head started to ache. Special report on the top 10 young entrepreneurs in the country. Chairman Ye Fang of Guangxi Ye Fang Group selected Ye Fang Capital successfully acquires Sheng Financial and obtains financial license. Ye Fang Capital reaches billion-dollar finance and cooperation agreement with IDG and other capital parties. Ye Fang Semiconductor Industry Group established. Ministry highly values and will attend related events. These were all news reports about the Ye Fang Group, and the TV station had put this important task entirely on her shoulders. These days, she was so busy she hardly had time to sleep or eat. When will I ever finish all this? Yang Na frantically scratched her head. Not yet. Don't worry. Come, have some coffee to refresh yourself. Wu Gang smiled as he handed her the coffee. Yang Na rolled her eyes and said, These news reports have a time limit. Can I not be in a hurry? Wu Gang sat down and teased. Well, the capable ones are burdened with work. Who else can talk to Ye Fang Group besides you since you've been promoted to director? In our entire department, besides you, there's no one else who can handle reporting on Ye Fang Group's news. Yang Na smirked, saying, Then assign me more staff, or else, old Wu, how about switching over to help me? Wu Gang waved his hands repeatedly. No way, I'm only good at filming, not writing scripts. But speaking of which, Ye Fang Group has been making big moves recently, stealing the limelight. Ye Fang Capital is all established now, and the leaders at the provincial level are queuing up for research one after another. Tut tut. Yan Na rubbed her temples and laughed ruefully. Well, no wonder there's so much news. I'm busier than ever since my promotion. Forget it. Complaining won't help. I have to make a call to Ye Fang Group to see if I can arrange an interview with Chairman Yi. Yan Na took out her phone and called the Ye Fang Group's PR department. Soon, the call was connected. Hello, I'm Yan Na from Guangxi TV station. We would like to arrange an interview with Chairman Yi. Can that be arranged? I'm sorry, Miss Yan. The current CEO of Ye Fang Group is Mr. Wan. Chairman Yi said he wants to take a month off and is not available for interviews. The PR officer on the other end of the line politely explained, taking a month off? Yan Na was stunned. At that moment, in the South China University of Technology, in the scorching summer heat, during the summer vacation, the campus was bustling with people, and the roads were filled with out-of-town students returning to school. In front of the campus square's convenience store, a beautiful woman in a sailor suit was eating an ice lolly while looking around at the crowd, as if searching for someone's figure. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she waved and shouted, Yi Shao, over here. Her voice made passing students turn their heads. Many male students were instantly attracted by her stunning facial features, fair skin, delicate features, watery eyes, and that fresh and outstanding aura were all captivating. Wow, isn't that Gu School Flower so beautiful? My ideal goddess. Forget about it, there's no chance for me. Gu School Flower already has a boyfriend. Oh, she has a partner? I'm new here. I have no idea. Who is it? You don't know? It's the boss of Ye Fang Group. TSK. Truly a perfect match. What? The boss of Ye Fang Group is at our school. Are you kidding me? Amid the discussions of passers-by, suddenly, a young man in a white shirt appeared in everyone's sight. The young man had a handsome face and an indescribable demeanor of a superior. Zixi waited long. The young man grinned. Kuky ran over and immediately grabbed his ear. Stinky Fun, you dare act cool in front of me. You dare be late for our date. You're kidding me. Ye Fang winced in pain, hastily saying, Hey, easy. Let go. It's not like I wanted this. There was traffic on the way. Kuky glared at him. Questioned, Traffic? Do you drive a Mazda or something? Don't lie to me. I have an IQ of 140, right? Little Master Gu has a super high IQ, incomparable. Let's have a proper conversation. Can you let go first? No way. An ice lolly. Huh. Oh no. Make it two. That's more like it. Kuky finally let go. Ye Fang, grimacing, rubbed his ear and shamelessly said, Zixi, tonight, do you have any plans? No plans. I was supposed to meet with Jia, but she said she's meeting with TZ tonight. HMPH. Such a guy who forgets loyalty for beauty. Kuky bit off a piece of the ice lolly. Ye Fang bought 2 ice lollies, ate one himself, and handed the other to her. Hehe. So, you're free tonight? Ye Fang teased with a smirk. Kuky blushed instantly at his gaze. It was obvious what Ye Fang had in mind. What are you thinking, you rascal? Gross. Kuky blushed and pointed to his forehead. Ye Fang grinned. Oh, I'm pure-hearted. I haven't said anything yet. How do you know what I'm thinking? Kuky rolled her eyes, saying, I know every strand of hair on you. How wouldn't I understand you? Dad Bo, tonight. No way. Come on. I'm hungry. I want to eat hot and sour noodles. Ye Fang was surprised. But don't you dislike hot and sour food? Kuky hooked her arm, tilting her head. I don't know why. I just feel like eating sour lately. If it's not sour, I don't have an appetite. Take me there. All right. I'll take you. Ye Fang indulgently ruffled her hair. Kuky giggled but soon felt dizzy and nauseous. I'm feeling dizzy now, Fang. Kuky held her forehead and suddenly felt nauseous and wretched, feeling very uncomfortable. Ye Fang held her firmly and said, concerned, Is it the hot weather, or did you eat something too cold? Catching a cold. I'd better take you to the campus clinic first. Knowing that Kuky felt unwell, Ye Fang quickly took her to the campus clinic. In the clinic, a middle-aged female doctor was examining Kuky. Tell me, what other symptoms do you have? The doctor pressed her abdomen and asked, Ow, sometimes I feel bloated and a bit constipated. Does that count? Sometimes I feel dizzy, nauseous. Doctor, do I have a stomach flu? Kuky, lying on the bed, looked at the doctor with innocent eyes and asked. The doctor was surprised for a moment and then took her pulse. After a moment, a strange expression appeared on the doctor's face. Young lady, you have a boyfriend, right? Kuky was dumbfounded, wondering why the doctor suddenly asked that, but still nodded embarrassedly. The doctor smiled. Student, based on your pulse, it's not a stomach flu. Congratulations, you're pregnant. The doctor's words sounded like a bombshell to Kuky, leaving her stunned. What? Pregnant? Me? The doctor covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, oh, young people, just not careful. But I understand. Young and impulsive, I understand. If you don't believe it, try a test strip, I guarantee it'll be positive. The female doctor handed her a pregnancy test paper and smiled, saying, go try it out. Kuky came to her senses, subconsciously took the test paper, and her cheeks turned red like an apple. No way. I need to try it out quickly. Kuky quickly got off the hospital bed and ran to the restroom. 3 minutes later, a scream echoed through the medical room. Dang. The restroom door opened. Kuky's cheeks were red. Her fingers holding the test paper were shaking. Her face showed a mix of disbelief, excitement, and agitation, a complex expression. The female doctor crossed her legs and joked. Look how you got scared. It's just a pregnancy. Why are you so surprised? Classmate, find a time to go to the hospital for a proper checkup. We don't have the equipment here. Kuky took a deep breath and dryly laughed. Okay. Thank you, doctor. With those words, Kuky bid farewell and left the medical room. Ye Fang was already waiting at the door and asked in confusion. What were you doing inside? Why did I hear a scream? Kuky glared at him with a red face and retorted, you screamed. Ye Fang scratched his head, not understanding. What happened? Kuky chuckled and whispered in his ear, silly Fang, because you're going to be a father. Ye Fang's mind exploded upon hearing this. He was dumbfounded. After a moment, he reacted, grabbed Kuky's shoulders excitedly, and asked in disbelief, What? What did you say? Really? Damn. Kuky showed him the test paper in her hand. It was true. 2 lines. Damn. It's true. I'm going to be a dad. Ye Fang excitedly lifted Kuky up and spun in place. As he laughed, tears welled up in his eyes. These were tears of happiness, tears of joy. Dad Bo, put me down. Are you not afraid the child will get dizzy? Kuky giggled. Yes. Sorry. Be careful. Ye Fang put her down. Kuky saw the tears in his eyes and felt emotional. Teasing, silly Fang, look at you. Crying. Ye Fang wiped away a tear, foolishly grinned. It's happiness. This was truly the fruit of their labor. They did not disappoint themselves after working hard day and night. Ye Fang pulled Kuky into his arms and solemnly said, Muxy, let's get married. Kuky felt a sweet joy in her heart and nodded, okay. 1 week later, early in the morning, the light of dawn was gentle. Pedestrians hurried along the streets. But in front of the newsstand, there was a crowd gathered, talking excitedly. Yang Na rushed into the crowd with her bag and threw down 50 cents, shouting, Boss, a newspaper. After grabbing a copy of the daily newspaper, she looked at the front page headline and was dumbfounded. Breaking news. Ye Fang Capital Chairman Ye Fang gets married today, marrying his lovely wife. The newspaper had a wedding photo, showing a dashing Ye Fang in a suit and a graceful Kuky in a bridal gown. Yang Na's jaw almost dropped in shock. She initially thought it was fake news, but it turned out to be real. Oh my god. It's my headline. Yang Na screamed, drawing glances from the surrounding onlookers. She pushed through the crowd with one thought in her mind. She had to hurry to the scene. How could she miss such a big piece of news? She ran towards the television station. Suddenly, she accidentally bumped into a short-haired girl standing on the side of the road. Oh, sorry, miss. Yang Na apologized repeatedly. The short-haired girl looked dazed for a moment, then slowly regaining her senses, said, It's okay. Yang Na bowed apologetically and continued on her way. The short-haired girl picked up the newspaper in her hand, her gaze fixed on the photo above, a hint of pain in her eyes. Hey, why are you staring blankly? Yao Yao. A hand suddenly patted her on the shoulder, and Zhou Lily poked her head out. Lu Yao forced a smile. Nothing. Zhou Lily glanced at the newspaper in her hand and said with a smile, "Oh, can't bear to let go. See what happens when you're not proactive. You miss the chance, regret it." Lu Yao did feel regret, a sense of loss, but she forced herself to remain calm. "What are you talking about? There's nothing. Hey, you can't catch Ye Fang, the big money bag, but don't be sad. Tonight I'll introduce you to a new money bag, Cheng Sha from the popular nightclub. He also has a bright future. He saw your photo and really wants to meet you," he said. "Tonight, he wants to invite you to the nightclub to meet. Have a drink, will you go?" Zhou Lily excitedly said. Lu Yao dryly smiled, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Okay, I'll go. Why not?" Zhou Lily happily put her arm around her shoulder. "That's the spirit. If we're looking for a partner, it should be someone with a hefty bank account. Whether there's any affection is another matter. As long as there's money, it's good. Heh. Come, I'll take you to buy some sexy clothes. Guarantee that you'll captivate Cheng Sha. Ha. On Ursha Island, Ye family villa. Outside the villa gates, numerous media reporters surrounded the entrance, their cameras snapping continuously. But the main entrance was closed, with a dozen black-suited men guarding it, not allowing any reporters to enter forcefully. At this moment, a black Audi car arrived at the side gate, and the black-suited men immediately stepped aside to let the car enter the villa. It seems that the boss in the car is President Wan of Ye Fang Group. "Quick, take the shot." The reporters quickly surrounded the car to take photos. Ye Fang Capital was a rising new capital group in the country, and the boss's wedding was extremely newsworthy. They didn't want to miss any detail. The Audi car entered the villa, stopping at the front gate of the courtyard. Many people had gathered in the villa courtyard, all prominent figures in the Guangzhou province business and official circles. Wang Tai had something to attend to and didn't want to greet them, so after getting out of the car, he immediately walked along a side road towards the villa, with Chen Jiajia following closely behind. Soon, the two arrived at the backyard of the villa, opened the back door, and saw about 20 to 30 people busily preparing inside. A makeup artist touching up Ye Fang's makeup. Han Ping'an and Yan Lu were energetically pumping balloons on the side. "Brother Tai is here." Han Ping'an stood up and smiled. "Ping'an, you look lively today, ha. Wang Tai praised. Han Ping'an scratched his head and laughed. "Brother Fang is getting married, of course, have to dress up a bit." Turning to look at Ye Fang, Wang Tai teased. "Hey, Fengje, looking handsome today. I admit it, you're a tiny bit handsomer than me today." Ye Fang laughed. "Taizi is here. After I touch up my makeup, we'll take photos together later." "Great." Wang Tai nodded. After getting his makeup done, Ye Fang straightened his clothes and said, "All set, let's go see my wife." Ye Fang led the way, followed by everyone, heading towards Gu Muxi's room. When Ye Fang arrived at the door, he knocked. The door opened, revealing Gu Muxi in a pristine wedding gown. The huge French window let in the morning sunlight, bathing her in golden light, making her look radiant. Gu Muxi's smile was as bright as flowers, her eyes twinkling as she looked at him. "Yi Xiao, here." Ye Fang walked up, pinched her nose, and chuckled. "You should change how you call me. What are you supposed to call me?" Gu Muxi blushed, pouting in a proud manner. "HMPH, you're a stinky husband." Ye Fang held her hands, smiling. "Wife, did you write a new diary today?" Gu Muxi looked puzzled. "Oh, how did you know? Can I see it?" Ye Fang asked with a smile. Gu Muxi, slightly confused, pouted. "Fine. I'll show you once. Just once, okay." With that, Gu Muxi took his hand and led him to the desk, pulling out a yellow diary from the drawer. Ye Fang took the diary, flipped through the familiar handwriting and content, tears shimmering in his eyes. Curious, Gu Muxi asked, "Why do you always want to read my diary? So annoying." Ye Fang closed the diary, chuckled. "I just want to see if you secretly wrote mean things about me." Gu Muxi snatched back the diary, with a stubborn face. No, absolutely not. Ha. Don't worry, from now on, you're my wife, you can write whatever you want, for a lifetime if you'd like. Ye Fang laughed heartily. Ye Fang started laughing, tears filling his eyes again. Everything had changed. This wasn't a dream. In this life, being able to marry Gu Muxi was enough. In this life, there were no more regrets. In this life, both I and Gu Muxi are happy. We will keep being happy forever. Husband, why are you crying again? Gu Muxi stood on tiptoes, kissing away the tears on his cheek. On such a joyous day, no crying allowed. Ye Fang held her close, nodding. He looked towards the door. Wang Tai, Han Ping'an, Chen Jia, and Yan Lu were all watching him. Ye Fang beckoned and smiled. Tai Zi, Ping'an, and Jia, come over. Let's take a group photo. Okay, Feng Jie. Okay, Feng Jie. Wang Tai and Han Ping'an reply. Ye Fang tightly held Gu Muxi's hand, interlacing their fingers, standing in the midst of everyone. Wang Tai and Chen Jia stood to their left, while Han Ping'an and Yan Lu stood to their right. The wedding photographer approached them, lifted his camera. Look at the camera together. Is the watermelon sweet? Sweet. Asterisk click asterisk. In 1998, on March 11th, it was gloomy. That guy Ye Fang dared to mess with my bike. He drove me crazy. I'm going to draw a poop on his school bag. In the evening, Gu Muxi lay on the table angrily writing down Ye Fang's misdeeds. After finishing writing, her anger still lingered. At times she puffed her cute cheeks. At times she angrily bit the pen, feeling like drawing a poop wasn't enough. She contemplated how to get proper revenge. Darn it. Stinky Fang. Don't let me catch a chance. A knocking on the door interrupted. Muxi, are you doing homework? Gu Muxi's motherly Wen's voice came from outside. Gu Muxi put away her diary, got up to open the door, and sweetly smiled. Mom, I haven't started yet. Why? Is there something your good and smart daughter can help with? Li Wen lightly tapped her forehead with her finger. Don't boast unnecessarily. Today, your uncle Yi was awarded an outstanding individual from the factory and received a bonus. They asked us to go out to eat together. Gu Muxi's eyes lit up. Great, it's worth celebrating. Mom, let's go. Here's the opportunity. Ha ha. Stinky Fang, wait for me. Li Wen was astonished, surprised by Gu Muxi's enthusiasm. Before she could react, Gu Muxi dragged her away. The two arrived at Ye Fang's house. Gu Muxi looked around but didn't see Ye Fang. She poked her head out from the kitchen door. Aunt Meng, where is Ye Xiao? He's in his room. As soon as he came back, he went straight to his room. I don't know what he's doing. Aunt Meng wiped her hands, looking at Gu Muxi with a kind smile. Muxi, I made your favorite sweet, tan-sour spare ribs. Remember to eat more later. Okay. Thank you, Aunt. I will go play with Ye Xiao first. Gu Muxi said with a smile, then bounced towards Ye Fang's room. Aunt Meng smiled at the scene. These kids, not enough of each other during school, and still stick together at home. On the other side, Gu Muxi reached the door, opened it stealthily. The room was dimly lit, with only one table lamp shining. Ye Fang was sitting at the desk, drumming something under the table with his right hand, up and down, without knowing what he was drumming. She could faintly hear his heavy breathing. What is this guy doing? Gu Muxi sneaked into the room, held her breath, slowly approaching. When she got behind Ye Fang, she suddenly jumped out and shouted, What are you doing, Stinky Fang? What the heck? You scared me. Ye Fang was startled. The thing in his hand fell under the table. What is this thing? Gu Muxi bent down to pick it up. Ye Fang hurriedly retrieved it, holding it in his hand, hesitantly said, It's nothing. Nothing at all. Gu Muxi gave a disdainful glance, suspiciously asked, could it be something you don't want others to see? Hurry up and show it. Although I'm gentle and kind, I also know a thing or two about martial arts. Under Gu Muxi's scrutinizing gaze, Ye Fang remembered years of torment and immediately handed it over. Here, take a look. Gu Muxi took it and found a strange wooden carving, oddly shaped, with a wedge hidden under the wood by Ye Fang. What kind of toe is this? An elephant? A tiger? Ye Fang snatched it back, saying, Ow, it's just a toe. I haven't finished assembling it yet. I can't fit this wedge into the post. It's too tight. I've tried many times, can't push it in. Why is it so tight? Gu Muxi, do you think I'm doing it wrong? Gu Muxi glanced at it, took it, and then slammed the wooden block on the table, pushing the wedge in completely. Isn't it simple, Ye Fang? Gu Muxi, could we please try gentler, less violent methods in the future? Gu Muxi smiled and handed the wooden block to him. Sometimes, violence solves problems. Any objections? Embarrassed, Ye Fang chuckled. No, I have no objections. With that said, Ye Fang placed the wooden block on the table and continued to mix colors for the different parts. Seeing paint on the table, Gu Muxi curiously asked, Ye Xiao, what are these paints for? To color, to paint this toe. Ye Fang replied without looking back. Gu Muxi narrowed her eyes, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth, showing her cute little fangs. Perfect. I'm quite artistic. Let me help you. Kuky sat on the bed, opened the various color paints on the table. Ye Xiao, I have a question. Did you let the air out of my bicycle tire? Ye Fang turned suddenly, his gaze evasive, stuttering. No, it wasn't me. Listen to my explanation. I don't know anything. Really. Seeing his guilty appearance, Kuky immediately understood. Keep pretending. Go ahead and keep pretending. Can you escape my keen eye? She smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous. It's just a small thing. Do I look mad to you? Not at all. I'm not angry at all. Really. Besides, I let the air out of your tires before, right? Ye Fang? Oh, so you're the one who let the air out. Kuky felt she slipped up, trying to cover it up. Oh, I mean, I've annoyed you before, right? Seeing Ye Fang's calm demeanor, she felt a bit uneasy, nervously saying, oh, forget it. My belly is like an aircraft carrier. I won't argue with you. After that, he started coloring the parts of the wooden block. Ye Xiao, let me help you. Kuky took the initiative, twisted open the lid for him, then dragged the lid away. When she opened her hand again, her palm was covered in various colors, particularly black. Oh. Ye Xiao, what's on your nose? Hey. Ye Xiao, why does your face have pimples? Let me take a look. Ye Xiao, are you sick? Why does your forehead feel warm? Let me feel it. Ye Xiao, why does your chin look so prominent? I never noticed that before. Ye Fang was puzzled, letting Kuky play with his face as she pleased. Kuky pinched his face, rubbed and twisted it. Wow, Ye Xiao, your features seem to have widened. More handsome now. Kuky, what are you trying to do? I admit it. Did I let the air out of your tire? Okay, please don't torture me. I just. Ye Fang's words stopped abruptly. Just what? Kuky pressed on. I just heard you were going to buy a practice booklet with Lu Fu from the next class. That guy, he's scum. Ye Fang said seriously. Kuky couldn't help but chuckle. Who told you that? It's Lu Fu who's been bothering me. Once I kicked him, he behaved. Why would I go with him? Ye Fang dryly replied. I see. Chen Jia said. Kuky slapped her forehead. Why would you listen to her? Don't you know she has a big mouth? Ridiculous. But never mind. I won't argue with you this time, and I'm not angry. Really not angry at all. With that, Kuky let go of Ye Fang, admiring her masterpiece. Ye Fang's face had turned into a cat. At this moment, Ye Fang was still puzzled, looking at Kuky with a bewildered expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I too handsome for you? Ye Fang touched his face, asking. Kuky nodded seriously. Yes, your extraordinary charm has attracted me. Really? Too handsome, even more than the four heavenly kings, really. Your handsomeness made me forget about being angry. Ye Fang, ha? Kuky, are you kidding? I don't care about you. Kuky secretly chuckled, ready to wash her hands and go out. Kuky, wait. Ye Fang suddenly stopped her. What? Kuky hid her hands behind her, turned around, and asked in confusion. Wait here. I'm almost done. Just need to stick the sticker on and it's finished. Okay. Ye Fang turned around, smiling. Actually, this is for you. Consider it a little token of my affection. You mentioned wanting a Sailor Moon poster last time, right? I don't have a poster, but I got stickers. Just stickers don't look good, so I put together a mountain scene for you, even though it's only a wooden toy set. Do you like it? Ye Fang displayed the toy in his hand, a wooden carving shaped like a rock, with a small wooden board in the middle, with a Sailor Moon sticker on it. Kuky covered her mouth in surprise, unable to speak. Really, is this for me? Yes. Considering our relationship, you doubted it? Ye Fang smiled. Kuky blushed slightly, said, What relationship? What relationship do I have with you? But in reality, her heart was pounding. She had casually mentioned wanting a Sailor Moon poster after reading the manga Sailor Moon. She had never expected Ye Fang to remember it. At that moment, she felt a wave of emotion washing over her. Ye Fang, he's actually a nice person. How is it? Don't you like it? Ye Fang asked nervously. I love it. I love it. Kuky grabbed the toy, her face full of joy and sweet emotions. Ye Fang let out a breath of relief, smiling. As long as you like it, I wasn't sure if a girl would appreciate a gift like this. Looks like I didn't step on a landmine. Then I'll give another one to Zhu Yaking from class 5. She shouldn't refuse, right? Hehe. Gumushi. Stinky. Fun. You're asking for trouble. Taste my shadowless kick. Dang. Ouch. Ouch. Ye Fang. Can we still have fun together? HM? Yes, of course. That's good. Luckily, I'm a calm person and don't want to argue with you too much. Gumuxi, could you please move your foot from my chest first? Ye Fang lay on the bed, a look of pain on his face, pointing to the clean jade foot pressed against his chest. Gumuxi snorted arrogantly before moving her foot. Hey! When did Ye Xiao start getting close to Zuyaking from class 5? Ye Fang sat up, rubbed his chest, and said, What do you mean by getting close? It's called mutual admiration, you know. Also, don't you think she's beautiful, cute, gentle, and gentle? Gumuxi squatted in front of him, cupping his cute cheeks with her hands, blinking her eyes sweetly, and asked, Is she cuter than me? Gentler than me? Ye Fang felt a chill run down his spine at her words and hesitantly asked, Do you have a problem with these two words? Gumuxi replied, Then suddenly, a kick sent Ye Fang tumbling off the bed. Gumuxi remained calm, rubbing her fist with a creaking sound, and said, Ye Xiao, you have such a sweet mouth. Ye Fang got up from the floor, his expression changing as he faced her. Gumuxi, what are you trying to do? I warn you, God says violence is not right. Gumuxi smiled and responded, Really? I didn't know that. When I send you to meet God, you can confirm it for me. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Men Xiaoyun pushed the door and said, What are you two arguing about? Come and have dinner, son. Your face ... you silly butt. Why did you draw on your face? Meng Xiaoyun stared in disbelief at Ye Fang's cheeks. Ye Fang paused, suddenly realizing something, and quickly ran to the desk to look in the mirror, only to see his face smeared with various colors, turning into a big painted face. Oh, my handsome face. Gumushi. Ye Fang turned his head sharply to glare at Gumuxi, anger burning in his eyes. Gumuxi jumped off the bed, ran away, laughing, Ha ha. It's not my fault. Late at night, downstairs, Gumuxi put on a coat and went downstairs, looking around for Ye Fang's figure. She suddenly saw Ye Fang lying on the stone pool table. Hey! Ye Xiao, why are you hiding here? Still mad at me? Gumuxi walked over quickly, leaning her head over. Ye Fang hummed, turning his head away, ignoring her. Humph. Grouch holder. Bread seller. Gumuxi teased. She then lay down on the stone pool table next to Ye Fang, looking at the stars in the sky. Hey! Ye Xiao, are you really thinking of dating someone at school? Aren't you afraid your dad will find out and scold you? Ye Fang turned to her, asking anxiously, You're not going to tell my dad, are you? Gumuxi glared at him. What? Do you think I'm someone who would tattle? Ye Fang nodded seriously. Yes. Gumuxi replied. Don't worry, I won't tell on you, but let me tell you, having a relationship doesn't help in the college entrance exam, so focus on your studies. Ye Fang glanced at her and suddenly asked, Do you like me? Gumuxi's cheeks turned as red as an apple, her eyes evading his gaze, stuttering, What are you talking about? Who likes you? Ye Fang hummed, Then why do you care so much about me? Just like my mom. Gumuxi retorted, I'm just concerned, you know, they say good intentions are often misunderstood. You should learn from me. When boys ask me out, I always refuse. No one can distract me from striving for the future of our motherland. Ye Fang laughed. Stop pretending. If someone finds out about your true nature, who dares to pursue you, I think you'll have a hard time marrying into a good family in this lifetime. Gumuxi got angry. All right. You dare curse me? If I can't get married, I'll marry you. Ye Fang widened his eyes, horrified. Gosh, are you planning to bully me forever? Please, spare me. Seeing his fearful expression, Gumuxi couldn't help but laugh. She grabbed his collar, smiling triumphantly. Hey, Ye Xiao, don't forget, when you were young, you ate my candy and promised to marry me. A man's promise should be kept. Ye Fang was shocked and quickly pulled away, saying, That ... that doesn't count. Gumuxi rolled over, pinning him down, their eyes meeting, feeling each other's warm breath. Ye Fang looked frightened. What? What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, it's broad daylight. You shouldn't tease a decent man and woman. Gumuxi's watery eyes formed into cute crescents, a playful smile on her face. Are you saying you won't keep your promise? I take it seriously.